Good morning and welcome to the June 30th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee. I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Zadek.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Morning. Okay, so can I get someone to move the adoption of the agenda, please?
I'll move the adoption of the agenda with the following additions, or just the addition on item 6.9.
All right. All right, thank you. Please vote, and my voting machine is just spooling up stuff, so I am a verbal yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay. May I ask for someone to move the approval of the minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the adoption of the minutes for the June 16th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting and the June 24th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting, the non-regular.
Okay. If there are no concerns, please vote. I am a yes.
Councillor Zadek?
Yes, as well.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Great. Thank you. Can I get, well, let's see. Yeah, okay. So please select items for debate. Anyone?
Mr. Chair, I can't click on just yet, but I can start if you like.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to select, I have a quick question on 5.3, then we have 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4. I have questions on 6.5, 6.6 we have speakers as well, 6.7 we have speakers, 6.8 we have speakers, 6.10, and I think we're selecting, I'm guessing 6.9 for Councillor Esslinger, which would be virtually everything.
Virtually everything. Okay. Sounds good.
I guess I've
please vote.
I'll move the remaining items there.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And so let us please vote on that. Thank you. I am a yes.
Yes.
The vote's coming now. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please let us know what we just did?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we're just having a slight delay with the vote coming out. If you can just give us one second.
Hasn't come in yet. Oh, okay. Thank you.
And sorry, just to confirm, I think the items that should be listed for recommendations that are being approved this morning are 5.1, 5.2, and 5.4. All the sixes were selected.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote. And
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, was 6.10 selected?
it was indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and it looks like that passed unanimously. Okay, so moving on, we have a number of requests to speak.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk needs to read back what we passed.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Please, Madam Clerk, let us know what we just passed.
Thank you. This morning, Committee has passed the following items without debate. Item 5.1, amendments to Bylaw 14614, Public Places Bylaw, revised due date August 11, 2021. Item 5.2, emergency shelter standards and operating requirements options, revised due date August 25th, 2021. And item 5.4, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls national inquiry, final report update and implementation plan development, revised due date March 2022.
All right, thank you for that. Okay. Now request to speak, which has been obviously on my mind because we have a number of them. Okay, and I will read it out. I will recommend that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 6.1 and 6.2, we've got Rob Houle, and correct me when we get to it, Gemma Dunn, Evelyn Asedu, Naima Hale, Charlie Hill, Hanan Mohammed, Yodi Tesfa Michael, Trent Daly, and Shalina Sina. On item 6.3, Yasushi Oki, Jacqueline Cardinal, Heather Braid, Yovella Mizrahi, Jennifer Long, Lacey McMillan, from Solos. Okay, next page. Harvey Irving, Patrick Buffalo, Karen Tang, Debiana Andrea, Emma Ash, Charlie Hill. On item 6.4, Marco Luciano, Hansa Talishvar, Gamalil Daniel, Aftab Khan, Omar Yaqub, and Jawamar Jalal. And on item 6.6, Aaron DiLoretto, Richard Skirmer, Jim Gibbon, Samantha Alexander. On item 6.7, we'll have something coming up on this, by the way. Item 6.7, Laura Cunningham Chappelli, Jay Ball, Christy Moran, Donna Yateman, Kim Ellis. On 6.8, Maria Mayan, Karen Bruno. And on 6.10, Chris Weed. So, I move that we hear from these speakers. There's no debate. Please vote. And I am a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, so there was a request for time specific on the agenda, but there's a little bit of a scheduling issue due to the number of speakers, as you can imagine. And so I will put forward to council that we have a motion to postpone items 7, 8, and 9 to August 11th. 6.7, 6.8, 6.9.
I can move that.
Okay, thank you. Any debate on this? And for some of the speakers, what we've heard is that folks on 6.7 are okay with this. So please vote.
Yes.
Our apologies. The vote will be open shortly.
Okay.
We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, I was not made aware of any councillor inquiries, but here's your chance. No. And reports have already been rerouted, and There are no extra requests to reschedule reports at this time. However, again, due to the nature of the meeting today, that may have to happen later on with the indulgence of committee. Okay, so before we hop into reports, I'll just mention that we are meeting on Treaty 6 territory, homeland of many Indigenous cultures, the Métis, Inuit, and now all of us. And it is a land that we share, a history that we share, and complex conversations are happening right now. And one of the great things about treaty is it was a coming together of peace for a more prosperous land for everyone, for all children, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. And an agreement of peace where all children could grow with their families in joy and safety. And we know the history. I won't get into it today. And we are simply asked to be partners in that journey to something better. Thank you. Okay, so moving on, report. We've got 6.1, and I believe there is a presentation available.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair and Committee.
Sorry, Jane, just a point of order. I think 5.3, we just have a quick question on 5.3.
Oh, that's right. We had a quick question on 5.3. Thank you for catching that. Councillor Knack?
Yes, sorry, thank you. I know that topic is very important. I just had a quick question just based off some commentary. So the question that had come up, there were just a few recognizing that let me just pull it up here. Sorry, I think the chief sent me a reply that I had a chance to read at the very last minute here. There were just a few concerns from some of the some of the groups who are doing shows at a later time related to the fallout zone of when a show is occurring. And what I understand of the reply, and I just wanted to confirm out loud, is that it's not that we won't allow a community show to occur where there's an empty building. It's just that there's the requirement for permission from the building owner. Is that correct?
We'll let the Chief weigh in on that, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. It's often the case that we have unoccupied buildings within the fallout zones, and during the permit process, we identify and the shooter is asked to provide additional safety mitigation, such as care and control of fireworks debris, permission from the building owner, and at some points, fire watch. This hasn't been an issue in the past, but it is something that we have approved, and the shooter or person applying for this permit looks after this piece.
Okay, so it's not that it's not that it can't happen. It just needs that permission piece, and that's, you said that's been going on for a while. Just out of curiosity.
It has. It hasn't been an issue in the past, and with high hazard events, it's hard not to have that.
Okay, and then so I know the point of delaying this is to give a bit more time for engagement, and so I guess I just want to ask generally, because it does feel like there's been different perspectives, and want to make sure we can try to bring everyone onto the same page here, and ideally work to a bit more of a streamlined solution here. So what does the next few months look like in terms of engagement with whether it's community organizations who do shows, whether it's the vendors who put on the shows? Have you sort of thought through what that looks like to make sure that we're bringing everyone together? I think what I think I've heard over the past is that sort of there's a lot of individual groups, and I'm wondering if we need to make sure as part of the next phase of engagement, we're hearing from sort of everyone together in a room. So we've got all the right people, we can learn from one another and make sure we're making the right decisions coming from this.
Absolutely. We want to bring forward the best information, and what we heard from council, we took that away We've to date, and just to expedite the process for approvals now that the COVID restrictions are lifting, we've reprioritized resources. We've invited all the community leagues with an invitation to participate in our pre-approval pilot.
Okay.
With information sheets and how we can work with them to streamline. We've provided a monitored email address for easy queries, and we've also looked to support approvals and work on barriers such as some of the questions that may come up about vacant buildings. We've reduced the requirement for providing letters acknowledging risks from churches, schools, nurseries, and others within the 250-meter discharge zones. And as we move forward, we're continuing to engage with stakeholders, vendors, community leagues, faith groups on how we can get to those yes solutions and so that they can have shows. And the biggest reason we see permits not approved is because the ordinance and the fireworks that are being used to discharge are too large for the zone, the fallout zone that they have marked. And so we're working with everybody to get to that yes solution.
Great. So the last question I think that's just come up, and from what I hear, I'm hearing that commitment. Just want to make sure. So if a community wants to do a show on Community League Day, I think there are other parts of the city, and I heard it from one of the vendors around like events like Diwali, and there's nothing that should prevent those shows from occurring at the appropriate time with some of the changes this year while we go through the engagement to get to a more streamlined solution.
Provided they're following the safety protocols that are listed out, size of ordinance, the shooters have the minimum insurance. We have the area identified. Residents are notified. There is a process to make sure that it is safe, but that there should be no reason, and we're working closely with all of those involved to make sure that we can get through this process quickly and that we can enjoy fireworks shows in the city.
Okay. I'll move the revised due dates, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. There's no debate. Please vote.
And just checking to see if Mayor Iveson is on the meet. I think we're okay. We have all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote.
Yes.
And it was carried unanimously. Okay, now before we move on, I will just I'll read out the items that have been postponed in case people are on the line and didn't catch it. 6.7, additional community support for Alberta Avenue and Jasper Place communities. 6.8, End Poverty Edmonton Annual Report 2020. And 6.9, Early Learning and Care Steering Committee Report. And these have been postponed to August 11th. Okay. So now, moving on to items 6.1 and 6.2 that are cross-referenced. The Safer for All Interim Report, Community Safety, Wellbeing, Inclusion, Anti-Racism, and the Joint Dispatch Model Business Case. And
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Committee.
There we go. Yeah, please go ahead.
I am here to present our community safety and well-being work plan, developed collaboratively between the City of Edmonton, Edmonton Police Service, and the Edmonton Police Commission. And in the report, we are collectively referred to as the partner organizations. I do have a lot of information to share today, and so I do ask your indulgence in speaking for several minutes. The task force gave us their gifts of time and wisdom, and out of respect for that, we are taking the time today to give a very comprehensive response to the task force report. On behalf of the partner organizations, let me say to the task force and to the people who have come forward, whether at last year's public hearing or since, we heard you and we believe you. And we appreciate that you will judge us not by our words here today, but by our actions. We heard you that there is pain in our community. We heard that the people expected to keep our community safe are not always trusted to do so. And we heard that when organizations are asked to work outside their role, they are not as effective as you would want. We listened, we heard, and we recognized your courage in speaking the truth. We are here today to outline how we will act. I would now like to invite Mickey Ruth, the Chair of the Edmonton Police Commission, to provide some opening comments to be followed by Chief McPhee of the Edmonton Police Service. Ms. Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Corbold, and good morning, everyone. The Commission is pleased to have participated with the City and Police Service in the development of the Safer for All report. I also want to thank the task force for their hard work and passion in bringing their views forward. The heartfelt and honest sharing of personal experiences demonstrated a true commitment to facilitate real change. We are committed to working with the community to reduce systemic racism and towards a new model of collaboration that increases understanding, increases empathy, increases trust, and enhances community safety in a positive, meaningful way. By bringing systems and programs together in a strategic way, we will help realize the goal of building safer communities. We must focus on programming for health, mental health, housing, addictions treatment, and poverty to reduce the demand for policing services by moving people away from interactions with the justice system and into programming that can deliver results. Thank you for coming today, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chair Ruth, Mr. Corbold, and esteemed members of the Community and Public Service Committee. The role of policing has changed, but one fundamental piece remains. The Edmonton Police Service is here to protect and serve. And we do so with the intent of making Edmonton a safer place for all citizens. EPS members work tirelessly to make our uniform a symbol of trust and confidence. But we recognize that not all experiences are the same, especially when it comes to interacting with police and navigating Edmonton's social safety net. Safety for All work plan is a commitment to those experiences and identifies tangible steps toward better outcomes for Edmontonians. Most importantly, it emphasizes an integrated approach and addresses equity, inclusion, and racism in our city. I'm proud of the collaboration that has gone into building this plan and many brave voices who shared their experiences, including the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. We are fortunate to have already laid a foundation for the future through initiatives like Vision 2020 and our Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau established in 2019. Our dedication to evolution has been noticed locally and abroad, where we are frequently asked to share new and transformative approaches in policing with our peers, academic institutions, and other municipalities, specifically in the area of law enforcement and public health. But let me be clear, the plan is a commitment to push further. Our work does not end here. Building a continuum of services that prevent citizens from being overlooked and falling through the crack takes teamwork, and above all, joint accountability. As I've said before, this is not a matter of one place to the other. This is not an either-or option or equation. We must continue looking for innovative ways to align resources, where we think in silos, where we single out to exclude services. The gaps in our continuum continue to grow. It is up to push human-centered innovation further and create a future where all Edmontonians feel safe. Thank you, and I will return the microphone to Mr. Corbold.
Thank you, Chair Ruth, and thank you, Chief McPhee. Councillors, as you will recall, in April, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force presented 14 recommendations to City Council. At the time, Council gave us clear direction. report back on the short-term actionable items within the partner organization's direct control associated with the first 13 of those recommendations. And our work plan today reflects that assignment. There was another motion, and I want to reassure you that the work is underway on multiple fronts. Medium to longer term approaches, including the task force's recommendation to tie funding to specific results, are being identified and will be presented to City Council in the first quarter of 2022. In addition, the recovery report, which is being discussed today, the Recover report, which is being discussed today, also outlines some of the longer term work needed to improve well-being. To address the recommendations made by the task force and the motions set forth by Council, the partner organizations have spent hundreds of hours gathering information, listening, reviewing, and adjusting course. We considered engagement work already completed, including input shared by the task force, the Bear Clan Patrol, Edmonton's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, Help Seeker Technologies, and Reach Edmonton. We considered academic research and input from public hearings. Also taken into consideration was the input that thousands of Edmontonians provided into the Connect Edmonton plan. They imagined their future city and the community where the people who come after them would thrive. This work resulted in the 4 strategic goals of healthy city, vibrant urban places, regional prosperity, and climate resilience, and a shared vision of inclusive city. Edmonton Police Service has also identified its 4 goals, namely balance, support, and enforcement, innovate and advance, partner and advocate, and grow diverse talents. When we formulated this work plan, we put new actions in context. We have an Indigenous framework, an accessibility policy, and many other solid foundational pieces of the city. And we're building on a strong foundation, not starting from scratch. We identified 70 specific action items within our direct control. They describe work that is already underway, identified next steps, incorporate new insights, and reflect a shared commitment to making Edmonton a more inclusive, compassionate, and safe city. We were intentional about how we framed our response. We listened to what the task force and others had recommended and put it in the context of what we heard, what we'd planned, where we needed to adjust. While this is a less direct response to individual recommendations, motions, and incidents which have been part of a public conversation about safety and racism in recent years, the themes identified in our work plan reflect a more clear approach to collaboration, consideration, and action. Through 4 main themes, we are able to address the recommendations while also recognizing the strategic directions which have already been set and the prioritization of work within our organizations. We believe this is a more integrated approach to aligning actions by the partner organizations. It is our work on our plates, our deliverables, and our contributions to making a safer city. While other agencies in the broader community will need to play a role, we want to be clear about our efforts and expectations. While we are addressing themes, I want to reassure you that the task force's recommendations have been addressed. The next several slides provide an overview of how they have been incorporated in detail. On this slide, a dot indicates where a community safety and wellbeing task force recommendation is addressed within the Safer for All work plan for community safety and wellbeing by theme. The columns reflect each of the themes of the report along with governance. The final column on the right, the Q1 2022, refers to recommendations which are part of the more strategic approach and report which will be coming back to Council in 2022. That includes recommendations where collaboration with provincial government is required, where decisions will be needed to be made during the budget process or during other deliberations outside of our direct control. For example, the first series of recommendations relate to dispatch, and more details on that report will also be shared this morning. Many of the recommendations related to training and development are captured in actions in the organizational culture theme. The recommendation to apply GBA Plus, for example, is being incorporated into policy work right across the organization, not just in the recommended reference to collective agreements. Recommendations related to professional regulations fall under the jurisdiction of the Government of Alberta and the Police Act. Alberta is currently reviewing this legislation, and the City, EPS, and EPC had provided input during an earlier consultation. We await provincial decisions before determining next steps on these matters. Several other recommendations related to the Commission are more appropriately considered of part of the Council's governance discussions. Recommendations related to how complaints are handled are considered within the actions of governance, while measuring the reporting are being incorporated into work related to dashboards, which I will explain in a few minutes. Several of the recommendations related to other services, standards for shelters, public washrooms, or housing are considered as part of the prevention and support theme. To confirm, administration has incorporated the task force recommendations within the entire work plan. For now, I would like to use the following slides to focus on the themes, describe the work underway, outline next steps to be taken within the next 90 days, incorporate new insights, and reflect a shared commitment to making Edmonton a more inclusive, compassionate, and safe city. As mentioned, we identified themes. There are 4 of them. They are system integration and coordinated response, organizational cultures, social responsibility, and prevention and support. Before I go on, I would like to say that I met with the task force to walk them through how we addressed their recommendations through these 4 main themes. I have no intention of speaking for them. They are here today, or some of them are here today, and I'm confident they will clearly convey their own views. Any committed task force, which this one certainly was, would be eager to faster action that responds directly to its recommendations. The task force or others might argue that this first wave plan does not go far enough or fast enough, but I am confident that this is absolutely the right start and that we are committed to further action now, beyond, and certainly in 2022. Much of the work that is already underway gives me confidence in our collective ability to respond to the calls for action we have heard. We are heading in the right direction. Now I'd like to walk you through some examples of our 70 action items, both those already underway and those that are quickly actionable. With respect to systems integration and a coordinated response, this is intended to make sure that the right resources are deployed at the right time to the right place. Citizens call for information and services through the city's 311 information service, the province's 211 social services, and the 911 emergency number. Behind the scenes, those who answer the calls are able to respond or redirect a call in order to facilitate the dispatch of the appropriate services. For example, a citizen may call 211 to request help for a person in distress. The 211 agent can facilitate the response of a 24/7 crisis diversion team where health and mental supports are provided by trained outreach workers. This approach ensures people get the help they need while emergency responders can focus on emergencies. In that same vein, work is underway to enhance 911 dispatch and response and to move its work from traditional emergency response towards an integrated continuum of response. We will share more details on what we can do through an integrated dispatch shortly. Sharing videos, feeds from our extensive transit network directly with police will help. And through the Downtown Business Association and also through a partnership with REACH, In with Ford and the Edmonton Police Service, we are currently testing ways to connect marginalized people with community supports. And our immediate radar of opportunities include exploring cross-training secondments and temporary assignments in current dispatch centers to support learning and culture change among the dispatchers, and working with community partners and funded agencies to create further efficiencies and coordinated approaches to social service delivery in Edmonton and getting those community organizations involved. Organizational culture reflects both the individual and the organization. The organization sets recruitment practices, trains and develops employees, sets expectations, and steers the employee experience from onboarding to departure. How the organization sets expectations for inclusive behavior and how individuals respond establishes the tone for the workforce environment. All 3 partner organizations have made significant changes to hiring practices, and we are also looking at long-term retention. So I'd like to highlight a few of the specific examples. In the Edmonton Police Commission, for example, is now more diverse than in the past, with its 11 members, including 5 men, 6 women, 4 people who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color, and 2 who are 2S LGBTQ+. They also have a wider range of educational backgrounds and lived experiences. The Commission took on an inclusive and informed approach to hiring its police chief. The Commission engaged with community and thought leaders from across Canada to develop criteria for the role. This process helped ensure the Commission heard directly from the community about the type of person needed to lead change. This process is now being used in other places across Canada. The police service is increasing the number of Indigenous applications by working with the University of Alberta's Faculty of Native Studies and First Peoples House, the Fishing Lake Métis Settlement, Rupert's Land Institute, and the Edmonton Catholic Schools Indigenous Learning Services, as well as attending numerous other events. Since the beginning of 2017, EPS has hired 330 new police officers with educational qualifications ranging from certificates to doctorate degrees. Of these new officers, 28% self-identified as female, 5% Indigenous, 3% sexually diverse, and 50% from underrepresented communities. The city is doing a job of ensuring its workforce reflects the city it serves. A decade ago, just over 30% of 30% of managers were female. By January 2021, the ratio was 44%. In the senior management ranks, numbers nearly doubled from 25% to nearly 49%. A review of all enforcement postings from GBA Plus inclusive and anti-racist perspective is being undertaken as job openings occur. Diversity and inclusion content is now part of the all-new employee orientation and onboarding process. Within the city, collective agreements have also been updated to be more inclusive. References to employees do not use gender-specific language, and job titles have been changed to be more inclusive. In addition, negotiating teams are considering adjustments to working conditions with an equity lens in mind. The city has developed an anti-racism project and assigned resources to lead its implementation. As a result, the 15 action items being undertaken across the organization are building a pool of shared knowledge, applying a coordinated approach to advocacy, and introducing meaningful changes. The city has introduced paid internships for newcomers. The program helps people who are new to Canada gain local experience in their field of training. Looking ahead, the partner organizations are taking several steps. Modernizing the recruitment systems. We recognize that recruitment is only the beginning. People need to stay with an organization if they are going to change it. And recruitment work will also need to adjust to retention efforts. Develop and deliver training to set organizational expectations and improve individual skills. For example, mandatory anti-racism training for all city staff starts very shortly. Work with partner organizations and committees for input on policy and procedures. And finally, provide additional training specifically for police officers, peace officers, and transit peace officers. Social responsibility means assessing the impact of our organizational decisions on the community. It also acknowledges that those with power, in this case, a city government and a police force, have unique obligations to both deliver services and make their communities better. Some of the work that is currently underway includes a new anti-racism grant program with $300,000 available to support youth, nonprofit, and local grassroots organizations with the development of anti-racism projects and events. A multi-dimensional approach to providing safety and security for both destination and non-destination riders on public transit. A transparent public reporting about police operations, including the use of force. A police liaison team that works toward building a relationship of trust, mutual understanding, and respect between the police and the community. And public education campaigns so that average citizens know their rights and an officer's responsibilities. The partner organization's commitment to social responsibility includes several additional actions that are in development and will be actioned. They include the start of a 2-year pilot program next month where a community outreach transit team consisting of a transit peace officer and an outreach worker assist individuals with no fixed address or who may be experiencing mental health or addiction challenges while in the transit system. And later this year, the introduction of a bystander awareness program to help empower bystanders to identify and effectively respond to harassment and sexual violence. EPS continues to reevaluate their training programs through the critical operational risk and ethical evaluation section to ensure EPS is responsive to community expectations. The fourth theme the partner organizations identified is prevention and support. We seek to reduce the instances where vulnerable people come into contact with the justice system when what they need is understanding, support, and very targeted services. Some of the work that is currently underway includes reducing transit fare fines with more bylaw work to come. Several programs to support community needs such as the Encampment Response Team, the Neighborhood Empowerment Team, or the Senior Protection Partnership. The Human-Centered Engagement and Liaison Partnership, known as HELP, was also launched earlier this year. HELP is one of the first duly integrated social response teams in Canada. It uses a data-driven approach to provide appropriate services. We have also taken recent steps to reduce or prevent interactions between vulnerable people and the justice system by providing more gender-neutral public washrooms, including some with attendants. Something as simple as having a washroom can prevent disruptions to businesses, calls to enforcement, and violations of the Public Places Bylaw. Some upcoming prevention and support work that the partner organizations will do includes the following. We are exploring the installation of additional mobile washroom facilities. As directed by Council, we are currently working with social agency partners to co-create equitable fine repayment options and embarking on an anti-racism review of current low-income fare programs to remove barriers and support equitable participation. Engaging with emergency shelter operators and stakeholders to develop a comprehensive minimum standard for housing-focused, accessible, and trauma-informed shelter services. This work marks an important change from shelters providing emergency relief to also steering people toward housing. EPS has established a new Indigenous Advisory Council, the Nisokemekewin Council. The service is working within the expertise and the experience of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities in Edmonton on systemic changes to policing and implementing recommendations from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. In addition to the 4 themes that will guide our work plan, there are cross-cutting themes that were prompted by the thoughtful work of the task force. Examples of these are the connection between well-being and welcoming urban places, or the importance of housing, or the importance of recognizing that a person's experience in our city is framed not just by their race, but also by countless other factors. The work plan focuses on what we will do next, and this process is also about who we want to be as a city. We must be inclusive and compassionate as we listen to those who are in pain, so we can continue to build a healthy city for Edmontonians. We need to listen, to share, and to respect. In addition to the Safer for All work plan, the Recover Urban Wellness Report and Joint Dispatch Model business case, which are both before you today, detail specific next steps to advance some of these actions and to build a better Edmonton. The work is important, and the way in which we approach it will be critical to its success. And we are committed to making progress on this file and to showing Edmontonians that we are moving forward and to being agile and quickly adjust as we need to as we move forward. We also believe that more work is required on anti-racism in the city of Edmonton. I recently, last night, spoke with some anti-racism experts, and they mentioned that we need to more directly tackle and mention specifically in this report anti-black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and any other form of racism that needs to be further discussed and eliminated. They also emphasize the need for more engagement, especially related to the intersectionality in the city, and by that I mean the interconnected nature of social categorizations such as race, class, and gender as they apply to a given individual or a group in this city. Now, when it comes to building a better Edmonton, ultimately Edmontonians will be the judge of our actions. So to measure the actions within our direct control, there are 2 dashboards under development. For the city, we are finalizing a public community safety and well-being dashboard, which brings together the indicators of a safe and healthy city. Part of the reporting on the Connect Edmonton plan, it will include metrics such as the percentage of Edmontonians who say they have witnessed or experienced racism or discrimination, the crime severity rate, and the percentage of Edmontonians who feel the city is safe overall. The findings will be transparent and publicly reported on the city websites. As we move forward, we will also continue with ongoing and thoughtful engagement with community partners, members, and agencies. Edmonton Police Service is also working on a dashboard, and this is separate from the one the city is producing. So now I would like to turn it over to Lori Lawrence from EPS to talk about their dashboard.
Thank you, Mr. Cobalt. The current crime maps that are published on the City of Edmonton website are the 8 crime indicators that only represent 15% of the crime reported to EPS. So EPS is going to move to a near-time suite of dashboards, enhancing our commitment to transparency and accountability to the citizens of Edmonton. We are going to make readily available crime and call for service data that will be available to be mapped down to the neighborhood level. The dashboard will be launched in fall of 2021 on the Edmonton Police Service website. With that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Corbold.
Thank you. While there remains a great deal of work to do, we believe that all 3 partners are working in good faith to navigate this path together with Edmontonians. We look forward to coming back to Council in early 2022 to update you on our progress and share additional opportunities to strengthen our approach to a healthy, safe, vibrant, and inclusive city. All important aspects to achieving our goal of making Edmonton a safe and well city. With the ongoing collaboration of partners, we will continue moving forward together to co-create a city that is safer for all. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and now we will turn it over to Mr. Smythe and to Chief McPhee to make their presentation on the joint dispatch business case. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Andre. Joining Chief McPhee and myself for this part of the presentation this morning, we have 2 members of the external consulting team, Holly Allier from Cornerstone Planning Group and Melanie Smith from Smith Brownlee and Associates. And for questions on this item, just to let committee know, we have a number of senior staff who provided input and leadership on this project. Chief Zitelny from Fire Rescue, Brian Singleton, Deputy Fire Chief from Technical Services from Edmonton Fire Rescue, Carrie Holton McDonald, Branch Manager of Edmonton Transit, Ron Anderson. Ron is the Chief Innovation and Technology Officer from Edmonton Police Services. Also have Lori Lorenz, who played a major role here, Acting Executive Director, Value and Impact Division from Edmonton Police. And we also have another consultant, Dave Wetter, who is a principal also at Cornerstone Planning Group. So this cross-referenced report, item 6.2 in the agenda, provides a comprehensive business case for a framework to move to an integrated call evaluation and dispatch model for requests for service that have a social, mental health, or addiction component. The goal for the integrated call evaluation and dispatch system is to eliminate barriers, increase understanding and engagement by stakeholders, and move the response from a traditional emergency response of police, fire, and EMS toward an integrated continuum of response. So through a comprehensive and iterative process of interviews, workshops, literature reviews, and 2 working papers, the objectives of the system were defined. These are a system that must be scalable, sustainable, interoperable, and measurable. With those brief remarks, I'll pass it over to Chief McPhee.
Thanks, Rob. It all starts with a call. 911, 311, 211, non-emergencies, transit watch. Within the city of Edmonton, there are a dozen different intake numbers. Though the circumstance around when to connect each may appear clear in theory, the reality is that a large subset of calls blurs these boundaries and can implicate multiple agencies. Emergencies are dynamic by nature. Information and conditions change rapidly. And what may initially appear to only involve one agency quickly evolves into several. Regardless, a call can't conclude without the right services and resources. A joint dispatch center aligns various partner agencies towards collective outcomes. Collective outcomes is obviously the goal. It's also a key part of the Safer for All work plan. We have an opportunity for city partners such as EPS, Transit, EFRS to come together not only for the benefit of governments and cost efficiency, but for the benefit of Edmontonians needing the services. Though we have yet to explore the full scope of those efficiencies, collaboration of this nature makes sense from a budgetary standpoint, from a customer service standpoint, and from a community and safety and well-being standpoint. To be successful, we need the right partners involved, and we need to identify outcomes and accountability across the board. All partners have a responsibility to track the value of this work and share data to ensure the effective call intake, response, and post response. Over the years, we have built silos using traditional responder frameworks. It's time to change the game and move beyond an active response structure by integrating our efforts. We further reduce harm and continue improving wraparound support for Edmontonians. Dispatch shouldn't just be about how fast we get to the call. It should be about having the right resources in place to respond properly and prevent the second, the fifth, the 10th, and in many cases, the 50th call from happening. I will now turn it over to Mel and Holly to do the presentation from as our consultants in this process.
Thank you very much for the time and opportunity to present for you today. My name is Holly Allier from Cornerstone Planning. With me for this presentation is Melanie Smith from Smith Brown Lee and Associates. Cornerstone works side by side with Smith Brown Lee and Associates and Paravel and Taylor throughout the 4 months we had allotted to develop this business case. As you can see, our process was responsive to what we learned along the way. At times, we restructured our approach as the evidence of the need for and interest in this business case evolved weekly and provided new insights. We are looking to create the framework for a long-term approach rather than another initiative created to resolve an immediate need. We also did not restrict ourselves to looking at this solely from a police lens. This framework is aligned with the social services support ecosystem with a focused approach to optimize calls for service within the call evaluation and dispatch functions. Key learnings emerged during the current situation review and during the extensive literature review for benchmarks and case studies. It became clear that there are many cities and organizations working on similar call diversion projects, though most focus solely on police response. Few considered all of the different organizations and how service could be delivered for mental health, addictions, and social disorder type events. Edmonton has established programs with community-based and provincial level crisis diversion organizations. However, these are not fully integrated at this time. The model for call evaluation and dispatch presented here is truly a unique innovation as it looks at systemic solutions over the short and longer term and presents an opportunity that has not been fully realized anywhere else. A clear governance and oversight structure is the key to the success of a fully integrated system.
To facilitate an analysis and discussion regarding the complete continuum of an event, we define 3 phases: intake, deployment, and post-event. The intake phase includes the initial receipt of the request for service. The deployment phase includes a notification or dispatch and the response of the appropriate resources. The post-event phase is a follow-up support provided to the client after the event has been completed. Each of these phases has impacts on each other and need to be considered as a whole in an integrated system. Currently, the intake phase can be handled by 2 different call evaluators depending on how the call for service is received. A call could be received through 911, or it could be received directly by one of the organization's call evaluators through any of the 30 unique intake methods: phone, text, or CCTV camera monitored by a dispatcher. Many 911 calls are the result of situations that have a need for speed. For example, events such as structure fires, cardiac incidents, or weapons incidents. Due to provincial legislative requirements, the 911 call evaluator has 60 seconds to answer the call, determine the caller's location and phone number, and get enough information to be able to transfer the call to the appropriate organization. Detailed call evaluation is managed by the organization call evaluator after the call has been transferred from the 911 call evaluator. Given that, it is critical that the intake processes for all organizations be modified to ensure consistency, so the client receives the same level of service no matter which organization they call or are transferred to. The intake phase is directly impacted by the deployment phase. How an organization or group of organizations respond to a situation will drive the information to be gathered and the assistance provided during the intake phase. Likewise, the post-event phase is critical to the process. Being able to provide longer-term support can reduce the need for the client to request assistance in the future. Therefore, before the intake process can be altered, decisions must be made on the deployment and post-event phases. All of this led to a new way of looking at the framework for an integrated model. A matrix was developed that combined degrees and elements of integration. The degrees of integration identify progressive levels of collaboration of the organizations both internally and externally. Elements of integration are the features that make the degrees of integration possible. The goal is to move from the cooperate level, where the organizations are responding to calls for service with informal relationships, siloed information systems, unique processes, and training, to the integrated level, where multiple organizations agree to merge into a new, fully interoperational, inter-organizational relationship. This would include the sharing of technology, information, common processes, and training, as well as clear and supportive governance and oversight structure. This is not a quick one-step process. It's a framework for a long-term approach that is scalable, sustainable, measurable, and interoperable. To start the process, 47 action items were created to move towards the desired degree of integration. These action items were assigned milestone targets to assist in the migration from cooperate to integrate, organizing them into short, medium, and long-term initiatives. This integrated model requires clear and focused leadership. From our perspective, this leadership role is not something that can be done off the side of someone's desk. It requires the stewardship of a designated resource. So what does that mean, and how do we know when we have reached the desired integration state? A framework has been developed that will allow organizations to monitor how they are moving towards integration both internally and externally. The full framework is included in the report. It is intended to be used as a tool to monitor progress and adapt as the scope of elements and needs of the organization and community change. This framework alone is a unique innovation given its framing and holistic approach to create a shift in how calls for service are managed through the response continuum. The outcomes developed during the project were aligned with the framework and include all phases of the response continuum. This framework is aligned with the social services support ecosystem with a focused approach to optimized call for service within the call evaluation and dispatch function. Organizational capacity, consistent training, and service delivery by all organizations will be required to ensure the client's needs are addressed in the most appropriate manner, not only when the call is initially received, but also after the event when support is still required. Opportunities for further integration include future technologies such as NextGen 911, which will allow for more sharing of information. It will be possible to have the information already collected be transferred with the call, reducing the number of times the client is asked the same questions. Common data elements collected and shared will allow for coordinated response and support data metrics being developed for key performance indicators and the potential to recognize changes in patterns of service, all with a goal to be agile and scalable to quickly pivot with the needs of the community. Integration of service partners does not necessarily mean co-location of all services. Operational changes may impact several of the organization's resources. Finding ways to mitigate or share the cost impacts will be a significant challenge, as each of the partners has their own sources for operating and capital funding. This will likely involve a series of MOUs relating to specific costs and/or funding sources, and will adjust and evolve as the operating model shifts through the degrees of integration.
From the 47 action items identified, several have been designated as priorities for short-term action to support the implementation of this business case. First and foremost is the formalization of a governance system to support the move toward an integrated call evaluation and dispatch system. The creation of a working group focused on the technology aspects of integration is also required, as well as arrangements for enhanced sharing of information resources and materials. Orientation and training programs will need to be developed, and potential benefits of co-location for some call evaluation and dispatch functions will need to be explored. And to conclude, The innovation within Edmonton's proposed integrated call evaluation and dispatch system lies beyond the short-term action items and highlights the unique opportunities for all organizations involved to pivot and work in an integrated manner in the years to come. We could not have achieved this without the support of all involved, particularly the stakeholder groups who participated. So thank you to all who contributed. This concludes our presentation. Chief McPhee, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. To be clear, integration is the future, but the reality is that an undertaking of this size will take some time. There are many moving parts, but there is also a need to get it right from the beginning. The EPS and the city have already started moving toward this. We've hired a project lead with the mandate to find the most effective way to make a joint dispatch possible. In the coming weeks and months, our lead will be dedicated to preparing the EPS for strategic implementation and our partners with the same. This is how we begin transforming our systems towards a better and a smarter way of operating to the benefit of all Edmontonians. Again, it all starts with a call. Thank you. Rob?
So thanks, Chief, and thanks, Holly and Melanie. So that concludes our presentations on items 6.1 and 6.2 on the agenda. Following the speakers, we can, of course, return and answer questions of council. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for those comprehensive presentations. It really shows us the scale of work involved. We will now hear from speakers on this item in a panel, one panel. So each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, those attendees participating virtually, which is all of you, may wish to use a timer at home, and I highly recommend that. When you are finished, please stay in your seat or online, as committee may wish to ask questions. For those who are with us today, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. And also, if you are not accustomed to this way of presenting, please acquaint yourself to the controls of your Google Meet before you are called to speak, so that you can avoid any unnecessary delay to your presentation. All right, so having said that, we will hear from our first speaker, Rob Houle.
Thank you, committee. I just want to confirm that, yes, there's a copy. So thank you very much for the invite today. Rob Houle, Nitsikatsun, Wapsissipi Tandeo Chinia. My name is Rob Houle. I come from Swan River First Nation. I was a member of the Community Safety Wellbeing Task Force, and I will be presenting on my presentation, Safer for All at the Cost of the Few, or an analysis of the work plan for community safety and wellbeing and a microcosm of Canada in general. Next slide, scroll down. Make no mistake, the issues surrounding the discussion around Canada Day fireworks, the tragic findings of lost and murdered Indigenous children, and the substance of this report, which has had some updates since we chatted last, but are all part of the same issue and the same kind of conversation that's happening around Canada in general. The report states as much. The feelings and experiences of the few are erased and eroded by the majority of Edmontonians. There's statements in the report around how only a few Edmontonians feel unsafe or feel mistreated, and in general, the city is safe, and that is could not be farther from the truth. The foreword of the report is detached from reality. It is written as if George Floyd never died, as if Black Lives Matter and other movements didn't push for systemic change, as if the hearings last year did not happen. And it is evidence to me, as a former task force member, that City Council and administration still do not believe us in regards to our report. Scroll down, please. Key points. I went through the report a number of times before and after our meeting with Andre. The data within the report is irrelevant and skewed. using statistics from 2018 to 2019, a full 2 years before George Floyd was killed, and these movements started for change, and the discussion around the role of police should not be utilized to try to show that the city is safer for anyone. They are out of touch of the current place and time and out of touch of reality. There needs to be more work done and better data used. The crime committed by Derek Chauvin has changed the conversation. The data should reflect that new conversation. The only data point that really matters in the report is that 37% of Edmontonians now are BIPOC individuals or from a non-white community. These are not a few people. So from our hearings, we know that a lot of people have negative interactions with police. Almost 40% of the population is a lot of people, and to denounce their experiences is plain white supremacy. Scroll down, please. 5 times is the number of times in the 52 pages and thousands of words the task force work is referenced in this report. So what is the report for if it's not for being informed? So next slide. Administration worked. This is the motion that council passed. Andre touched on it. Work with the EPC to develop a joint strategy informed by the report. Next slide. Did administration carry that task as prescribed by council? I would say with only 5 references of our task force report, I would say no, it is not fully informed. Next slide. I'm on the slide now. Why didn't administration do as asked? Well, they invited EPS and the EPC to sit with them, Chief McPhee and others within the Edmonton Police Service to carry out the tasks given to the EPC. This again confirms the findings of our task force report that the commission is missing and is out of touch with its scope and mandate. There is no reason why they should not be able to carry out the work of looking at the task force recommendations and developing an action plan. That is why they have that governance role. There is a perception that the administration can pick and choose which actions they carry forward. That is not what we recommended when we appeared in front of council. As I've had expressed to me, as a task force member, we were expecting an item by item idea and timeline of how these recommendations would be carried forward. That's not what we were given, and that's not what's before you. So next slide. If it's not a work plan, then what is it? Well, it very much reads, and when I went through it the first time, it is an annual report of EPS administration and EPC's tasks to date. There's very little on new activities. There's very little on next steps. And it's troubling. It's written as if it's in a vacuum, void of what's going on in the outside world. And I make the point that on June 11th, EPS killed an unarmed person. Media reports and everything say there is no weapon ever recovered. So that tells me that we're still not moving in the right direction. Next slide. I went through and I looked at the task force recommendations, how they're referenced in the report. I'll leave this for you to go through. There are some that aren't referenced at all. There are some that aren't within the scope of the plan. That is a huge miss because the report was written with the understanding that council and administration would be carrying out and would be able to carry out some of these and the majority of recommendations. Next slide. So after my review, 10 of the 14 are referenced. That is being generous. That's with a lot of leeway. Next slide. And as Andre referenced, there's comments in the report around individual people about more than race. This denounces systemic racism and very much akin to all lives matter retorts that we hear to Black Lives Matter and misses the point entirely. Racism and racist people exist within systems and structures. Their behaviors impact how people experience the world. To say that race is not a factor in how people experience things is a huge miss. It is wrong on all levels, and it is troubling to say the least. Next slide. This is just a comment around, as I started it out, it is all part of the same conversation around Indigenous people, how we feel, how we experience BIPOC individuals, how they feel and see the world. They are the minority, but at some time we're looking for the majority to step up and be partners with us at right now, in this date and time, today, this morning, there are 1,553 unmarked graves of Indigenous children being uncovered. There are many more to come. I implore Andre and others within administration to reconsider the fireworks display that is scheduled for tomorrow, because we should not be lighting fireworks and celebrating this country while we are uncovering dead children. If it was any other child aside from an Indigenous child, we would not be having fireworks. I draw a comparison to the tragedy in Saskatchewan a number of years ago, where the world stopped. The city stopped doing things. There was a memorial at Rogers Place with thousands of people. Traffic was stopped. Things like that happened. And for 4 people who had connections to the city of Edmonton, we are talking about thousands upon thousands of children being uncovered. And we should not be celebrating, and we should not be setting off fireworks. It is a dishonorable action, and I implore people in power to reconsider it and postpone it to another day of celebration. Save the fireworks for New Year's Eve and have a big old bash. I don't care. Do not do it with the knowledge of dead children in the back of everyone's mind. And I'm thankful to non-Indigenous people who have taken some of these arguments forward, and I look forward to any questions council may have on this report.
Thank you, Mr. Houle. We will now move to Gemma Dunn. If it's Gemma, please correct me.
Thank you, Mr. Paquette. No, you got my name right. It's Gemma. Good morning, everybody. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations, and I'm here to speak to the role of the non-profit sector in creating a welcoming city for all. In May 2021, ECVO released a report titled Transforming the Non-Profit Sector in Edmonton, Identifying Myths, Trends and Areas for Change. The desire to transform a non-profit community emerged early on during the COVID-19 pandemic and came from a group of leaders who saw the need to reimagine how non-profit organisations operate. Our ability to invent new futures not only depends on our willingness and capacity to critically examine both our past and present, it also requires that we remain open to the possibility that the world could be very different if other power constellations were in place. We have seen the resilience of the sector during this mass disruption, with many organisations stepping up and providing support where they are most needed. We must collectively ensure a post-COVID-19 era is one that is more inclusive, more just and more equitable. This requires that the non-profit sector, the private sector, governments and stakeholders work together better with reframed thinking. ECVO identified a framework for action that combines the social determinants of health with the 4 pillars of non-profit action used by the Miami Workers Centre. The pillar of service talks about that there's no denying that non-profit services are an essential part of our social, political and economic fabric. As the economist Armin Yeltsin has argued, our economy can only thrive when the planet is healthy and we are taking care of human security and development, both key functions of non-profit organisations. It is for this reason that all non-profit services, regardless of whether they are focused on poverty relief, conservation efforts, recreation programming or the maintenance of art and historical sites, should not only be recognised as fundamental part of our social and political and economic fabric. The goal within the pillar of service is to ensure that programmes and activities are not only well funded, but that funding is used to the best interests of our society and the environment. The pillar of power. In an essay titled Social Service or Social Change, Paul Keeble wrote, "We need to engage in battles against specific kinds of exploitation, exclusion, marginalisation, discrimination and violence, while simultaneously engaging in a longer-term redistribution of wealth and power. It is important that those working towards transformational social change do not conflate the terms wealth and power. Unlike wealth, power is something that is exercised between individuals rather than materially possessed. The goal in the pillar of power is therefore to exercise a counterpower by destabilising Eurocentric paradigms and redistributing the wealth within the sector in ways that increase community engagement and autonomy, ensuring community accountability and actively invest in those most directly impacted by interpersonal, institutional and systemic harms." The pillar of consciousness, as defined within this pillar, means being aware of the social, political and economic forces that have shaped our present-day reality. None of these forces are naturally existing. There are many possibilities for change. The goal within the pillar of consciousness is to increase awareness of both dominant and non-dominant knowledge systems and build social justice muscle needed to transform the non-profit and in turn the broader community. And finally, the pillar of policy. As the nonprofit community has been increasingly dependent on short-term project grants, many organisations have been forced to prioritise direct service delivery at the expense of advocating for the policy changes that would improve how they deliver these same services. These organisations that have continued to work within the policy sphere have primarily directed their efforts towards a single vector identity rather than acknowledging the intersecting oppressions people experience and seeking to address system-level issues that work across these identities. The goal within the pillar of policy is to empower non-profit organisations, given their place within civil society, to act as a forum where individuals can discuss issues that impact them and explore more just policies. This work is not easy. It will require us to be bold, to think big and work in new ways for the collective good of our communities. Non-profits are diverse and enrich the social, cultural experience of Edmontonians. What brings the sector together is the desire to serve communities. When we start from this viewpoint, the non-profit sector's diversity becomes a strength because we know that the rich multidisciplinary knowledge and expertise held across the sector significantly enhances the value to public policy dialogue. Non-profits are well equipped to take a lead on addressing inequalities by gender, income, race, as this is an area where we hold experience and expertise, even though the sector itself still has work to do in these areas. In all orders of government, the private sector look to the non-profit sector to lead on providing knowledge of first-hand experience, analysis of trends, and interpretation of the research on inequities. Non-profits are well positioned to make sense of the impacts on communities that have been created through these unaddressed inequities. I would ask that the sector is continued to be looked at as a key partner in this ongoing dialogue on community wellness and anti-racism. We are experts on what it takes to make Edmonton a welcoming, healthy, and diverse city. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to Evelyn Asedu.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes,
No?
and
Okay,
did I
great.
pronounce your last name correctly?
Very close. It's Asiadu. It's like, it sounds like
Asiadu,
I do, but it's like Asiadu. Yeah, you got it. Thank you so much. And thank you, counselors, for letting me speak today. My name is Dr. Evelyn Asiadu. I'm a research, current and recent PhD graduate from the U of A. I moved to the city of Edmonton in 2013 for that purpose. I'm also finishing up my postdoctoral research fellowship at Environment and Climate Change Canada, and will be moving to a post in Thompson Rivers University. So that's just a little introduction to myself. I also was a community member as part of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. And I thank Mr. Cobbold for taking the time to speak with us Friday, the 18th of June, I believe, to give us a preview and to talk about our thoughts and feelings. So while I was a community member, I cannot claim to speak for everybody on the task force today, but I will give my thoughts and feelings about the interim report. So we'll start with some positive feedback. I was really excited to read some of the cross-cutting themes, which read fairly well. I'm excited to hear about the podcast series, the funding for new housing and the Indigenous housing projects, as well as things like the community outreach transit team I thought was really cool, and the idea of crime prevention through design are really, really things that I think are a good place for us to start. But generally, I think that the report could have been written in, I think, fewer words. There's a lot of great first steps, but I found it to be, while wordy, somewhat vague in some areas, and it creates more questions, some of which I'll bring up as I proceed. So there's 4 key areas I'd like to talk about today in my 3.5 minutes. So we'll try and fit them all in. But the 4 key areas are tone, structure, and writing, the disconnect with perhaps what's happening on the ground, and statistics. So to start with tone, at the beginning of the report, the comparisons between the majority of Edmontonians who find the police are doing a good job and the few dozens who stepped up last year or what have you. That comparison and that tone sets for a somewhat dismissive and not a good place for someone like me to read from. In terms of structure and writing, it kind of reads, it's hastily written. There are missing words, grammatical errors. There are lists of buzzwords that are not carefully chosen. And above all, as Mr. Houle mentioned, it's not written in a way that is easily accessible to reference the 14 community safety and wellbeing recommendations that were created and presented in April. In terms of the disconnect, so there are things like, for example, if something was said, street checks are initiated when an officer wants to check on a person's health and well-being. That's not always true. And I think Chief McPhee had alluded to that, we're not necessarily all police the same way. And so there's certain assumptions that individuals, it was said that at an individual level, the person needing assistance knows where to go and who to ask for help. And that also is not the case. So the last theme I want to address before going into questions, statistics and data storytelling are important. So I find that the use of statistics is somewhat inconsistent and is used often in ways that prop up what is already being done and not necessarily highlighting what needs to be done. And that is quite a bit of a challenge. So, also as Mr. Poole had mentioned before, our demographics in the city are changing, and the majority of while the majority of people are perhaps white, Anglo-Saxon, there is more and more people of color and minorities in our city, and that's important to consider. So moving to questions in terms of how to make the connections, there's a point that talks about reducing the fine for fare evasion from $250 to $150. So this is one example that demonstrates that the point has been missed, because someone who cannot pay $250 will also not be able to pay $150 for a ticket. The encampment response team, I've heard through the grapevine, is while the idea is great, it sounds like it's more of like a hide and seek, or perhaps maybe more of a seek and seek, where people who are displaced are continuously displaced and they cannot be housed within the time that they are given to move on. So while housing is changing and hotels are being repurposed for this initiative, it's not happening quickly enough. I have a question about the added security at LRT stations. Who is that security for? We know that there's been a number of incidents, and we need to pin down why that's happening. And then in terms of data storytelling, it's the how and the what is important. So one comment, the city will refine the community safety and wellbeing dashboard. So who's creating the questions? How will we ensure that it's a representative cross-section of the population? And will the data be disaggregated? Last thing I have 10 seconds to say is that minimum shelter standards are being developed and will be presented to City Council in August 2021. I'm really excited to see that. And I'm wondering if this is in line with creating low shelter barriers, and our low barrier shelters, are they a priority at this time? So data is important. I think more data needs to be included in the next report, and there was not enough included in this report. And my time is up. So thank you guys for allowing me to speak, and look forward to speaking and answering questions later.
Thank you, Doctor. We now have Naima Hayil, and if I pronounce that correctly, please correct me.
Mr. Chair, they have not checked in yet, and our office has not been able to make contact with them.
Okay, so I will not know today. Okay, so next is Charlie Hill.
Yes, good morning, everyone. First off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Charlie Hill, as mentioned, so thank you for that. I'm not necessarily from the Edmonton area, but what I am from is I've moved around from different cities, and I've seen what's being done, especially in the province of Ontario and the province of Quebec. So I think I want to take this time to share my thoughts on how Edmonton as a city can approach the issues at hand for today. So I'll try and keep this brief, obviously, since I only have 4 minutes and 30 odd seconds left. The first point I want to make out is the complete lack of language concerning the rising percentages of Islamophobia within the city of Edmonton. And as in general, I find there's a complete lack of transparency and a lack of language on how we will have direct action towards acts of hatred towards marginalized communities. Secondly, would be the transparency and the accountability of the police department. Now, I've read a couple of the reports that I've looked up here, and we see first off is the example for the encampment check-ins that has been addressed in the previous presentation. Now, I'm more focused on the actual officers and the actual staff that are going to be there on the front lines. I think it would be important for citizens of Edmonton to know and understand the equipment that these officers are going to be showing up to these encampments in. And I think it's important to remain transparent and accountable, and to understand that when they're doing these checks, they are checking on the well-being of the people on these encampments. Their roles are to provide some measure of security for the medical staff, for which has not been explained at all. And I think it's important that these police officers should not be carrying lethal weapons when they are addressing these people. These are very vulnerable individuals, and anything to escalate violence is going to be counterproductive. So I think that's something that needs to be kept in mind on the account of the Edmonton Police Service. And lastly, I reviewed the Recover Plan on urban wellness here, and it mentions the three-legged stool proposed by the urbanist Jay Pitter. And one of the legs is police. Now, I don't necessarily hate police officers. I hate when they abuse power and when they're not often checked on the abuse of power. And as you've mentioned, it is a problem. So I appreciate your acknowledgement for that. However, if we see on the stool here that this urban wellness program is basing off of, police is one of the three pegs on, or the three legs on the stool. Yet your business documents discussing the budget and discussing who's being consulted, a solid majority of the stakeholders being consulted are EPS, and quite frankly, I fail to understand how we can include the powers of the police in 1/3 of community safety when they are being almost the majority of the people being consulted. There are only 2 people that are outside the Edmonton Police Service and the Edmonton Transit Service that are being consulted. And I think there needs to be better communication towards that. I think there needs to be a better outreach of the individual of parties that can give guidance on how to treat these issues in a non-policing way. Because we've seen over the years that police tend to have a tendency to be a little more violent and abusive. But again, this is all to talk about how we fix that. So that's good on that end. And that will pretty much summarize all the points that I thought was worth mentioning. And I'll be happy to give time to the next person in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We now have Hanan Mohammed.
Mr. Chair, they also did not check in today.
Okay. Next on the list is Yodi Tesfamichael.
Hi, can you guys all hear me?
We can.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Yodit, and I'm a community organizer with Black Women United. I'm here to support Muslim women advocates in their calls for immediate action to provide safety to Muslim women and girls. My focus today will be discussing immediate concerns on preventing further attacks from taking place towards Muslim women and girls. Particularly in light of the recent attacks, it's concerning that the interim and the work plan does not mention hate crimes, hate incidences, or hate crime reporting. I do want to start off with reporting. So hate crimes are grossly underreported, and there's a few reasons as to why we've heard this happen. And examples of fear of reprisal, so people's information being given out. The other, of course, is that when Muslim women do report, they are not taken seriously by EPS. And in fact, it was only last year that a Muslim woman reported, and she was laughed at by members of the staff. In order to understand the severity of anti-Muslim hate in Edmonton, reporting needs to be safe and accessible. EPS needs to ensure that Muslim women can come forward, and at this point, EPS needs to act swiftly. There has been enough engagement to understand what safe reporting means and how safer reporting models can be implemented. EPS needs to move on this immediately. Muslim women are living in fear and do not have adequate avenues to report on what has happened and what is happening to them. The second is the issue of knowledge sharing with community. So Muslim women are being left out without tools and resources to protect themselves and their families. People need all available information on who is actively challenging the safety of Muslim women. We believe that EPS has the information that would be valuable and important to preventing harm within the community. EPS does monitor and track incidents in certain cases with the hopes of getting a prosecution. However, the community needs to know who these individuals are rather than wait for incidences to take place in favor of a successful prosecution. EPS does have information on individuals who are known to be a threat to the Muslim community, and it is our understanding that EPS has knowledge of known perpetrators but do not engage until perpetrators violate the criminal code. So it appears from the community that EPS does not directly engage in preventative harm. It is important that Muslim community knows who these perpetrators are or who've crossed EPS's radar. Information needs to be shared, as it is just too dangerous and harmful to wait and do nothing. In terms of advocating on the criminal code, so Muslim community members have talked about the issue of the narrowness of the definition of hate crimes and hate incidences, and the area where municipal governments can act on the issue of social responsibility is advocating on updating the definition for hate crimes. Though we understand that criminal code is not within the jurisdiction of municipal governments and their partners, given the rise in attacks and the difficulty with which EPS is able to prosecute hate incidences and hate crimes, we feel it's necessary for municipalities and EPS to think beyond the limitations of their work, because ultimately this affects Edmonton citizens. They're being impacted. You need to re-examine the criminal code definition of a hate crime. Communities have been saying that the definition of a hate crime is too narrow. The city and EPS are in a position to advocate on updating the definition so that it is reflective of the realities of harm and hatred that is being directed towards Muslim women and their communities. To leave this task to the communities is a massive burden. EPS and municipal government need to be involved and have the resources and expertise to work with provincial, national partners towards this issue. Lastly, leadership and denouncing hate. It is on our political leadership to show up and denounce wholeheartedly Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate. These perpetrators are feeling emboldened. They are feeling emboldened because of the response of some political leadership, or rather the lack of response. There needs to be a denouncement of hate incidences, or even questioning the occurrence of hate incidences and hate crimes. That too is a form of violence. The city councils and leaders every single day must repeat again and again that these hate incidences are not okay, that Islamophobia is not okay, and that anti-Muslim hate is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Trent Daly.
Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. My name is Trent Daly. I'm the Vice Chair of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee in the City of Edmonton here on Treaty 6 in Amiskwaci, Waskaikan. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force report centered Edmonton Police Service. It did not center those affected in the way that it needed to do. The way the report was organized and the way that City Council and Edmonton Police Service have discussed the report seems to indicate that it is a prop to justify maintaining EPS systems. To me, 1/3 of police calls being not criminal indicates a need to reallocate funding to organizations and roles better suited to keep people safe, such as mental health and the needs of unhoused persons, unhoused people who are disproportionately Indigenous and disproportionately survivors of residential schools. We need a community-led approach to community safety that is proactive and not reactive. We need to consider what community safety looks like. In our city, Muslim women who observe the hijab have been under attack, disproportionately Black Somali Muslim women. These attacks are concerning. We cannot respond to these attacks by increasing enforcement via transit officers who are shown to engage in use of force against targeted populations around transit. Muslim women must be consulted on community safety moving forward. An event for Muslim women in Edmonton was recently Zoom bombed by people promoting anti-Muslim hate. The online sphere is increasingly aiding in directed attacks on racialized Edmontonians by local white supremacists known to police, who are active on platforms like Twitter and TikTok. Also, putting responsibility on individuals through self-defense training is not a solution, and it is often inaccessible to disabled persons. Additionally, I would like to echo the concerns of other speakers like Mr. Houle that the fireworks display be postponed. The $250,000 spent on this display could have funded around 125 people's housing via the Housing First program in Edmonton, paying for 1 month's rent and a damage deposit for each person, an unhoused population currently experiencing an unprecedented heat wave. I implore City Council and administration to consult with the affected as they progress with this work done by the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force, and I beg you to ensure that this is transparent and accessible to the general public. Edmonton is watching, and Edmonton is tired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. We will now hear from Shalina Sinha.
Thank you. I noticed 2 speakers yielded 2.5 minutes and a minute, and I would love that to be added somewhere and to my piece if it could be done. So I am here as a person. I'm Shalini Sinha, and I'm also the chair of the city's Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. And while I'm not speaking with a unified voice from that committee, we're a diverse group. Number of us, Trent is here as our vice chair, I'm here. We're speaking from what we're hearing in the communities and what I'm hearing in our meetings. And I think it's important that we're here and we have a voice because we're referenced a lot. That as though the city having an anti-racism advisory committee is somehow a solution, but we need to be included in these dialogues. So I want to start by saying that just a clarification or addendum to the final point that our city manager, Andre Corbeau, made, that he recognized by speaking to anti-racists a need for anti-Black and anti-Indigenous visibility in the report. I just want to remind him and just make the point that that was actually brought to him by a Muslim woman, and she was referring to the invisibility of Muslim women in the report and Muslims in general. And to remind Edmonton that these attacks that are happening, that are increasing in frequency and violence, are gender-based violence against a racialized group. It is Muslim women being attacked, not all Muslims, not all women, not all racialized people, and we need to respond specifically. I think it's important for us to look at why these visibilities are not included in the report, and I want to say because it's currently still coming from a systems point of view, and systems do keep individuals invisible. For anti-racism to occur, we need a shift in power, and we're still struggling with this. And I know with my communication with council members at different meetings, council is also still struggling with this. Edmonton is struggling with this. So the whole fact that the action on the task force report was an implementation and strategy report put in the hands of city administration and police commission without collaborating and partnering with communities shows a lack of systems shift. There's a struggle, and we're seeing that reflected. We're not seeing the viewpoint and the voice of people affected by this issue in here. And in that, I'm going to add my tremendous concern, and I want to validate what Trent said earlier about how EPS is centered in this report, not the people who are affected. But I want to add my tremendous concern of how much that solution centers around the hiring of the police chief and who the current police chief is. That is not sustainable of a shift of a system if it relies on an individual. When that individual goes at some point, what is the change in the system? And how did we build in a new system that was beyond that one individual? I think these are extremely important perspectives and points to take into account. I want to appreciate that when challenged by us at the Anti-Racism Committee, our city manager was open to and responded to this lack of community participation and community voice in this by agreeing and committing to have more communication with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and to having communication meetings with myself. And while I appreciate that, and this has been very useful and is a new first step given where we have come from, I want to say how clearly that is not enough. We must have partners in this strategy formation and implementation development from the communities. And this will take us away from the dominant colonial inheritance that we have in our structures and our mindset that have caused these problems for us. And I would like to say very strongly that the peoples of the world that we need to look to and follow their leadership on, who are currently still the best at understanding friendship, partnership, and collaboration, are the First Nations people of this land. And I would like us to back Indigenous leadership and mindset and to have a perspective of learning if we go forward on this. I don't see us satisfactorily changing anything as long as we maintain in this colonial view of leaving this to the hands of those who have all the power, because we're seeing this here. I also want to add two more points. One is that I want to add to the actions to include strengthening, collaborating with, and including community-based responses that are different and that work, especially the Bear Clan Patrol, which is what I heard repeatedly when I spoke to community about what was happening with this report. I also want to say that diversity in hiring does not change a system. And while there's a lot of attention here to diverse hiring, that does not change a system. That just forces people to assimilate into the current system or to leave with traumatic experiences. But there is not a lot happening here that's demonstrating a change in culture in the organization. And finally, and I know my time is up, but I do want to say that we currently have the anti-racism grant program and it's open at the moment, and it's outstanding that this is new and we have it. And I want to remind you that the funding for this was 300,000, and I have just heard that the funding for the fireworks is 250,000. And I want to ask you if you are happy with that.
Okay.
The
I would
300,000.
love to give you more time, but we've extended.
This is my last
the
point.
limit. Okay.
This is my last point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Which is, are you happy that that is what the city is currently allocating to community-based anti-racism, which is where the voices and strategies need to come from to affect change on this issue of community safety, as well as many more things. And I ask you to reflect on that and change that. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry to cut you off. Just
No, I appreciate your flexibility.
all right. So those are our speakers. And I'll check to see if there are any questions from committee. And, you know, I did neglect to see if there were council members joining us today. You know, we'll recognize that Mayor Iveson joined us on the list. And just in the interest of courtesy, I will just scroll through very quickly to see. And we've got Councillor Bango with us. We've got Councillor Hamilton with us. Councillors McKean is here, as is Councillor Cartmel. And I know that Councillor Henderson had been here earlier as well.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm
Yeah.
here as well.
Oh, and Councillor Esslinger is here as well. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for speaking up and letting us know. We will now move to questions, and I see that we've got Councillor Knack on the list. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I want to, if I can, ask, it's Dr. Asiadu. Did I pronounce, I think I heard the pronunciation right. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, I was struggling with my mic.
No, I understand. Don't worry. That's fine. So I guess my question I wanted to ask, you talked about how the report is hard to determine if recommendations are complete. So I felt a little bit similar. Now in the presentation we got, did you get to see the presentation? Because I felt like the recommendation alignment started to move us down that path, but I'm wondering if that's sort of what you're expecting, is essentially a list of here's all of the recommendations that were made, here's the action that we've taken that we feel helps best address that, and then if it's maybe not addressed, here's the timeline for when we're expecting to tackle that. Is that sort of how you wanted to see that?
Yeah, that would be a much better for approach. I think that the table that was displayed today was like a good start, but they were just bullet points, right? Like the bullet points don't tell us what or how is happening and how that links back to what was in the interim report. So if a table like that was to be used, in my opinion, it would be good to have like maybe numbers or letters or symbols which link to a specific paragraph or series of points which address what is happening and what are the next steps in an itemized and or numeric way, so it's clear to follow. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's sort of how I envision it too, and I'll ask about that when the time comes. And I know this was an interim check-in at 90 days, so maybe this is something that can be worked on as we go into that next phase, but I just wanted to make sure I've understood that from your perspective. And I think the rest, it was all very clear from what you had mentioned there. So I think I'm good there. Ms. Sinha, I want to ask you, just because you talked about I think you referenced including community responses that work, and that it's more than being that the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, it's not just being communicated to, it's being included with on that next phase of work. So I want to throw out an idea and get your response and take to it. So when we developed the new accessibility policy as a city, contained within that was a requirement to develop action plans from the various departments of how they're going to do that policy. And in this case, the advisory committee is involved in that in varying ways depending on the branch and area. Some of them, with some branches and areas, they're sort of integrated in developing that solution, co-creating it together. In other spaces, it's more of a check-in to see, did we accomplish this the way that needs to be done, and is that how you would envision that? I just wanted to get your take on what that looks like.
I actually think there's some community partners out there, some voices that need to be at this table wider than the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. I would suggest that the role of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee is to support those voices, to reflect back what we are also hearing, and to hold accountability. And if I go back to our mandate, it's to raise awareness and catalyze action. We are holding accountability. And I'll remind you, and I'm pleased that in this week that council considered the most recent report on remuneration, because I will remind you that we put in, as a committee, easily 4 hours a week, because we care about this issue deeply. We offer expert advice, not just passing hobby advice. And we work very hard, and we're often the only ones at any table that we're at who are not being paid at that table, So I'm not looking for us to do more of the heavy lifting. I am looking for community to be at the table.
Absolutely, that's fair. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I think those are all my questions. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate your feedback on this.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Paquette. Sort of almost don't know where to start today other than to thank the speakers for again coming in and reminding us of lived experience for our BIPOC people. When I was listing, I was thinking how difficult this is for me to see and feel after 62 years of brainwashing, I suppose, in a colonial perspective. So it's hard for us to see and feel this yet, I would argue. And we're going to require a lot of guidance from you folks to get closer to a just city. I don't know if we'll ever hit perfect, but Shalini, I wanted to ask you, I guess, first of all, are we, because one of my reactions as a brainwashed 62-year-old man is to feel a little bit defensive, that we've actually moved the needle on housing. We're pushing hard, the provincial government, on things like the opioid overdose crisis, even establishing an anti-racism advisory committee, though I recognize we can't then, sort of wipe our hands and go, oh, okay, that's all done. We have a lot of work to do. But are we moving maybe I need to hear this, and I apologize if this is my sort of fragile white privileged ego here, because I want to work with you. Are we moving the needle at all?
Thank you. Great question. So I will say yes. I think we are moving the needle because we are having these conversations. And moving the needle does not feel comfortable. No. I just need to say, a beautiful woman, Wati Rahman, posted a poem that she wrote earlier in response to these terrifying attacks on Muslim women, and she talked about her rage. And it reminded me that 40 years ago this month, Audre Lorde, who is a Black feminist, lesbian, women's studies lecturer, professor from the States, 40 years ago, she gave a keynote speech on women responding with anger. And I just want to say, one of the things she said is, her fear of her anger taught her nothing. Your fear of that anger will also teach you nothing. So we need to move the conversation from how painful it is to hear this and to connect with our human hearts to know we need to go through this, because it might be painful to hear it sometimes when we talk about it, but it's actually painful for us to feel it all the time. In fact, we die from it. We die from suicide and anxiety, depression, drug use. We die from our experiences of racism. So I want to assure you that we are moving the needle because we're having this conversation. And at the same time, I think if we don't course correct or shift some things at this moment, and we need to be accountable at each point, we will be in danger of losing what we've achieved. So So the powerful speaking to council last summer, 140 people, the formation of the task force, and then the report, and now this report, we're going down a line which is in danger of bringing us back in line with where the system was before. And so we need some radical change. We need to think things differently. We need to allow community to be in as our partners at the table with equal voice, equal power. It can't stay with the systemic leaders. So does that help?
Yeah, but I think you also said, and I thought was intrigued by this, by hiring BIPOC people at the City of Edmonton or Edmonton Police Service, or adding those voices, maybe adding those voices to the Police Commission, a little more important, that's not systemic change. That the system, this is where I feel a little bit blind, is not seeing it in the systems itself. Like I believe that the Edmonton Police Service has no more racial bias in it than any other organization in the City of Edmonton. But I understand that it has awesome powers that the rest of us don't have. But I think we're going to need a lot of understanding and guidance and help, and probably some kicks in the butt around systems, and how we don't, those of us that are in them, who swim in that sea every day, don't necessarily see the problems, and we're going to need a lot of input on that. Would you agree?
Yeah, and I think we should embrace that input on an equal level again, and I don't mean to harp on the point of remuneration, but it's just, and volunteers, it's just an example. So we need to invite players as partners, as equals, and also just to say, actually, there is old research and long-time research from the UK that shows that police forces are actually more vulnerable and susceptible to institutionalized and systemic racism than other institutions and structures. And it's because of the setup and the job that humans are being asked to do, which is to investigate, in many cases, the most terrible things happening in society. And the impact of that on the human psyche means that the human has to protect themselves by being defensive and making short-term discriminatory decisions. And so actually, any police force or any police institution, and this is old research, this is research that I'd say is 15, 20 years old, has demonstrated that police services are much more vulnerable to institutionalized and systemic racism than other institutions in society. And so we need to take that point on. But our way to move forward here is to realize that we need to take the direction of change out of single hands, where the power has been all the time. And we need multiple hands working together as equals, creating the new forms of change. And this is going to bring really good, valuable things to police, to those staff members currently in those situations that sometimes dehumanize them and traumatize them and put them in these middle-aged positions. We need to look after all our humans, and we're only going to do it by bringing all the voices to the table as equal partners.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Councillor McKean, you're out of time.
Oh, I know. Thank you.
We can come back to you. Councillor Benga, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to each and every one of you for coming out today. And I just want to, I know I got quite a few questions, but however, I will go to Shalini first. Shalini, sorry for picking on you. I know you a new system. If you were to draw an outline of a map of the new system, in your mind, what would that be?
I'm honored by the question, honestly. And, I'm asking myself as somebody who, I'm born and I'm raised in Alberta, right? So I'm raised I have the expectations, I have the lived experience that has given me survival mechanisms and I mean, for example, I was sharing with people, this is no secret. I have experienced really lots, a myriad of racist incidences in my life, from violent, threatening to coerced to, I have never once reported one, ever, never, ever. I have never felt that I would gain anything by speaking to a police officer or a manager. Maybe once or twice I reported to a manager and it always went very badly. I have never felt that I would gain more because this is my life. I have to live with this. So I think a new system needs to be formed by more minds than mine. But I know this, it would be far more collaborative. There would be power in several people's hands, which means also there's several people having each other's backs. I do believe that even this whole filtered system, instead of us going around and discussing and being able to say what we have, we're being timed to make sure that we're working to a system, but we actually need to discuss this issue. And we need to discuss it well, and we need to hear each other well. So I do think new systems, I don't think I can answer it in the minute or two here. I do think it takes more minds. I think it would be far more collaborative. And I also think that it's important for those who've been used to and happy with the system to address what fears they have of change to a new system, because actually that's the fear that's stopping us from creating something new. We have the ideas, the community have been trying to say it, and a new system would be good for everybody. We don't want one where anyone is left out. Doesn't matter if you're white or brown or whatever your background is. We want something that's good for everybody.
Okay, and just staying on with you further on, Iraq was supposed to be involved in all these discussions. In your mind, has any input from the Iraq been instituted in these possible course of actions?
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry to say that, and I hope I don't disappoint anyone, and I don't want to break any relationships. I feel like there are good relationships. This is a process that we need to go through. I think Arak's main position is shifting power. So when the task force was formed, and Arak was also very new, we took up the position, and I led on this position that we were there to support the community members involved. The task force then made their report. We held a community event for BIPOC folks in Edmonton to read through process and think about their responses to it. And we have communication with the city manager and various levels in city administration to give our feedback. However, our main point that we need a systems shift is not recognized, is not conceived of yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, and you know what experiences you described, and same thing. I have had those. Again, never reported them, but for whatever reason, it's my, I guess, fault that I did not report them. But whether something would have happened or not, that's different. Thank you.
Thank you. And I won't allow any victim blaming here. Absolutely not. We don't report for very intelligent and good reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. I've got a few quick questions. Rob Houle, you mentioned something about better data. And of course, we know that what can be measured can be improved, but what we measure matters. So I'm just wondering if you can expand on data sources that maybe we should have looked at that we didn't?
Well, I think there needs to be a wholesale re-examination and re-ignition of new data collection tools. The city relies very heavily on bodies like the Insight community and people like that, and surveys and telephone surveys and instruments like that. But there is a certain demographic that has time and means to reply to those types of surveys. And that demographic is not the one often that's being accosted by police and being over policed and having these negative instances. There needs to be a targeted engagement for with BIPOC individuals and communities and organizations to ask them how they feel about being their experiences with police and how they're seeing the city. The data from 2018, 2019, I don't think is relevant anymore and should be, the slate should be wiped clean, and we should do better data collection and more purposeful so that we get a truer sense of what the reality on the ground is.
Yeah, okay. And you had mentioned that in your review of the report, 10 out of 14 actions. Can you expand on that? What actions haven't been taken up that you think, because this is a short-term, effort right now. This is what we can do in the short term, and it didn't really, we've got a longer-term plan coming forward. So I'm wondering if you can.
Yeah, I think for me it's problematic that even in the short term, when you have a small window to start to think about what you're going to achieve, there isn't any tangible new actions in this report. There's a lot of, we're already doing this kind of thing, we're doing this thing, we're doing that thing. The task force report was written in a way so that none of the actions were already underway, that there are differences in the wording and the language of our report that steer things in a different direction. There's talk of an integrated dispatch. We call for an independent integrated dispatch, independent of police, because we recognize the system right now. The police are determining where they go and what they do because they are the first point of contact. And it gets very difficult to accurately assess someone's work when they're developing the work plan and how they do their work. There needs to be, the list is there. I go through it. There are some, I appreciate the chart that Andre created and we looked at. It's very nice, it's very fanciful, but I don't see any of the recommendations that we made being carried forward in this report. And in the bullet points, I don't see it either unless they are actual purposeful actions connected to the report. There's no Indigenous facility being created. There's talks of Indigenous Wellness Center and other things happening tangentially, but we're calling for immediate investment and immediate action on those recommendations.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to switch to Shalini, because in this conversation, it's very easily politicized, and at the same time, a lot of people will be experiencing identity dissonance where the historical figures they thought were heroes maybe weren't actually heroes to other people. In fact, were oppressors and committed serious crimes. So that's painful, right? People want to reject that. They want to get defensive because it's part of their identity, their national identity, their personal identity, their community identity. And it creates a sense of unease and fear, which translates into anger. And so having this conversation, from what I've heard from feedback, is that a lot of BIPOC folks feel that they are at risk from mounting tensions. And so I'm just wondering what you feel the role of leadership is in this conversation.
So beautifully said, so well said. And I think this is accurate, what you're saying, this fear of retaliation. And I do think, I don't want it to happen, but I do think that this level of disorder and struggle, it's our fear of it, which is why we don't speak up. And then when we do speak up, that behavior is designed to teach us a lesson and put us back in our place. And that is currently how racism continues to roll around in our society, not just here, but everywhere where it exists. And so this is a very real fear of consequences as a result of speaking up. And what I need to see from greater Edmontonians and Edmonton leadership who are in that white identity space, I need to see them taking a stand and taking messaging that is about standing together with BIPOC folks, creating space for us, taking our leadership, demonstrating our intelligence, our value, our goodness, and our valid contribution to this. We need to, and I think, I do appreciate this report is a step along the way, and that there's good intentions behind it, and also, but this report is an opportunity for leadership. City administration, police, etc., are opportunities for leadership. And the leadership I think we need to see is for them to say, yeah, we're going to step back from leading this, and we're going to open up space for collaborative leadership and take the lead and back Indigenous people and BIPOC folks who are skilled and intelligent and are actually going to lead us out of this. So I really appreciate what you're saying, and I think that leadership is needed.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Councillor Henderson.
Well, just to follow up, and this has been a really, really helpful conversation. Just to follow up on that a little bit, Ms. Sinha, what I'm wondering is, in some ways, with the motion that we passed, we may have given the wrong instruction, because our instruction was for the city and for the police to go away and act on what had been presented to them, rather than work with. To figure out how to move it forward together. And there may be something, and that's a system choice. That's about us deferring back to our own systems that we're very used to. And that really this is, and we bent over backward to consult, we bent over backward to take advice, but we didn't actually involve the people that we should have been working with in the kind of deliberative process. So is that a good encapsulation about, and I suppose anybody can respond, Mr. Houle, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that as well. I mean, is that maybe we need to attack this from a different point of view, that is not about saying administration, police, go figure out how to respond to this, take action on it on your own behalf, but actually approach this from a very bit different way of approaching it. So thoughts?
I agree. I think that is a very valuable reflection. And I think when I first heard that this was the next step that council asked for after the task force report, and I will give credit, again, I am not criticizing any of the players involved with this report, but thank you for bringing this conversation to recognize the system that's involved, because that did go wrong in the system. And I want to acknowledge Andre Corbo, city manager, who immediately came to meet our anti-racism advisory committee, and we had a long and lengthy discussion about this. And one of the things that he started with is that this is the next step, and the first piece of information that we gave back to him is it's a misstep. It's a misstep that the implementation and strategy was given into the hands of city admin and police commission, because also in calling on those structures to do that work, you're enhancing all the power there, visibly making it that they have the power in this, and visibly excluding all those voices that we're saying. So yes, I 100% endorse.
Yeah, because we asked them to do that because we thought it was the strongest response, and in actual fact, we may have set off on the wrong. Mr. Houle, I'd be interested in your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I think just to expand on that, when you continue to defer to people in power who have always done things in a certain way, rather than face the unease of changing something drastically, they usually fall into the regular course of business and just carry things forward as they have always done. And I think the motion was worded in a way to direct action and to inform an action plan. There are pieces of that included in this report, but again, as I outlined in my presentation, there's a lack of informing the actions because they only reference our report, they only reference the recommendations a handful of times. It's very much, well, this is what we've already been doing and this is what we're going to continue doing. There isn't really an impetus to change what they're doing and to change the systems. And as Shalini mentioned, systems can still be inclusive, but be racist and inherently racist. Inclusivity does not erase racism within a system and within the governance and the powers. There needs to be a systemic change from the top down to enforce that racism be eliminated. Just because you hire more diverse officers does not mean they won't be policing people within their own community in the same way that they've always been forced to do it, because the system hasn't changed and doesn't feel the need to change. So that's why my report and my feedback is structured the way that it is. I understand it's a first step, but if you start a journey on a wrong step, it may be forewarning the rest of your journey in a negative way. So I would just highlight that.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll just check to see if there are any other questions from committee or council members who are here. No, okay. I've got a quick one, and this is for Yodit. You mentioned that you talked about the definition of hate crimes on a federal level that perhaps needs to be updated. I'm wondering if you can expand on that, because I am not a lawyer, and frankly, I haven't ever looked at that legislation.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think what I'm trying to express is what community members have shared, that they feel when these incidences have been taking place, the enforcement of the law is not effective enough to prosecute incidences that the community perceives as hatred. And so that's really the key concern. And I actually did serve on a community liaison committee with the EPS a few years back, and recall that police officers had also shared with us that it is very difficult for them to, in fact, prosecute hate incidences because of the definition that is currently accessible and available for them to do so. So I myself am not a lawyer as well, but from what my understanding is of community members and also my conversations with EPS or some staff members, that is a primary concern and is a limitation to at least making community members feel safer moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So one of the things that you were hoping that we could do as a municipality is advocate for our communities with the federal government to develop a more clear definition of hate crimes based on, I would assume, is racial, gender, and cultural biases.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing here is that the municipalities and EPS have power and also are engaging or do have partnerships with national governments and provincial governments, and could have conversations about the need to update this definition to reflect the realities of what community members are saying. If it takes so many hate incidences for a person to be prosecuted, then is that really keeping community members safe? How many times does an incident need to take place, or do you have to gather evidence of a bad actor in order to remove that person from the community? And so these are the kinds of things that are happening that are not effective in preventing harm.
Right.
And I think that's really the key part here, is that we can't wait for these incidences to take place for EPS to act. We really need to be proactive in preventing that. And so the definition of hate crimes or hate incidences is one area that community members see can be a way to do that.
Right. So not just the definition, but the overall legislation around that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll try to be a little bit more precise. Okay. And I just wanted to go back to Shalini a bit because we got to cut off, and with my last minute here, I think back to the history of segregation in the United States, and how it took a president to effectively end that in the southern states. And it was definitely not popular among some of the demographic in those communities. And so their voices were saying, you're not representing us. You're not listening to us. We want to maintain the status quo. We actually don't think there's a problem. You know, our perception and our perspective is justified. So why are you trying to enact this massive change? Right? And so I think now the vast majority of people, with a small percentage dissenting, would say that that was a pivotal moment and a good moment in US history. Didn't fix everything, but it was definitely a big step forward that was highly controversial. And on a smaller scale, that's what we find ourselves facing as counselors. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because there is a risk inherent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Again, honestly, so well said. Such a good point. And so I think what I'm taking from that, and the point to think about, is how do we empower our leaders to create the right, just, and human change that's required in the face of potentially a small or large number of the general population not understanding or not being on board. And I feel like one part of that is to reach the general population who aren't sure and possibly are on board but are very silent, and to let them know that their silence is not helping, is causing some harm here, and to take some action or to be vocal in some way to show Edmonton that we genuinely do want more. And I also think we need to reach, I don't know that we need to put a huge amount of attention on it, but the fact is that people don't end racism because they're afraid that they're losing something, and they don't know what they already lost, which was their humanity and their connection, and they aren't seeing all the consequences to that in their life in terms of isolation, anxiety, mental health, stress-related diseases. So it's not just us who are visible and racialized and targeted by racism who have lost in this society. Everyone has lost. But a lot of people don't know. They don't see it. You know, they don't see how unhappy their lives are. So somehow we need to find out how to support our leaders who are going to make these difficult changes. And we're going into an election now, and I don't know how many of the potential leaders coming forward are going to be sleepy on this issue because they just want to get elected. I would love to see Edmonton leading, especially because we're on the prairies and we're in Alberta. I would love to see Edmonton leading on the progressive changes we need to be an anti-racist city. So I hope that helps, but it's such a good point, such a good point.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to all our speakers on our panel. We really appreciate you. If you didn't get asked a question, it's not because you weren't heard. You were absolutely heard and appreciated. But we do just have limited time, unfortunately. We could probably talk about this forever. So thank you. And you are welcome to stay as we shift focus to administration. And at some point, someone on committee may want to raise an issue about time. But at this point, you're welcome to stay. And we'll now open the floor for questions of administration. And we have Councillor Knack, who selected the item. Please go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was a very detailed report, and I know the question that I asked earlier wasn't a criticism. There's a lot of information and a lot of content in actually a very short amount of time. So I guess I'll start by asking just more on the reporting piece. That we did hear some feedback, and you might have heard my question on that. Thoughts around, as we go forward into the more detailed reports that would come back next year, of how we want to report that information, and is there a way to more clearly sort of show, here was the recommendation, here's the action we feel that we took that best addressed this, and or if there's one that, you know, is later on that we identified that. Do you see an ability to sort of make it a little more clear for folks?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I mean, I think Councillor Henderson put it, I mean, we definitely did follow the motion, which asked us to, one, work with the police commission and EPS, which we did. And then the task at hand was to develop a joint strategy to enhance community safety, well-being, inclusion, and anti-racism informed by the report. So that's, I believe we did stick to the motion.
Yeah.
When I chatted with the task force after it had been released public, we got that feedback, which is what led us to do the additional parts of the presentation this morning. That included, you know, a checkpoint for each recommendation, and we can certainly do more detail of that. But I would also say, Councillor, that responding to the task force certainly is an important piece. That's certainly not what we're directed to do. We're directed to take action. We've been talking about this for a year or more. We wanted to take action, so we are very much motivated by the desire to take action, which we've worked with folks on doing. And then I think the other thing that's important to understand is, as an administrator, albeit part of the system that has also been identified as part of the problem by some of our speakers, responding to the task force doesn't get action going within the city of Edmonton or the police service, I would argue. We've got to organize our actions, which we were asked to do by council, in a way that can be implemented by staff at whatever level we need to implement. And sort of simply answering the question, while that is very important, and I understand that perspective, and we've tried to add as much as we could in the time available to do that, I think more important is acting, which we've also been told. And so for administration and for the police service, we have to organize around actions and how we can implement those actions in a way that we can give direction to staff. And I don't know if the chief wants to comment on that as well from his perspective, or if you want us to. But.
If the chief, I have maybe a follow-up that can come with that. And then if chief, you want to reply, that's great too. So appreciating, and it's Councillor Henderson's question was very astute. I mean, we directed this. You've delivered exactly what was directed. So I completely agree with that. I also really appreciate the feedback we heard today around how we might want to be more inclusive as we work on the next pieces. And so, based off what we've heard today and that suggestion around inclusion of individuals to help us make sure we're not missing the mark or misidentifying. So I use the example of what we were doing on the Accessibility Advisory Committee report, or on the policy, and how that is very active in certain areas and very encompassing of other individuals. And there are other areas where it's just, hey, the administration's going and they're just doing a quick check-in to say, hey, here's what we did. Any questions? And so what are your thoughts on that idea and that notion as we go into the next phase of work on this?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. First of all, I would just clarify, I think we delivered what we could in the time available.
Oh, of course.
I don't think we've got much more work to do, so I don't want anybody thinking
Correct.
that you or I have suggested that we're done here.
Correct.
So we, in the time available, we've done what we're asked to do. I think those are absolutely super thoughts, and when we chatted with different folks like Ms. Sinha, we, I think, agreed to that immediately. It wasn't going to happen in the first 90 days here, but we think that's definitely the way to go forward between now and January. How we do that, we've got to work out, but and I don't think we need a revised motion to do that for the 2022.
Good.
That's certainly our intent, and there's just no time to do that for
I
this
understand.
report. But we do have more time, and I think we have to get people involved, and all the different community groups need to see that work and understand it. And a lot of the comments we heard when we chatted with the task force, and a lot of the comments from speakers today, are very important, and I really appreciate them, and we'll fold that into all the work going ahead.
Okay. And I don't know if Chief McPhee has anything else to add, or.
Yeah, Councillor, I think just as Andre said there, this is an interim report. It's coupled to a whole bunch of other things. We've also had 38 commitment action sessions, 11 hosted by EPS, 20 by the community, 7 lunch and learns. We've had over 5,500 contacts, and for what we're trying to do is start to get underneath the community rather than on top of the community, because that's how sustainable change actually happens. So, I think at this point in time, as Andre has clearly articulated, anytime you're trying to grow momentum, you need quick wins and quick actions. And I think the report focused on this. And I actually think that's a really good first step. But this is a lot of hard work that is going to have to continue for several years to come. And it's important that you get some early wins to set the momentum. And I think the response, as articulated by Andre, does that. And I don't think we should see it as more than that. It's something to build on, not that it's going to be the end result, because we're certainly not there yet.
Appreciate that. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I would have been happy to defer to committee member, but I do have some questions for the administration here. First of all, I want to thank the people who came out and presented and spoke to their interests and concerns regarding this report. For Mr. Corbould, I think Councillor Knack's questioning touched on this, but in reference to, I think, some of the concerns brought forward by Councillor Henderson, this isn't this isn't the final step for you. I think this was a opportunity for administration and the police commission and the service through the police commission to respond to some of the recommendations from the task force, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's titled Safer for All Interim Report, and we'll be reporting again in early 22.
And given the feedback you've heard today, do you feel that it will inform the next steps in this process for you? For instance, will you be looking at more inclusive dialogue with community members before that report comes back?
Yeah, I mean, lots of good feedback today. I'd say the top two in my mind are data, which I agree that having good data is important, and so we'll take those comments to heart for sure as we go forward. And the second one, second top two, many good points, but the top two is data, and the other one is community involvement in the solutions. And so we've got a lot of work to do on that in the coming months for sure. But yes, that would be the intent.
Yeah, so I'm hearing a little trepidation in the words that were spoken here today, and I guess what your response would be is that this isn't the end. This is the beginning, and this is giving us some boundaries in terms of what we can and cannot do.
Yeah, and we will take all the comments to heart going forward. I don't agree with all the comments in terms of, for example, I think it was important in this report to talk about what has been done, and I thought the report would be lacking if we didn't mention things like we've commenced a new anti-racism training experience for all our employees that started in January. I thought that was important to mention, even though it had started before we got the report, but to leave that blank, I think, would have been even more lacking. So, I like the chief and I said, we've got tons more work to do, but I didn't think it would be right to just be completely silent on some of the things that have been done so far. So
that's fair. Thank you. I'm going to ask a few questions of Chief McPhee, who's on the line still, I think. One of the interesting things I think that was brought forward by the speakers was the discussion about hate-motivated violence, and I think that's been discussed actually at Police Commission. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the comment about advocacy at the federal level for the change in the criminal code. And then before we go, I'll have one more question for you around your own engagement work that you've been doing.
Yeah, sure. No, that comment by Yodit is very much bang on. And we've been trying to spend a lot of time online, Zoom, with communities to understand what constitutes a hate crime. Hate crimes in relation to are one of those things that I do believe that are underreported. As far as reporting in this year, it's very similar to other years, but one's too many. And the fact that we have 60 or 70 of them for over the last 5 years is unacceptable. And And to that point, there's two ways of looking at this. The actual hate crime, to go with full extent, as Judith's mentioned, and sitting on one of our committees in the past, it's hard to prove and certainly hard to prosecute. So what we have had success is using hate in sentence, speaking to hate in sentence. But I think the whole point that was made there that I 100% agree with, it's the prevention, the intervention work that we can do with community and educating, continuing to give people the ability and the comfort level to come in and report. And eventually, we need to shut this down as a community. So it's not all about the law. It's partially about the law. It's unacceptable that hate has transpired in our community and other communities right across the world, and certainly and elevated in certain areas of Canada. But this is something that we got to get into the intervention prevention, as Judith very, very well articulated. And some of that is also lobbying for some of those changes federally, which we do support. And I think the federal government is actually looking at different ways. And it doesn't always have to be a criminal process to intervene. There's something, it's like anything else, and you can cut it off when it's the least intrusive and has the least impact to stop the serious stuff and the serious assaults from happening. And then I think that's a positive step forward.
Thanks. I've run out of time, so I'll have to come back around to ask about the accountability piece. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We are at the hour, and I see we have, well, now at least three more rounds of three more councillors who would like to ask questions. So we have a choice on committee. We can extend for 30 minutes. I'm not sure if that will actually take us to the end of this, or we just return after lunch. So I will put it to committee. Any thoughts? Not hearing any. Is there a motion to extend, or shall we just end now? I will actually, that's what I'll do. I'll ask if there's a motion. If there isn't, we'll just break until 1:30. Okay, so we will resume at 1:30. Everyone is welcome back, and we'll take it from there. roll call in about 20 seconds. Okay, well, welcome back. We'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Zadek. Okay, Councillor Zadek has an excused absence, but he will be joining us as soon as he's able. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
You're here. I did not hear you. I think you were still on mute, but I see
No,
you, so
can
I
you
think
hear me
that
now?
counts.
Can you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hi, Councillor Zadek. And that is all. So I'll just see if Mayor Iveson is with us at this time. I'm hearing some speaker feedback, so perhaps that's the case. I see that we're also joined with by Councillor Henderson, Councillor Esslinger. We've also got Councillor Banga joining us this afternoon, as he was here this morning as well, and Councillor McKean. And so we are continuing with questions of administration. Councillor Banga, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, sorry, just as a quick point of
please go ahead.
I just recognizing we still have a lot of items. I'm wondering, would it be a wise moment to maybe see if there's anything we can shift around? So, for example, I'm thinking, while I have questions on 6.5, the policy doesn't actually come back until August. So maybe we could send that one off at least as one item and keep. I don't know. I just feel it seems like with a lot to go, we should do a bit of schedule management right now.
Yeah, this is a good time to talk about it. Yeah, so obviously we're not going to be getting to everything today. So at best, I think we'll finish this item, get to 6.3 and 6.4. So I'm wondering if we should reschedule 6.5 and maybe refer 6.6. Thoughts?
Councillor, if I could just weigh in for half a second here.
Oh, sure, please.
Item 6.6 is important that it either it's dealt with at committee or it's referred directly to council for decision. So we need that before summer break for council. So whichever of those routes you'd like to go. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, why don't we do our best to get to 6.6 as well? And I would love to get to 6.10.
Well, Mr.
So
Chair,
so let's deal with 6.5 for now.
I'll move that we bring that forward so we can postpone it.
Okay. If there's no debate, please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, the vote's coming.
And Mr. Chair, I should also mention that there is really no urgency on the immigration report. So there'd be some flexibility there as well.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, so we'll make this vote on 6.5. Here it is. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Zadek, were you a yes?
I was and still am.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
All right, please display the vote. And that is passed unanimously. Okay, so we'll get a better picture of where we are with 6.4 and 6.10. a little bit later, but let's just get right to it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, point of
Oh,
order.
okay, no, please go ahead.
Sorry, that motion was just to bring it forward, so I'm happy to move that we
Oh,
postpone
yes,
that
yes,
to
okay.
the.
One
to the-
extra step, thank you,
Sorry.
Councilor.
So I will move that we postpone item 6.5 to the next Community and Public Services Committee meeting, so that'd be the August one, which I think they were going to bring.
August 11th.
Perfect, so assuming that's the one that they were going to bring the policy to anyways.
Yeah.
Might as well align it, so I'll move that.
If there's no debate, please vote. Some red tape is good red tape.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is unanimous. Okay, there we go. Now, unless Councilor Knack has anything else.
No, I think there's with the other items, there's a number of speakers that are to answer questions only, so let's see if we can get through the rest for now.
Okay, good idea. All right, so continuing questions for administration on items 6.1 and 6.2. Thank you for your patience, Councilor Banga. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to get a feedback from administration. And administration did what the motions called for them to do. But listening to the speakers today, it is apparent that that isn't the case. We thought that we understand the issue and we know these are the remedies that are going to work. And rather than going forward with the same remedies that we think are not good enough to the speakers, what do you think we should be proceeding with?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Like I've said before, we think we've provided what council wanted in the time we had available. I think what we should be proceeding with is listening to all the input we got from the speakers today as we continue to fulfill the motion that is due to come back to council in January of 22. And I think there's nothing that I didn't hear today that we can't do our best to incorporate as we move forward on the longer term plan.
Okay, but would you have opportunity to at least address some of those concerns expressed by the speakers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, that's what I meant to say is that we haven't done everything now. We've reported what we can do in the time we've had available, and everything I heard today seems reasonable. We just need to work with a lot of the speakers to incorporate that into our ongoing work. This is not going to be solved even by January when we report back to council. This is going to be years working to change the culture, change the power structure as was mentioned, and we need to spend just a lot of time on this, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay, and when administration does their, engagement, when they do connect with the citizens who are affected by something, how do we proceed in selecting who do we contact, who we do not? Because it seems like every time we come to these issues, somebody always claims that they're missing, and in fact they will be missing. And how do we rectify that?
I think we just keep on talking to as many people as we can. I meet new people every day that have lots of important things to say on this subject matter. I don't think we can ever come back to council to say we've talked to 100% of the people in this city that have a perspective on it. I meet new people every day, and that's what we have to keep open to listening and listening to new people. And somebody who didn't speak up today doesn't mean we shouldn't hear from them in the future as we go forward. So I think it's just a constant requirement to listen to people, listen to all Edmontonians on this matter.
Okay, and normally the biggest complaint that I hear is people who are, I guess, heads of the organization, the organizer, they are the one that somehow they end up connecting with us. But general people on the street, they are the ones that eventually come out and saying that we were not consulted. So again, I am just asking that we be mindful of that, somehow break into that circle there of general people rather than just the organizations we know.
Yeah, I think we're certainly not restricting ourselves to talking with just the organizations we know. They all bring value, but so too does every citizen in terms of their perspective, and so we'll keep on trying to do that.
And I would add, Councillor Banga, that our public engagement folks are working closely with the guiding coalition on engagement, which is made up of community members, to work on just this issue of ensuring that we have diverse voices in these important conversations.
Thank you so much.
And I'll just perhaps end, Councillor, by saying, as we talk to more and more people, we hear different views. They're not all the same, they're not all in unison, and so that sort of factors into the action plans we put in place.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the first round, Mayor Iveson.
Thank you, Chair. And I was having some technical problems this morning, so I was listening, but having some real difficulty getting my camera working, and my system completely died. But I think I got the bulk of the presentation and the speakers. I just missed some of the Q&A, so apologies. But I think I've got it working again. So, and this is a critical discussion. So the first question I have is actually, we've asked quite a few questions of Mr. Corbould, my question is to Chair Ruth about learnings for the Police Commission as civilian oversight specifically. And I note that so far the specific action being taken by the Commission is to get the anti-racism training that the City of Edmonton is extending to our own governors and employees. And so talk to me a little bit about that timelines and implementation, and then anything else that's coming in the next round of things vis-a-vis the Commission. Please.
Okay, you were cutting out a little bit, so I hope I got your question, and if not, you can come back to me and clarify. It was about, from the standpoint of the Commission, what we are going to be doing in the anti-racism and the policies affecting the service in going forward with diversity. I don't think I heard.
Maybe I'll restate it to say that, I note that is the specific action that EPC is committing to at this stage, knowing that there's still some more work to do. Is there anything else you can you tell us about the value and importance of that, and then anything else that is coming, if that question came through, and learnings for the Commission?
Well, the learnings for the Commission through this process, and actually over the last couple of years, have been great. What we have certainly known is that things have to change. Things have to change greatly. Not only in the service, but very definitely in the service. Who they hire, how their policies affect what they do, how they interact with the community, how they see their roles. All of these things must be examined, and they are being examined, and that will drive out further policies, further working with people. From an internal perspective, we make sure that the service is, once they get people on board, and certainly their current employees, that they are constantly training, constantly making sure that the serving members are hearing from the community. And in making these training programs much broader than they initially were, as some members of the community have pointed out, and I believe the task force pointed out, you can't simply put on a half-hour seminar and expect for things to change. That is absolutely impossible. It is far more than a half-hour seminar. Any kind of a training program has to be embedded in a broader working relationship and direction. And that's where policy comes in. That's where how we set up our groups, for instance, the recent formation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau, the people that are chosen to serve there, and the kinds of things that they do. So there's not any one answer. Everybody, myself included, would love to put in a one and done and expect that we are going to come out the other end with a much better service and safety in the community. And unfortunately, it doesn't happen that way. It's a complicated thing amongst a number of different service providers, and it cannot be done without the community. We absolutely need the community's involvement, and the chief has been very, very active in getting the community's involvement and getting the frontline service officers to be involved with that as well and be involved with the community. And like I say, look at what they're doing, how they're doing it in a very, very different manner. And that's what
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, since we had a little glitch, may I ask one more quick question to Mr. Corbold?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Corbold, there are a long list of actions, some of which predate even the hearings we held last year, like the Stadium LRT station, SEPTED improvements, and cataloging all of those is good. But is administration able to specifically enumerate those actions that are new and arising specifically in response to the task force's recommendations in a clear way?
Yeah, I mean, we tried to do that in the table when we heard back from the task force after we briefed them last or just after it went public. We can sort of highlight that, but again, as I mentioned earlier, in the presentation, we did describe what is being done, but also separated into what is new and what will be done. We can continue to provide that clarity and certainly report back to the task force if there's a desire from council to do that. But again, I would state that in order for us to action things, we have to structure a plan that can be executed by administration, which is why we came back with a plan in the matter we did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. We'll now go to Councillor Knack.
Mr. Chair. Wrong, sorry, forgot. I just got used to, anyway, sorry. Actually, I think Councillor McKean's still on the first round, and I'm ready to just move it for receipt for information, so I can do that and then speak to it later.
I see. Well, yeah, and the SpaceX launch was actually scrapped yesterday, so I'm glad you're back on Earth. Okay, Councillor McKean.
I will try to not make that really cool feedback sound, although I appreciate it. Very sci-fi. Chief McPhee, I think you're still with us. We went through the hearings last fall and then through the task force. And I don't think it's any surprise that some of your members were upset. That there was quite a bit of criticism of police officers. Rather than the system, it was targeted right at police officers. And I will say it again, I've said it many times in my life, that some of the finest people I've ever met are frontline cops doing a really hard job. So I want to But I wanted to ask you, because knowing that the Police Association and maybe many of your members are upset at the reaction they heard from people at our hearings and probably have heard on the street. Is there a way over time to make sure that we bring along EPS members in this really important anti-racism work towards inclusion and more equity and justice in our social justice in our community?
Yeah, thanks, Councilor McKeenan. That's a great question. Absolutely, our members are upset, but I don't think it's all upset just because of the task force. To be very clear, we started this work before this task force, and I think it's important to acknowledge that. And I think Andre said that up front. This work, a lot of the Vision 2020 from our police service, is exactly why I was hired to lead change. And I think it was Shalini that said people need to be uncomfortable. We have been uncomfortable, and EPS has been leading this work. But if you heard too from Gemma, and when she presented here on the not-for-profit sector realigning, we talk a lot about just about task force, but we've already did 5,500 engagements and 38 reach outs to the community, get underneath the community. And I'm not so sure that all of the recommendations, although there's great input from them, are the right ones. And I think that's something that we actually have to look at. And if we're going to actually tackle this, this is going to take leadership, to your point. And that leadership is certainly something that we've committed to with our members, to do things differently. And thus, we've changed many things since the start of this. But let's not forget, there's some things here that we obviously need to get right, and we all play a role. Look at the money in the system presentation that we did as a result of this. That is where the crux of a lot of this stuff lies. And quite frankly, that is outside the police realm, and it's not just the provincial government. So I think we all have a role to this, and certainly my job is to ensure that our folks are ready for the change and that we continue to progress forward. That's a great question and critical. If we're going to be successes, we all have to look in the mirror.
Yeah, no, I think, and there's what the word that comes to mind for me, because I felt personally a little beat up as a civic politician after those hearings too, is I had to bring a level of humility to this, and not jump forward and tell everybody all the great work we've done. Which and I don't know if you heard my question to Shalini this morning, but I'm not clear yet, and it will take me some time through this to understand how systems can be racist. We see overt acts of racism, and we all recognize that as horrific. But it's the systems itself that I think that's where probably where the rubber hits the road. And do you think that this work you're doing will allow you and your members to recognize where system change is required as well?
Yes, very confident actually. And having been in this work since 2004, when I was on the Governor General's conference for exactly this, leadership and diversity, there's a fundamental thing right now between systemic racism and being racist that I don't think the majority of the citizens actually understand, and that lies some of the problem. The systemic racism exists in everything. Let's be honest and upfront. EPS was one of the first police services in the country, if not the first, to say that. But that exists in everything. If you look back to the RCMP and how it was constructed, they were acting on the law of government. You can point this wherever you want, but blame doesn't help us. What we need is leadership to say, you know what, there's some system failure and some system change, and how are we going to get forward and move forward? And the only way to do that is when you get underneath your local communities and you allow your communities to actually lead the change that needs to, and you give them the support to ensure that it happens. So a lot of those conversations that we had today were all about community, and I think that's important. And I think Andre, and certainly what he's brought to the table with his leadership working with us, I think we're on a real fresh start to be able to do some things differently. And I think we're well on our way. But let's not always be critical, because
criticism and laying blame on others isn't going to change this. This is a matter where we all got to look in the mirror and say, you know what, there's things that we all can do. And quite frankly, I think that's the biggest thing that's going to help us get through this and get us to a better place.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, and I apologize if these questions have been asked before. I got stuck in another meeting, so if I repeat stuff, I'm interested, and I think leadership is part of it. But I'm really struck by the fact that I think there may be the response we got back to what I think were good intentions, speaks to me a little bit about something that may be even in our structure and the way we responded to this that is part of the impediment. And I just wanted to explore that a little bit. It strikes me that we are set up to work for, not necessarily work with, and it's built into the way we work. And I think then speaking, and I think that's probably just as much true of the police as it is of the city. And when it comes to questions about leadership, the interesting thing is leadership in our terms, by us taking responsibility, is inherently patriarchal. And I'm wondering how we get around that, because I think we can keep on trying to listen and understand and get it right, but that's a listening process and then a trying to interpret. And I'm wondering if there's another way at this, which allows us to actually give some decision-making ability to the people that actually live it, rather than us trying to understand what it is to live it. Because it seems to me that's what we bumped up against here, and that's a radically different. We're not set up to work that way. I get it, but I think that may be the challenge that's set up for us, and that when we talk about system problems, that's part of the system problem we're bumping up against here. So, Mr. Corbould and Chief, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. There's a lot to think about. I'm not sure I agree with the premise of the question in terms of, as you put it, if I may paraphrase, we're set up to work for as opposed to with, because I spend about 60% of my time as city manager working with people outside of administration. And so maybe it's more than that, quite frankly. It has been recently, which is good. I think that it's I think we do a lot of with. Whether it's this issue, whether it's traffic
I'm probably
safety.
oversimplifying.
Yeah, and so yeah. I think we are set up, and I think we must do the work with. In terms of decision making, I would just simply say that with decision making comes the accountability. So if you want to divest decision making power, which is fine, of course, and council can do that, then I would say the accountability has to shift a bit as well, as part of that. But I am open to anything, quite frankly, on this matter.
I suppose that's the challenge I'm throwing down, as much to us as to you. I mean, and that is the system that I think we bumped up against here. I don't see there's any sense of blame whatsoever. We asked you to go away and make these actions to make it so. Yeah. And I'm wondering, in doing that, if we gave you the wrong challenge, right?
No, and I don't think so. I would just say that in the short time we've had to do this, there's no way we were going to come to, I'm not at all surprised, and I'm completely understanding of the comments we heard today, because we'll just keep at it. But again, like I've said before, there's nothing I heard today that we can't do in terms of moving forward.
No, it's the system question I'm asking. Chief, yeah?
So yeah, I can just add to that. I mean, you and I had this conversation the first time we discussed, and I think my answer back then is everybody focus on culture eats strategy for breakfast. But if you actually want to change that, you incent the change and you actually change the structure. You discussed some of the things at last time we were discussing about how we actually created redundancies, because one isn't working, we actually build another to circumvent actually fixing the first one. And I think you made that very clear. This is exactly the same. There's definitely mergers and amalgamations, or maybe we want to use integrated approaches. There's a different language to that. But at some point, there has to be rules and there has to be decision-making authority. To Andre's point, I think that boils back to where you started with. You hire the leader, which you guys have, and certainly I feel pretty fortunate the commission hired me to lead this, but that's where you hold the leader accountable to drive the change. And I think we're on the path now. That's something that I haven't seen since I've been here. But at the same point is we can't just jump and chase everything as it comes up. To your point, we got to focus and finish. And I think we got some good things here right now that could actually lead to some meaningful change. But then it has to be actioned. It can't just sit on a shelf. And I'll give you some examples of that. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I've sat through that. You know, we just talked about today, you know, that the residential schools. I was talking to Chief Cadmus Delorme, who came to my swearing-in ceremony. It was in Callisis, where he did. We've known this for years, but nobody's acting on it. Now's the time to act. So I think more than anything, what's missing now and what can be done is we can act on a lot of these things, because none of this stuff that we're dealing with is surprises. It just means that we got to try some different things. And to your point, I think some structural inefficiencies don't help it.
Yeah, sadly, I'm out of time. I'd come around for another round if there is one, but I'm out of time right now.
How is that even possible, Councillor Henderson? Okay, so if you do have another question or two, now would be the time to do it. This is the conversation, so please go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind, you know, because one of the things that I scribbled down, and I'm nervous about this word leadership because we heard it being used differently by the speakers, I think. Because I think there's a difference between leadership as an exercise of power. I think this is what we were hearing, and leadership as responsibility. And I realize this, I'm talking in fairly esoteric terms, but I think somewhere in here is part of the rub that we're coming up against, that, you know, I think we have responsibilities. And I say this in part because the work that I did on public engagement, which has a spectrum. And it jumps from getting information to make a decision, to collaborating, to actually giving away decision-making power. And in the collaboration piece, maybe I think is probably the thing that, you know, is the one that is, I think, was being articulated to us here today, moving beyond the listening and us then going away and trying to refine to something slightly different. And I think that's a different form of leadership. I think that's about us taking responsibility, but not necessarily needing all the power. And that's, I think, what I was hearing. And I don't know how we do that, because it's not our usual way of working, but that's a system for you.
Well, I think we absolutely have to do that, Councillor. And I've always said for all the time I've been a leader that part of leadership is urging everyone to challenge the process and to challenge leaders in terms of what they do. I see that a lot here in the city of Edmonton. I see it with the speakers. I think we're certainly open to it, and so I don't see it as a change. Perhaps maybe it's a change that we have to follow, but I think it's good. Leaders should be challenged.
Yep. No, I
That
hear you.
includes council, that includes administration, and it's very positive.
Yeah,
so I
Chief?
agree entirely.
Can I? Yeah, I just add on that. So I'll give you the police example. So the police commission represents the community, and I don't think that's about power as much as it is representation and responsibility and accountability. Their job is to hold me accountable. Some of the things that we've added in relation to the police service since this process started, the EDI inclusion piece actually reports directly to me. Our Niso Kamakewin Council reports directly to me and the commission. Our SOGI Council reports directly to me and the commission. And we just have a Chiefs Council. So it's a back and forth to make sure that input, that community input from the commission, some of our marginalized community input into our policies and decision, and some of the training, et cetera, goes with it. I think it's probably, to your point, is as much to ensure that there's an accountable process to ensure that you have that feedback loop. And I think what you've generated in a commission to do that is one thing that allows us to make sure that we're accountable. And perhaps that's something that could be used in other areas as well, or a similar version of that, because that is a reflection of the community, and it's a very diverse commission. I've seen commissions all over the country. This is the most diverse one that I've ever seen.
Great, thanks. I have one more question, and it's a little bit more into the weeds. One of the things that I noticed, and I don't think it's the intent, but I wanted to ask, and it's probably both of the city and of the police, that there was a lot of stress on making cultural change by training new people and bringing new people in. And what worries me a little bit about that is the new people never, if they don't get affected by the culture they're coming into, it'll be years before they can probably affect that culture themselves. And I'm wondering what kind of stress is going into actually doing a kind of a training exercise, not just by bringing new thoughts in and new diversity in, but for the folks we already have. And I know the city's doing that. I have a sense of the city doing that. I was less sure of what was happening from the police end. Because otherwise, my worry is we bring in a whole bunch of fabulous new recruits who come in to a way of thinking, you know, we do defer to the people that are there before us. And that's how cultures continue to replicate themselves. So any thoughts on that, Chief?
Sure, absolutely. That's absolutely one of the things I think is critical. You bring them in, and I'll just give you a quick example. When I was back before my job in government, I was chief in Prince Albert. We were over 40% represented by Aboriginal, and all we got called was apples. So you got to be careful. You have to have the part. But what we've actually done here is we've hired optimum talent. We've stood up an EDI committee reporting directly to a deputy chief. It incorporates the RCMP report. It incorporates the missing and murdered women or Indigenous women and girls. And it also looks now at developing leadership within our organization. So it's one thing to bring them in the door, but it's another thing to mentor them to success. And that's exactly what we've committed to do. And actually, we've hired, as I said, optimum talent to help us with that. We started with our superintendents, and it's going to work right down to the constable level to ensure that we're starting to career path earlier. It's actually quite progressive and quite good.
Yeah, and what I want to make sure is that we're actually training the mentors, because if the mentors are bringing those old systems with them, they may not even realize they're doing it, then we won't be successful. And to know if there's specific programs about making sure that the people that we're asking to mentor, the people that are already in our city and in our service, are actually not going to be accidentally passing on old habits.
Yeah, and that's also why we just started and rolled out the unconscious bias training, and which we worked with the University of Alberta on as well. But just to be very clear, Councillor Anderson, and I think you know this better than most, is this is always going to be something you got to evolve. You can't just start it once and it's a one and done. It's got to be part of the fiber. So that's our commitment, is to make it part of the fiber, because that's where the change comes, right?
No, and cultures do not change overnight. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm out of time again, and that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll be relatively brief. I just wanted to follow up with the chief on my last round of questions. And my apologies if another councillor got to this before I was able to jump back on to the meeting today. But I was hoping, Chief, you could elaborate on that work that you're doing and what you're hearing from the communities that you're engaging. Yeah, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. And as mentioned earlier, we've done 38 sessions, 5,500 contacts. One of the things that we've actually done is the way we've approached it. We've actually funded or actually put it on. If a community wanted to hold a session, they could within the community, and we come to them. And then we've held some of our own. So we had 11 of them we hosted, 20 of them the community hosted, 7 lunch and learns. And from that, it's called a commitment to action for a reason. It's not a commitment to talk. It's not a commitment to listen. It's a commitment to action. So what are some of the things that have come out of that? There's several. And I mean, the list is going to be long, but we've had experiential learning shifts, practicum for new recruits with social agencies. That's already being put in place. We've upped our training on trauma and the refugee experience for new recruits. We've trained on disabilities. We're actually looking at what are some of the things now that we can explore to make that part of our GDM or our ongoing training, because that's a group, as we heard here, that was being missed. Unconscious bias awareness that I just mentioned, and Know Your Rights campaign. We've changed our promotional process to reflect in relation to how this actually comes in, so ensure that we're starting to promote differently. We've held internal commitment actions as closing the feedback loop. We had 174 attendees there. And then we've had a business sector engagement, because I think that's a sector that's often forgotten here, with 120 attendees and 13 sessions, and work with business associations to provide safety and resource training, recognizing some of our vulnerable population and how we can better connect them to services, provide business associations information on exactly that, participation with multiple association crime and safety focused meetings, and then engage with Hope Mission and the Herb Jameson and program service delivery. And we're going to be soon looking at a cohabited space where we can actually share data and do things more progressively and in a timely manner. So don't think that all of this work hasn't, and the work that you as council have undertaken has gone unheard. There's been massive amounts of work, and I think we're going to see some good things change. But with that, there's going to be some needs that we have to do in relation to minimum standards and a bunch of other heavy lifting to try to get some focus here. And I think once we get starting to get some of these things moving with, the work of Andre and his team with the city, I think we've got a good partnership to actually drive some change.
And thank you for that answer. I think the key piece here is how, and Chair Ruth may also still be on this call. How are you being accountable for that? Because I think people will hear you talk about the service undertaking all of these efforts, but what is your accountability for that? And if Chair Ruth is on the call, she can talk about how the commission is also holding the service accountable to those.
So I'll start, and then Chair Ruth, you can finish. But we obviously have to report that back to the commission. But we're also posting these things publicly so that the community actually knows what we've done. I'll give you an example that really hit home with me was when the Hoya mothers came on, and we did a bit of a presentation or listen to learn with them, and they were saying that they're praying to have daughters because they're losing their sons to violence. That really hit home for me. That's just not fundamentally right. And then they talked about a homicide process and how the repairing and the healing needs some work. We've went out since then, and we recruiting two liaison people to work with the community to ensure that somebody separate from a police that has access to information and from the police information that keeps the families updated in these traumatic experiences. So that accountability is proven by when we post it, when we report back to the commission, and then we measure what difference it made and certainly what feeling of a difference or perception that it made with the communities.
Thank you.
I am still here. Thanks for that, Chief, and thanks for your question. The accountability piece is absolutely huge, and it's been one thing that's sort of running through my head as I have been listening to this. We've been talking about the report and what's in the report and various other things, but at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is the actions that are taken and the outcomes that they produce. The rest of it doesn't matter, they're only words. And that's what the commission certainly has their eyes on. So there's two lines of reporting. One is to the commission. We want to see the outcomes. We want to see the difference. It has to be visible. But the other is to the community at large and for them as well. The two most important features are that there is a visible change, there's a meaningful change, and it makes a difference to people's lives. And they have to be able to see it and feel it and live it every day, and then we'll know we'll be successful and that we are successful. And of course, it's a journey, we'll never completely get there, but you certainly do keep trying. But all this has to go to change and meaningful outcomes, otherwise it's not getting us anywhere.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any more questions. I know that Councillor Knack was going to put the sheet of information on the floor, and then there will be a subsequent afterwards.
So moved, and then I'll speak to it at some point.
Okay, well, looks like this is your shot, unless I don't see anyone popping up on the board.
Sure, thank you. So, am I moving something different, or is this?
That would be the subsequent.
This is your you have a subsequent. Okay. Good. So I'll just, on the receipt of information, I was going to briefly touch on a few things. Councillor Henderson noted the public engagement spectrum, which we've identified as a city, and I think there's been some great work on that. And in it, as he noted, there's a section for create, which is where the public collaborates with the city to develop and build solutions regarding policies, programs, projects, or services, and even decide where the public is empowered to make decisions. So we already have that framework. So appreciating the caution that we heard is that what I have heard in the answers today is that we are absolutely going to use what we have created as a city to help advance the next stage of work. So we've got the guidance right there. I've heard from Mr. Corbould, I've heard from Chief McPhee that absolutely this is not going to be a one-sided piece. We made a motion that asked for this body of work, and now we've got another body of work which can include this. And why I think it's important that we use those two pieces of the spectrum relates to one other comment we heard at the beginning, and it was mentioned in the foreword of this document that we talk about. Most residents feel that they feel safe and well, and while that is technically true, I always like to point to the line that we say only 62% of Edmontonians in 2019 said they perceive the city as safe overall, and I'm glad that's why Councillor Hamilton, I think, did our motion route, making sure we work to be the safest city in Canada. But I do think we need to remind ourselves that actually means that almost 4 out of every 10 Edmontonians do not feel this is a safe. And if when I was running a business before this, if 4 out of every 10 of my customers felt unsafe, we would have a major problem and need to fix that. We took some pretty significant action as a city when 8 out of 10 transit riders felt safe, meaning 2 out of 10 didn't. So I share that because one of the things that I hope we do is this next phase is making sure that whoever's in the room as we're working on these next things, let's hope it's not just made up of those of the 62% of folks that feel safe. Because if the room is exclusively folks like myself, I feel safe in this city. I'm definitely one of the 62%. But if that's all of us in the room creating the solutions and all we're doing is listening to the ones who feel unsafe and saying, oh, well, I'm pretty sure this will make you feel safe, chances are we're doing it wrong. And I have no reason to doubt we won't go and do that proper engagement. I just wanted to say it out loud because we have a process in our public engagement spectrum. We know that there's 38% of Edmontonians who might have some different perspectives, and we want them helping to guide the solutions as we work going forward. And I look forward to regardless of where I am in the first quarter of next year, I'll look forward to reading this next report. And then a very simple thing, but again, it was mentioned, and I just want to highlight it again, that I hope when we do get the next report, we're able to add that additional detail and reporting in a way that is helps make sure we're showing that we're addressing the different concerns that have come up. We heard that from one of our speakers today. Good data, good evidence, and will help us make sure we know we're accomplishing what we said we're going to do. So that's why I've moved this for information. I hear there's a subsequent, so I'll wait for that, but just wanted to know that we can do this based off what's currently in place. So thank you.
Okay, and looks like we're going to treat that as your introduction. And
Sounds great.
Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, I just want to speak to it briefly because I just to follow up a little bit on that. I don't know what the subsequent motion is, so this is probably the best chance for me to weigh in. In spite of my questions, I actually, I think there is evidence in the reports we received today of a lot of really hard and solidly intentioned work that has already happened on this. And I just, as it was a year ago, I mean, this is constantly a learning effort, I think, to understand. I mean, these are really, really complicated problems that we've had for an awfully long time and have not been able to solve. And I think, the challenge that was thrown down to us today is that we're probably not going to solve them by, using our usual mechanisms of doing so. And I know that's scary, and I know it's risky. I know it probably means taking some risks, but I think we have a remarkable opportunity here to do something we've been struggling with for a long, long, long time. So, from the position I'm in, and granted, I'm not going to be here to have to live by my words much longer. So, but I think we need to take some risks on this, and if that means, approaching it in a way that's uncharacteristic for us and uses different mechanisms and methods of collaborating, and I'm going to go back to that word again, which has not been the way of doing things. I think we need to think with that kind of creativity as well. And I think that's as much a message for us sitting here, who actually are the ultimate decision makers in this. But you know, it's a scary thing to give up that kind of power, for want of a better word. I'm trying to think if there's another one. And I think there's also a huge opportunity here. I think that's what's becoming clear in all the advice we're getting from the people we've asked to give us advice, that if there's another way of approaching this, that may be our best chance of dealing with something that has been a huge issue for us and a huge impediment for us for as long as I can remember. And I think that was the thing that I really felt this time last year when we first had these debates, was there was a window was opening up for us that had never been there before, and we shouldn't squander it. And I think that means going to some scary places for us. And from my seat, I would say I give everybody who we've tasked to do that full permission to go to those scary places, because I don't think we're going to really change things unless we go there. So, but thank you everybody for the work to date, and I'm really I will watch from afar to see where this goes next.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Paquette. Mr. Corbould, I thought it was a really interesting answer you gave to Councillor Henderson when you said about 60% of your time is actually working with, and I think that's been an ongoing transition for this corporation, and I wanted to congratulate you on that. And I know that you went to the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee meeting and spent quite a bit of time there, and I thought symbolically for the city manager to do that, that was really important, and I hope, and I think that you will continue with that. I'm reminded, as Councillor Henderson was talking about that dynamic of sort of working for rather than working with, that I was at a meeting that the Edmonton Police Service, open house, Edmonton Police Service held up at the Muslim school in North Edmonton. And it was a lot about getting the Edmonton's Muslim community together with the police. And we broke off into small groups at one point. And I think the overriding message to police in my small group was, would it be possible for officers to just stop by the mosque and have tea sometimes? And I think that is the request to work with and get to know people both ways as vulnerable human beings with strengths and weaknesses and fears and aspirations and loves. And I thought that was a really interesting thing. And I suspect if I asked Chief McPhee, he could give me countless examples of where that happens. And I've seen it. You know, as an old cop reporter at the Edmonton Journal and then my 8 years on the police commission, again, I saw some remarkable cops who just do this sort of collegial, human level work with whomever naturally. So I'm really interested in how the systems may let us down. And I think that's going to be work that will take not months, but will take years. But I'm quite confident under the leadership of Andre and Dale and Mickey, and I when I left the police commission, I thought it was a remarkable group, quite a diverse group, and I guess the thing that really still bothers me is the amount of anger out there. And I think we have to recognize that and humbly, uncomfortably walk towards that and talk to people, because there's lessons to learn there, and the more we can reduce that divide or tension in our community, the better off we'll all be. But I think, like my colleague, Councillor Henderson, I feel actually quite confident that this has been a humbling time for all of us. Certainly was for me. And that if we keep that, if we tuck that humility under our arm and carry that with us all the time, we will have a much more just and positive future in this city, which I think, you know, ultimately, I think Edmonton, like Canada, believes it is an extremely welcoming, fair, and just place. Until we had our world rocked again recently, we have problems here. We've had problems historically, and we will continue to make mistakes, guaranteed. But as long as the direction is towards improvement in relations, to have better days for all Edmontonians, then I think we can do that, and I feel quite confident that we've had our butt kicked, but we're heading in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me that time.
Thank you, Councillor McKee. I'm not seeing any other names on the board. Councillor Knack to close. You're good?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair, sorry.
No, it's good. Sorry, you may not have heard me, Madam Clerk. Let's vote.
Sorry, can we just confirm, is this to receive both 6.1 and 2 for information?
Councillor Knack, that was your intention?
Correct.
I believe that we've got the subsequent on the board that we're being asked to vote on, and we should probably vote on the
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we're just having a few glitches with the system here.
Sure. No problem. So don't vote yet, folks, but we're almost there.
Can the subsequent be read in?
While we're waiting?
Well, it's going to have to be read in at some point, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll just check in with the clerks about timing.
The vote's coming right now.
Okay.
Sorry, the vote on the subsequent is coming right now?
No, this
Okay.
is for receipt, then there'll be a subsequent after.
Oh, okay. Apologies. I thought we already completed that.
Would you like us to do a verbal vote?
The vote is showing up on my screen.
yeah.
Is it?
Okay. Now, there's no wording there. Does anyone require it, and do we require a proper process?
We're okay on our end if we're clear that this motion is to receive 6.1 and 2 for information.
Okay, please vote.
And we're missing Councillor Paquette and Mayor Iveson.
Okay, well, I did vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you. And I believe the mayor may have dropped off the meet.
Okay. Yeah, he did indicate that he had a call coming in.
That's all the
at some
votes said.
point.
Thank you.
And you have all the votes? Oh, there it is. And carried. Okay, we did it. Now for the subsequent. If that could be on the board with the updated text. If I can read it in as that's happening. That Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration work with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the Edmonton Police Commission to provide in the next update on the Safer for All strategy OCM 005 68, Safer for All Strategy, Community Safety, Wellbeing, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism. Tangible outcome-based actions based on the 14 calls to action outlined by the Community and Wellbeing Task Force. Due date, City Council in first quarter 2022. 2, that administration undertake targeted engagement with Edmonton's BIPOC communities to gather more actionable data points and develop collaborative decision-making processes and understandings in relation to the task force recommendations. And 3, that the mayor, on behalf of council, write a letter to the federal government requesting review and potentially update the current definition of a hate crime for racial, gendered, cultural gaps and/or biases, and the legislative application thereof. And to quickly introduce it, this motion all arose from our conversation today, the things that both the speakers and it sounds like council and administration, EPS and EPC all said were things that they would like to work on. And this formalizes that and gives them the authority to continue this work. And that's it. I'll see if there's anyone who would like to speak to this. Otherwise, we'll move on to closing. I can easily close it if everyone's ready. Okay. So, Councillor Knack, did you want to close?
No, I don't know how I came on. This is sort of, I think, I'm good with it because I think points 1 and 2 are what we're talking about, and 3 is the new addition. So, thank you.
Yeah. So 3 arose out of the speaker who indicated that that might be an issue, and then so the conversation with the police chief. So we've had a few glitches with the system today, but we made our way through. And that makes me think of this painting behind me, which is a depiction of the story of Raven Steals the Sun and the Moon. And that story basically talks about how the world was asleep. And Raven, through cunning ways and strange ways and unexpected ways, managed to effectively place the sun and the moon in the sky, starting a new and the first day and the first night. And through that illumination, all the plants and animals and everything good in the world woke up. And when they arose, they formed community. And so while it was somewhat tumultuous getting those lights in the sky, the end result was a wonderful one. And so I think that when we look at the work that we're undertaking right now, there are a lot of unknowns and there's a lot of concern. And we can choose to allow these concerns and these unknowns to divide us or to entrench us or to spread disinformation or to double down on opinions we hold. Or we can take this opportunity to expand our way of thinking, to allow our systems to mature and develop and to become better than. Because I think we can all agree that one of the hallmarks of a good community and a good society is that we continue to grow and develop. Nothing can be held in stasis. That which is not developing and growing in nature is generally dying. And so with this motion and with the conversations that we're having, I think this can be something really phenomenal for our communities if we show the leadership and the responsibility to allow it. And part of that means to allow voices that once were silenced or once had no power to be unsilenced and to empower those voices, because truly these voices are the members of our community, an integral part of our community in a country and a city that is in continual change. And there was some question about our institutions, about how our institutions could be built on racism. And it's as simple as looking at the headlines of the news, looking at things like residential school or the Indian Act, or just sort of the mass attacks um, on the queer community in the past through our institutions. And it shows you that the marginalized have always had a little bit of a rough go. And we can change that, because we talk about equity, we talk about merit, we talk about all of these things. But if we have systems that stop folks from being able to express who they are in supportive ways, then we're really hampering ourselves. We're hampering our economy. We're hampering our health, hampering our communities. And one last word: mental health, a sense of connectedness. If we don't get these things right, we won't get anything right. Nothing will change for the better. But if we start talking with each other, and if we start sharing responsibility, if we start creating systems of support rather than those systems which have been seen in BIPOC communities as systems of oppression, then we're going to get on the right track. And I think that's what we all want. And so I want to thank all our speakers. I want to thank administration. I want to thank EPC and EPS. I want to thank everyone who's involved in council as well, and this committee, for all of the hard work put in, and sometimes the heartbreaking work it's put in. And hey, folks, here's to the sun and the moon. Let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is passed unanimously. Okay, thank you for all that hard work. We are now moving on to another big item, and that is 6.3, Recover Urban Wellness. So if you've been on the line waiting, thank you. I believe that there's a presentation. Afterwards, we will hear from speakers.
Oh, that's correct, Mr. Chair. There is a presentation. Just to introduce our two presenters this afternoon, we have Susan Coward. Susan is our project manager and lead on the Recover project. We also have Dr. Sarah Schulman. Sarah is the founder and social impact lead at her company called In With Forward. Dr. Schulman is an external consultant and has been working with administration on the Recover project. Recover last came to Community and Public Services Committee this past December, at which time administration highlighted a new well-being framework and talked about needing to measure well-being differently than current measures. At that meeting in December, administration communicated to committee that one of the next steps was to apply the framework to community prototypes. This would move the well-being framework to real on-the-ground work. So today we are back to show the committee the application, not only in the prototypes, but also in the suggested actions for implementing the Community and Safety Wellbeing Task Force recommendations. So with that brief introduction, I'll pass it over to Susan Coward to continue the presentation.
Sorry to jump in really quick, Mr. Chair, just maybe as a point of order. I just wondering if maybe we should do a quick agenda check, because I think this is a fairly long presentation. At least it shows up 42 slides on my end. So I've heard 6.4 isn't critical to have done at this meeting, so I would be comfortable moving that forward so it can be sent to the next Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
which I believe is August 11th.
Or or whichever meeting is available.
It's August 11th, but seeing we've moved 4 items, I believe there were a number already. It might be wise to refer this so that Agenda Review Committee can maybe make sure that it ends up on an agenda with space.
Okay, so I guess I'll first move to bring
Close enough?
Yeah, I think I have to move to bring 6.4 forward first, so we can then move that. So I'll move to bring it forward first, just to move it to ARC.
And that is actually, thank you for bringing that up. Bring 6.4 forward, please vote. I'm a yes. Here we go.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is passed. And go ahead, Councilor Mack.
Yes, I just would move it to that we refer this report back to Agenda Review Committee for figuring out what the right placement is for a committee meeting.
Okay. To send this to Agenda Review Committee, please vote.
Ms. Councillor Knack? Thank you, that's all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried with apologies to those who have been waiting for the better part of the day. Unfortunately, this committee tends to get kind of stacked with issues, and we appreciate your patience and understanding. Okay, and with that said, apologies for the interruption. Mr. Smythe, please continue.
No problem. Let's pass it right over to Susan to get into the content of our presentation.
Yes, thanks very much. In attachment 2, we shared a quote from urbanist Jay Pitter, and I want to start with one of those sentences. Ironically, public safety is not primarily achieved by the blunt force of law, but by the stewardship and compassion of everyday people invested in collective community well-being. That is why we have the image of a stool. Recover helps with the third leg of the stool, the role of communities and of grassroots efforts as a critical and distinct complement to both government and social services. Recover has proposed 15 actions for implementing the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force recommendations, and we engaged our external partners in the development of these actions. Next slide, please. Recover's method of finding new ways to tackle ongoing societal problems is through human-centered design, which means we spend time with people impacted by a situation to understand their experiences, and then try out the new practices through prototyping to learn how well the new practice will impact people. Here's a list of prototypes that we've been working with partners on in 2021, and these are all summarized in attachment 3. We're going to start with 2 prototypes before I summarize the well-being implementation actions of the task force, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sarah Schulman, who's going to talk about Oracle and SOLAS.
Thanks, Susan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarah Schulman, and I'm the lead partner of social design organization and Recover partner in With Forward, and I'm calling from the traditional lands of the Tonkawa, Comanche, and Apache peoples. We're at a very profound moment of transition, coming out of a worldwide pandemic where we're being called not just to build back better, but to build back justly with respect and reverence for human life and clear-eyed acknowledgement of the cruelty and harm of systemic racism and colonization. Hippocrates, the doctor who coined the Hippocratic Oath, said, "There can be no complete healing until we have restored our trust in each other." And today I want to share with you what we're learning about how we might start to do that. Next slide. The scale of the challenge ahead is significant. We can point to so many numbers that capture current pain. Since the start of the pandemic, next slide, 70% of Albertans cite isolation as their top mental health concern. Next slide. Our service systems just aren't keeping up. 33% of Canadians say mental health is their top unmet healthcare need. Next slide. So, what can the City of Edmonton do to build a foundation where everyone belongs and lives well? Next slide. Living well is all about interconnection. 3,000 years of literature, wisdom from Indigenous, Eastern, and Western traditions, and 3 years of ethnography in Edmonton's inner city with street-involved adults help to illuminate what matters most. We are well when we feel connected to ourselves, to our bodies, to the land, to family, friends, community, to culture, to the human project of meaning and purpose, and to something bigger than ourselves, to the sacred. Next slide. When we are connected, we feel safe. We feel included as part of community. We experience better mental health, and we aren't as reliant on critical and expensive crisis services. Next slide. So, what can it look like to strengthen connection? Well, that's been the overarching question that we've been using social innovation methods to answer. And that means we've been listening and learning, co-designing and sharing power with everyday Edmontonians to figure out, one, how do we know we are connected and well? Whose data helps us to understand well-being? And two, how do we foster connections between community members across lines of difference to build trust and heal? Next slide. That's led us to 2 new promising community engagement models, Oracle and Solas. Next slide. Oracle is neighborhood listening infrastructure, which gathers, analyzes, and acts on data from the ground up. Next slide. Oracle addresses the dearth of real-time local data about well-being. The City of Edmonton's existing indicators do not tell us how people are well from their perspective, and they miss critical voices, people who don't fill out surveys, have phones, or show up at consultation events. Traditional, colonially rooted research not only leaves out the most marginalized, but too often perpetuates deficit-laden narratives of people and places, and that only serves to solidify stigma and to cause real harm. It's time, in the words of Abigail Echo Hawk, to decolonize data. Next slide. Take neighborhood quality of life about Alberta Avenue from 2004. And according to the official indicators, quality of life was 0. Author Carissa Halton, a resident of the Alberta Avenue neighborhood, notes, how could anyone have 0 quality of life? Is that even possible outside of a black hole or a grave? The numbers were so discordant with Carissa's day-to-day experiences that it led her to pen her award-winning book, The Little Yellow House. Next slide. So Oracle is testing how we build neighborhood capacity to gather lived experiences of well-being and engage community in interpreting and actioning the data. Rather than another survey, focus group, or consultation organized top-down with statistics that gloss over the plurality of human experience, Oracle gives control to neighbors to measure what matters most to them. Next slide. Core to Oracle is a new paid role, the local listener. Local listeners are everyday folks supported to gather stories of well-being from their neighbors. Next slide. In our inaugural cohort running right now, we've engaged 10 local listeners, parents, musicians, students, artists, social workers, former transit operators, small business owners, who between them speak 8 languages and hold relationships across many cultural communities. Next slide. Core to a prototype is deep collaboration and rigorous experimentation. We're testing a new interaction between local listeners and their neighbors, new tech-enabled tools to collect story-based data at scale, new forms of community engagement methods to collectively make sense of the data, and new outputs like visualized dashboards that help community leaders make purposeful, evidence-based decisions. Next slide. By the end of the summer, we'll have learned techniques for engaging residents that are typically left out, what indicators the Alberta Avenue neighborhood believes to be meaningful, and we hope to work with many of you as decision makers to understand how this kind of thick data can inform decision making and resource allocation. Next slide. You know, when we think about resources, I think our head often goes to thinking about government and nonprofits and businesses, and we don't typically conceptualize people as resources. We default to funding structures rather than relationships. But the wisdom, passion, energy, and experience of everyday Edmontonians is a critical and untapped resource base for strengthening well-being. And so what could it look like for the city to directly invest in people? Next slide. That's really what we've been testing with Solas. SOLOS is a network of everyday Edmontonians bearing witness to grief and loss and enabling healing. We want to hold space for moments of pain to also become moments for connection. Next slide. SOLOS is underpinned by an explicit set of anti-racist and anti-oppressive values like respect, humility, solidarity, and visibility. Next slide. SOLOS responds to a deep research base. Grief and loss that goes unacknowledged, what is known as disenfranchised grief, is a significant source of disconnection and unwellness. It's a major contributor to poor mental health, addiction, houselessness, stigma, and shame. And we know experiences of disenfranchised grief are disproportionately felt by racialized and marginalized communities, exacerbated by unequal access to mental health supports. In the recent social service audit commissioned by EPS, grief and loss services were amongst the least available supports. Next slide. Out of 12,984 service elements mapped in Edmonton in 2020, only 5 specifically addressed grief and loss. Next slide. SOLOS is a novel approach to addressing grief and loss. It's a model of community care, and it starts with the recognition that loss is part of our shared human condition and can bring people together for mutual support. Next slide. At the heart of SOLOS is a new paid peer role, the loss tender. Loss tenders are Edmontonians from all walks of life with their own experiences of grief and loss, who listen without judgment and help give grief a concrete and publicly visible form as paintings, songs, dances, meditations, and stories. Next slide. Sharers are community members, also from all walks of life, experiencing grief and loss, be it the loss of a person, a relationship, a job, a house, and or the loss of culture, of language, identity, of a sense of safety and security. Next slide. From the prototype, we learned there was significant demand for SOLOS. In just 1 week, we received 40 applications for the loss tender role, selecting 7 to be part of our very first cohort. And in just 1 month, 23 Edmontonians signed up as sharers, 47% of whom identify as persons of color. Next slide. As part of the prototype, we tested a new kind of interaction between loss tenders and sharers based on choice, informality, and reciprocity. Next slide. We tested ways to support loss tenders in their role and curate a truly collaborative culture, giving loss tenders access to weekly debriefing sessions, to a sounding board made up of incredible healers, cultural knowledge keepers, and mental health practitioners, and to ongoing training and resources. Next slide. And we tested the use of healing tools and rituals like songs and cultural ceremony, drawing on literature about the efficacy of grief rituals for healing, of offering tangible ways to mourn, to heal, and to feel a little bit more part of the human family. Next slide. And we've been measuring the effectiveness of SOLOS, how it strengthens mental health, community connectedness, how it can be a new form of flexible employment, and can even address social sector burnout and compassion fatigue. For example, loss tenders like Maria, who work by day at Edmonton Public Library, shared how participation transformed how they understand and relate to fellow Edmontonians living with addiction and housing instability. And SOLOS sounding board members like Pat Buffalo have described the power of using the arts for community healing. Next slide. Just want to take a moment to hear from our loss tenders directly, so we're going to play a short 4-minute video clip.
This is how we communicate now because of COVID, eh?
Because of the pandemic, yeah.
Yeah.
Gave me his handkerchief so I could see through the sorrow that's been blinding me.
It's this song right here.
I'm lost in my grandma. I'll never be far. I'll be in the moon and I'll be in the stars.
Kudos. That was really nice. My name is Clyde Willard Gardner. I am from Buffalo Narrows, northern Saskatchewan. She reconnected me to my song, and she put it into perspective, like to where she was like, I started it, she finished it.
So just like there are people who like to go to a bar not only because they like to have a drink, but they like to talk to the friendly, warm bartender about their problems. So loss tenders were there for people who are experiencing loss and grief on a number of levels, like not only just the obvious, losing a loved one, the passing of a loved one, but also the loss of jobs, loss of personal agency, loss of relationships. And in my particular case, the people that I connected with were dealing with loss of language and loss of cultural identity.
So I am Salima Bersi. I am a psychotherapist and an educator and a community organizer. I think the problem that it addresses quite effectively is the reality that we live in a society that doesn't always make space for grief and loss, particularly the less overt forms, right? And so, when we talk about bereavement and loss, we're usually talking about, an immediate family member has died. And we don't make space for all of the complicated ways in which humans grieve and all of the kinds of things that we lose along the way and the experiences that we have in our lifetime. And I think this program really intentionally tries to make space for the kinds of loss that we really don't have room for in our day-to-day lives.
If I can say this, I've seen my clients be at times suicidal to doing this program and literally walking back off that edge. Like, seriously, like contemplating suicide and then doing this program and being of healthy mind, body, and spirit after. And just like happier and more willing to open up and talk about their grief. It's been really amazing. And just wanting to like share their experience. Like Clyde has his song posted on his wall. So he's so proud of it.
People who are professionals in the field are really important and critical, but we cannot do it all, and we shouldn't, right? That's not what we're here for. And I'm a big believer that if community care works well, my job will be required less and less, and that is a good thing.
It's not just about housing. How can you be stable and stay in one place if you're like broken and you have no foundation? Like, you need to heal as a person to have any kind of stability.
Hegenzo papa mustician, wahiwis nostemese, kitaftawiyak, kamatuitasti poset, utsanwijamwa, auhin kachapiskaganis, iwega si haman, namachu ina pusa.
You can go to the next slide. Great. So the goal of prototyping is really to learn whether new community engagement models like SOLAS and Oracle have value and to whom, so we can spread them. And all of our emerging evidence says that SOLAS is an effective and scalable model that really is ready to grow to more neighborhoods, just like Neighborhood Watch has. And over the next 3 years, we envision growing SOLAS to operate in at least 9 neighborhoods with the capacity to work with several hundred community members, all underpinned by intentional support infrastructure. Next slide. We think growing SOLAS can really help the city of Edmonton operationalize its big city move number 4 so that it's not just nice words on paper. We can do that by facilitating intercultural healing moments so that we help Edmonton become that welcoming, healing place. We can build a network of everyday folks to listen and care for each other, providing that material opportunity for Edmontonians to show their community spirit. And we can leverage music and arts and dance and storytelling as sources of connection and healing, enabling Edmontonians of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities to really express themselves. Next slide. So together, models like Oracle, Solos, and the portfolio of Recover prototypes can really help to hit that sweet spot of increasing trust and empathy, decreasing racism and stigma, and addressing the trifecta of urban challenges: social isolation, poor mental health, and community safety. So thanks for the opportunity to share back today, and thanks for your support.
Next slide. We're almost done. The two prototypes Sarah summarized use some of these culture change levers to design and test new practices. For example, Solos tried a new role called the loss tender, using the roles and resources lever. In Oracle, you heard about gathering different data, which is getting into the knowledge and meaning lever. The Recover Catalyst group, made up of diverse community leaders, identified 15 action on pages 6 to 8 of attachment 2 that can support implementation of the task force recommendations. These actions are grouped by the 8 themes that you see on the slide here, and they relate to the various levers. Some of these actions are short-term actions, most are medium and longer term. They will all require research and human-centered design. Next slide, please. So here's a snapshot of the work underway and ready to get started. For Solos, you heard Sarah say, this looks really promising, and now we know what resources will be needed to build it out. For the evaluation prototype Oracle, it's underway, and we're very interested in seeing the data that will come forward from this work. Can it help build data that talks about well-being as connections and belonging? Can this data be included in the city plan showing the relationship measures of an inclusive and compassionate city? Even this morning, they talked about a dashboard. Will this be data that can be put up in the dashboard? And for the new dispatch center, is there an opportunity to learn from people who are hesitant to call emergency numbers? How might they help with the scripts for dispatch workers? As for a different ticketing interaction between a peace officer and someone doing something they should not be doing, let's explore what drinking in public might look like. Next slide. As you look to the left-hand side of the slide, you see a description of an interaction that is respectful, helpful, and reciprocal. On the right-hand side, you see a mocked-up ticket for drinking in public. This is not a prototype. It's a speculative story. It's supposed to create an emotion along a continuum of, that idea will never work, to, oh, that's kind of neat. We could do something like that. So back to the ticketing interaction, what if we had a ticket with a list of public parks where alcohol consumption is allowed? Or what if we had a work for beer program similar to what they have in Amsterdam? Or what if there was a connector rule where someone's contemplating change that they could get into that person right away and be connected to community resources? And the last slide. We see Recover's work helping Edmontonians achieve a place where everyone belongs and lives well. Recover is very appreciative of our partners, Catalyst members, other social research and design efforts led by community organizations, and increasingly city staff who are approaching Recover's work with curiosity and eagerness to learn more about it and how to do it. So the other thing I want to point out is you met some of the people that got involved in a prototype, and we have to be extremely grateful to those folks for being adventuresome and taking risks to participate in our prototypes. And it's through their kind of involvement we're really going to start seeing different new practices take shape. So thank you very much.
Yes, that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair. We can now go to the speakers.
Great. Well, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. We will now hear from Yasushi Oki.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. How are you doing? It was a great opportunity that I had to work with Susan Coward and her team with regards to the project that I have, which explores what a developer, and I'll back up a little here. I've started up a nonprofit infill development company. A year and a half ago, I would have said I'm in the business of increasing Edmonton's affordable housing supply. But now in working with community, I've come to realize that I'm more in the business of neighborhood well-being. And one of the things I think I can do to contribute to that well-being is utilizing vacant lots that we've purchased as places where communities can connect. And it's through Susan and her team that I was able to explore what I can do with a vacant lot. And what we are doing, we're taking 2 vacant lots. The first one is in Parkdale, a lot that I incidentally purchased from the city, so thank you very much. It's a vacant 50-foot wide lot just south of 118th Avenue. We are putting in a community garden, and I'm happy to report that just yesterday, Sustainable Foods Edmonton confirmed that we have successfully got a $1,000 small grant to build the garden boxes there. I'm working with the Parkdale Cromdale Community League in setting up a satellite community garden location for their members to use. It's all in an effort of connecting with the community, the neighbors in that block area. Howard Lawrence with Abundant Community Edmonton, of course, he's been instrumental in giving me ideas on how block connector ideas and affinity and proximity are ideas that we can put forward and activate on that vacant lot. So in addition to the community garden, we're putting up demonstration units of green violin projects. And we're talking about not just those demonstration projects, which are super exciting in their own right. One is a CCAN cabin for homeless veterans to start building up equity in a co-op infill project. I have a super sponsor. A quick shout out to Stuart Olson, because they have not only contributed a CCAN by donation, but they've arranged their sub-trades to do all the work inside the CCAN cabin. We're going to do that work on the vacant lot as a way of engaging the community in what a CCAN cabin might be like, where this ultimately might go, which is not on that particular site, and what kind of input they might have in inviting, the phrase I love is inviting new neighbors and welcoming them by old neighbors into the community. So as a way of engaging community, talking about green violin projects, these 2 demonstration projects lead the conversation towards what I'm hoping to ultimately build on the lot, which is a missing middle apartment project, which in itself is super exciting. Quick little background there, I'm working with Indigenous partners on a Indigenous seniors and youth co-living apartment, 26 units above a community kitchen and a community gathering area where we can do cultural exchange both within that cohort and then between the apartment tenants and the greater neighborhood around. So by activating the vacant lot today, we're able to talk about those ambitions and visions of what ultimately can happen on that lot while the neighbors are engaged in community gardening, while they're sitting around a seating area, COVID-friendly seating area, completely by donation. This time a shout out to Peak Play. They do playground equipment in Edmonton, but they also take down City of Edmonton playgrounds and refurbish that equipment for future use. And they're kindly donating seating areas like benches and picnic tables so that the gardeners have a place to talk, converse, and get to know the neighbors as well. So it's super exciting working with Susan and her team on storyboards, which are imaginations of what might this process be. It's been a great way of testing our ideas and developing our strategies. And we're taking it to the next level, calling it the Green Violin Way, where we engage community with the vacant lot prior to development, keep the community informed through development. And after the apartment is built, Green Violin remains in the community by retaining ownership of one unit where we install a member of the community or a peer of the people of the community already in what Howard Lawrence again would call a block connector in the building, who would then get the tenants' well-being to align with the community well-being. So thank you very much. And thank you to Susan and her Recover team too.
Very wonderful and right on the dot. Jacqueline Cardinal, you have 5 minutes.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Cardinal. My family is from the Sucker Creek Cree First Nation, and I'm honored to live, serve, and create on lands governed by Treaty 6. Thank you very much for having me here to share my experiences as a community member, a Catalyst Group member, and a consultant working with the Recover Project, with the hopes my perspectives are valuable to the committee here today. So I was actually initially made aware of the work of Recover as a community member, attending a community share back in January of 2019. I had been really curious about the work being done to lift up those most vulnerable in Indigenous communities here in Edmonton. And I walked away from the event really excited to keep tabs on the project and contribute wherever I could. It just so happens later that fall, the opportunity arose for the company that myself and my brother Hunter Cardinal run called Nahaywin to contribute to the showcase event where the Recover prototypes had been nurtured to date that were being shared with the wider community. And through that involvement, we felt that we learned of the unique and really powerful role that Recover is poised to play in the broader journey of all Edmontonians towards righting relations between and among Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, which we believe is the great challenges kind of our time. So by really correctly centering well-being, or mi'kmaq or the good life in all its complexity in the work of nurturing our communities, and by adopting an innovation mindset, which meaningfully centers those with lived experience. So it was with enthusiasm that we joined the Recover team in early 2020 as consultants advising the team on their endeavor to engage in the decolonization and reconciliation efforts that are inherent in this work, which we really saw as comprising of three parts. First, discovering ways to apply the city's Indigenous framework and also to position Recover as a testing ground for learnings that can be applied across other work being done by the city or externally. Two, by thinking creatively about how to deepen understandings of Indigenous well-being and governance among the stakeholder groups in this work, so the core team, the catalysts, and the participants as well, and activating that knowledge. And lastly, imagining opportunities to further root the Recover well-being framework to these lands and these territories. So before I speak a little further about how our advice and guidance has taken shape over the past year, I wanted to touch on my involvement as a Catalyst Group member. So first, as Susan mentioned, the Catalysts are a diverse group of volunteer community leaders that are networkers and advisors, and funders, and critics in constructive ways, of course, that are tasked with supporting the development of the prototype. So my experience in these regular meetings is of coming together with just incredibly smart and dedicated and passionate individuals, not only to, again, provide that guidance to the prototype teams that we work with, but also to continually reflect and examine how we're providing that guidance. So asking ourselves questions like, what are we learning? What can we improve? What assumptions might we have? So we can continually strengthen how we carry out those rules. And this is absolutely emblematic of the ethos of Recover as a whole. So to contribute and further root this ethos in an intentional way for the entire ecosystem of Recover, our advice and guidance began with the development of a strategic plan that had the city's Indigenous framework at its core. Our strategic objectives that we identified in collaboration with the community and the Recover team include ensuring that Indigenous concepts of well-being are core to the storytelling within and about the work of Recover. Taking care to develop protocols and processes that those from all walks of life can participate and connect. And strengthening the identity of the Catalyst Group through its relationality with the lands that we live and work on. And over the last year, we have been working with the Recover team to take tangible steps towards achieving these aims by preparing avenues for co-creation with Indigenous communities through the formation of Indigenous elder circles, empowering those contributing to the Recover project to be storytelling allies about the work of Recover, and nurturing a culture of safety, understanding, and self-reflection among all those involved. And as a vital part of working towards these goals, because the ethics and underlying intent of this work is critical, the Recover team has committed themselves to developing skills for and practicing two-eyed seeing, which is an Indigenous research methodology used to help weave together Indigenous and non-Indigenous worldviews to form stronger understandings. And then we're doing this by engaging with a few core of ideas. First, by thinking of place as a multi-layered and experienced in multiple ways. Second, by self-locating ourselves, those who are doing the work within the historical, social, and cultural context that shape and story our lives. And lastly, by cultivating ethical spaces, which are the physical and inner spaces where it is recognized that Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples relate differently to knowledge systems of history and traditions and social and political realities, and that this is where the work of understanding and relationship building is most needed. So to wrap up my contributions this afternoon, because I only have a couple of seconds left, I just want to finish with saying that over the last 2.5 years, my belief is only strengthened that Recover is on the path to being an integral part of our journey as Edmontonians towards a better future, one where we can actually imagine reaching beyond equity and justice to instead seek beauty and abundance. So hi, thank you for having me.
Hi, thank you. We will now hear from Heather Braid. You have 5 entire minutes.
Hi, yes, I'll only be answering questions today, actually. Should I give an introduction now or just wait till after?
Okay. In fact, it did indicate it was for questions only, and I missed that. Yovella Nizrehi. And I may have absolutely pronounced
Hi.
it incorrectly.
You pronounced it correctly. Thank you. We began our expected recovery team began in 2019, and then it was
Well,
put
I
aside for a little.
hate to interrupt you, but can you make sure that you're talking right into the microphone?
Okay. Yes, we began in 2019, and then took a pause due to pandemic, and we began again this year. And so the original question that we were posed with revolved around how to support isolated expectant parents in ways that extended beyond the material. So what were ways to connect to the spiritual well-being of expectant parents? After a number of meetings and discussions, we came up with the idea of an expectancy box containing items that met the mother's postnatal physical needs and coupons for well-being and things such as lactation items, creams, material things like that. It contained things like journal items and community resource information. So we shared this idea with local doulas, parents, with children under 1 year old, and other interested parties. We also interviewed staff at places such as Multicultural Health Broker to find out how they do their work holistically. As we continued meeting and discussing the spiritual well-being needs of expectant parents, we moved away from exclusively talking about trauma informed care, talking about healing informed care. We also came to see that it wasn't about the item in this prototype box that we came up with. It was about using this box of items as a way to help parents recognize and name their needs. The well-being framework provided a space to work with concepts of healing and spirituality. It allowed us to connect people to culture, to land, to family, friends, community, and to meaning making. Some of the challenges that we faced while doing our prototype planning was that some people honestly don't know what wellness and healing looks like. They spend a lot of time in pain, a lot of time being treated from a trauma-informed perspective, but nothing to do with healing. And there's also not enough community serving organizations that know about things such as well-being and the well-being framework. So we realized that it would involve talking to a lot of different organizations and groups about what well-being could look like and what the well-being framework is about. Another challenge is that some groups and organizations are very
I'm sorry, Yovella. Another reminder to speak directly into the microphone.
sorry. Some groups and organizations have very deep roots in doing things the Western way. So getting them to look at things from an Indigenous perspective of wellness and healing could be a challenge, or even just in general, well-being. Because from a Western perspective, we're not used to running organizations and groups from that framework. So we learned that one of the biggest obstacles is not coming up with a prototype of items and things to help expectant parents connect to community and other forms of well-being. The challenge was about helping others to understand what the well-being framework was and what well-being means. Thank you. And my apologies, I'm on a bus right now, so I apologize.
It's actually, frankly, a miracle, and we appreciate your time. Okay, so thank you for that. We will now hear from Lacey McMillan.
Hi. So I got to experience, my name is Lacey McMillan. I'm from Edmonton, born and raised. So I got to experience the So Lost program through both sides as a nurse, and then because I just recently lost my mother in August. last August. So I got to like take part in the program, and I got to help like be with my clients while they took part in the program. So it was really awesome. And like for me, like my brother's always telling me, Lacey, you should go see a psychologist, you know what I mean? Like he's just that type of guy. Like he works at EA in Vancouver, and I'm not that person. Like we're just two different people. So so this program was perfect for me. Like it was like because I got to choose like how I wanted to express my grief, and I picked to write a letter to my mom because she passed away suddenly. She actually had I don't know if you've ever heard of her. She had an organization called Purses Filled with Love. So she gave back to the homeless every year in Edmonton. She was always on the news. She loved being on the news. But anyway, so this program was amazing to watch my clients. Just some of them are so creative. I remember when I first went on the roof, because we have like a roof here at Baldwin, and the Soul Lost program had a bunch of plants. Like they gave everybody a plant, and it's just like everybody was drawn there. And then there's different. I just like how it's casual and it's not so like you're not in an office, and it's so nice to have something so different because I literally got to write a letter to my mom and to say the things like I chose the writer because I love writing. So that was what I got to do because I didn't get to say goodbye to my mom, like I said. So I got to write her a letter, and like it was, and then to find out that like behind these everyday people, there are elders and there are psychotherapists, and you know what I mean? That's beautiful. It's like because yeah, my brother still bugs me to go see a psychologist just because he does. But I like the way I there's people here that haven't had the chance to take this program, including my sister also wants to take it because I shared it on Facebook, and she's like, "What?" She was so jealous. But yeah, like I really feel like this program needs to exist, especially with the homeless community. Like there's so much trauma, and yeah, it's so important. And yeah, like I'm indigenous as well, so um, there. Do you need me? Okay, I'll be right there. Or call an ambulance. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just think it's so important because especially the things that are coming out in like my God, like the residential schools, and like it's unbelievable. And like I said, like how can anybody be stable if they're full of trauma and they're broken? And you know what I mean? I think it's so important that we address that. And like a lot of my clients won't go to like a grief counselor's office. That's just the way they are. They would love to do this program, and I'm so grateful because I even got to like write a beautiful letter to my mother, and I'm so grateful.
Well, thank you for that. We're grateful to you for coming and sharing your experience.
Thanks.
So thank you, Lacey. We'll now move to Haley Irving. Is Haley on the line?
Thank you. My name is Haley, and I am a settler in Amiskwaci, Wisconsin. And I have lived and attended school, worked, raised a family on Treaty 6 territory for 25 years. And that is where my personal journey started with community work. I currently work with Reach Edmonton. My very first practicum was at Parkdale School in the inner city. And from there, I worked in youth justice, child and youth mental health, adult mental health, which led me right back into the inner city, where the work felt more like my life's purpose than a job. This is where my relationship and lessons with poverty, homelessness, disenfranchisement, and harm reduction really began. This is where I felt the most meaningful, kindred relationships form, and where I was taught humility and compassion go a lot farther than dry socks, toothbrushes, and a new apartment. This is where my experience with loss deepened, where every day I was surrounded by life's losses, unspeakable losses like child apprehension, survivors of residential school, language, culture, violence, and even those small losses like my belongings or employment. I was given the gift while working at Boyle Street to follow a dream I had about furthering my education and to become a contemplative end-of-life care practitioner. And this really allowed me the honor of supporting people who were dying, folks who were in a need of a really safe place to die with dignity, who required special care and a loving space for their end-of-life needs. This also created a desire for community care around grief and loss, and a space to acknowledge the trauma that by living and working in the inner city, we face grief and loss on a daily. To say that I'm honored to be here to discuss SOLAS is an understatement. To make a place for space make a place and space for grief and loss to people who have typically do not have access has been a true privilege for me. My role with the SOLAS prototype was to support everyday Edmontonians in their role as a loss tender. I was testing a role called practice lead. That looked like hiring, onboarding, checking in, doing debriefs with the loss tenders, connecting sharers with loss tenders, navigating barriers that might come up, like, for example, people needing tools, iPads, laptops, supplies for art making, or simply a safe place to be able to meet up, community engagement, or being able to have access to maybe a vodka before they met with their loss tender. So this meant supporting both the loss tender and the sharer with the small things and the big ones. It could be finding a drummer who knew a traditional song from a northern community, gifting a sharer a guitar, or simply being available for those moments and brainstorming with one another. SOLAS starts from the premise that everyday humans can respond and care for and support one another. When we contemplate peer-to-peer care, we at times can get caught up with risk or harm that might cause. SOLAS has put into place deliberate, thoughtful, steady supports. My role as a practice lead reduces the possibility of harm. Peer-to-peer work is something that I believe in. It has been my pleasure to work alongside folks who just want to support and care for people. We know that it works. There's evidence to suggest that it does with intentional guidance and leadership, training, strong and supportive work environments, building confidence, and a dose of empathy can make peer-to-peer work sustainable and effective. What was most powerful for me in this prototype was the creation of meaningful roles for community, not just professionals. In my previous roles, I would get calls all the time from the community wanting to help more. My typical response would always be monetary. It would be, maybe you could drop off some socks, maybe you could give us some toothbrushes. We always need hygiene supplies and that sort of thing. And it was always very one way. SOLAS at its core is about a two-way experience. It's about meaningful connections, community care, and healing. We learned with SOLAS that there is a deep desire and a need for people to be part of community healing, something that is mutual, reciprocal, and SOLAS offers this beautifully. And we believe SOLAS is a model to grow and that we can do that safely and with healing for all at the heart of it.
Thank you very much, Haley. we'll move on now to, oh, well, actually, we're at the hour. It's 3:28. Our break starts at 3:30, and we take that break until 3:45. And so we will pause now and come back. Everyone is welcome to return as well. And yep, we'll see you at 3:45. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Zadek.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. And we are also joined by Councillor Henderson.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Afternoon. Sorry, I did a knack.
Good afternoon. It's okay. We're in the space age. Councillor Banga is here.
I'm here.
As well as hello, and Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and I hope I haven't missed anyone. If not, feel free to speak up. But we do have a request for a speaker to jump up a couple spots because they have to go to work. And so next we will hear from Deviani Andrea.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me join you before.
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Well, first of all, I'm very excited to be here. I follow some of you guys on Twitter, so it's very exciting to have this conversation with you. Yes, so I was part of the Solos prototype that we have been discussed recently, and I was a loss tender, a dance loss tender. And I would like to share briefly my experience in this project with you, so you have a better idea of what was it and how was it. So first of all, I need to say that Solos for me was a completely different experience. I'm an immigrant here in Amiscasihuascajican. I'm originally from Mexico. So once I came here, I realized that, well, a cultural difference between how people here approach to grief and to loss and to loneliness very differently than from my culture. You know, it's more rational, more getting things over with, and which is very, very nice, but it leaves like a trace of unresolved issues. So as an artist, as a dance artist, this experience was really nice because I had the opportunity to help someone else, knowing this like hierarchy thing, like, okay, I'm the doctor and you're the patient, but like a lot of retribution between us. And I think the most important about this project of Solos was the fact that art was very valuable. You know, it was not about how profitable it is, how much money we're gonna get out of it, but how art provokes and facilitates a different kind of healing. You know, because through arts, and I also learned this from Chief Patrick that is joining us today. Healing is a process of breathing that story into yourself. It's not getting over it. It's not forgetting it and letting that in the past, but acknowledging and being aware of how that came to be, and then just being comfortable with it. And also, I need to defend the arts because I think what's important, since the arts can be very profound without being obvious. So the artistic process can be very therapeutic, very personal, very challenging, but the outcome can be someone that all people can enjoy without the person sharing feeling overexposed. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. I hope I do. So I hope this, well, I have to thank Sarah, Dr. Schulman, for her creativity and for collecting all these fantastic artists. I have to appreciate the importance that art came to have during this process. I saw so many improvements in people, not in a way that, oh yes, now I'm healed, but oh yes, now I'm more calm with myself thanks to this process, thanks to the things I learned here. Now I have the skills to face different challenges, like to face the grief that will come because life is what it is. And yeah, I think I would like to finish my intervention saying that arts, like with this kind of process and projects, we of course will help community, and of course will help borderline populations to be more present. And but I also want to say that with these kind of prototypes, with I think we kill two birds with one stone, because yes, we help the community, but we also hold the artistic community. You know that we are so precarious, so having a momentum of helping others and being valuable and being financially retributed, of course that's important. It's a game changer, at least for me. So yeah, that's pretty much everything. Dance as much as you can and drink water, please. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. Good advice. And I think we just got a master class in vitality. I feel like maybe I should have had more dance in my life. Okay, so let us now move to Patrick Buffalo. Oh, wait, have we? Yeah, Patrick Buffalo, that's right. That's next. And I think I see him on the screen.
Yes, that's me. That's a tough one to follow there, right? Tough act to follow. I greet you all. My name is Daywalker, and I'm Newio from Musquetee's territory. So I was brought onto this project, I believe, to be an advisor because of, I guess, from many different angles. You know, people call us First Nations because of my cultural roots and experiences. I think brought value to the process. And my experience with residential school also brought some firsthand experience into this process. But I think the biggest emphasis is the healing. Okay, I've been doing community healing for 30 years now, and I've learned a lot, and I believe that I contributed a lot. And there's a starting point, and it really makes a difference for me, is giving a definition to what healing is about. What is wellness? What does that mean? And for me, my definition is taking ownership of who you are and what you create. So, with that definition, it really addresses victimhood, okay? Because there is no room for victimhood once you take ownership of who it is you are and what it is you're creating in your life. And a big part of that healing process is your identity. How an identity really means self-image. How do you look at yourself? So I'm involved in several other projects, and in that one project, the guy used to introduce himself as a drug addict. Every time he introduced himself, he would say his name as a drug addict. And today, after spending some time with him, he introduces himself as a kind, caring, compassionate man. What a difference in energy going from that picture of the addict, the drug addict, or the alcoholic, or the drunk, to a picture that really presents who he who he is. And I think with this project I've been involved with the objective of focusing on grief and loss, that creates also a picture where people get stuck in their stories, and oftentimes they become their stories and remain stuck. And for many of our peoples, they're stuck all their life. And we see what's going on in the media today, that it's not just this lifetime, but many generations back. And we gotta ask the right questions. Okay, and the right question is, what is it you want? Do you want healing? You want justice? You want accountability? What is the focus? What is it you want? So with this process, my concern up front was approaching people that are maybe oblivious to their trauma, because their trauma has become so much the norm that a lot of people don't even know they've been traumatized because it's so normal, that life of struggle. So the first thing here is the willingness to heal. And that was a concern I had, is that the lost tenders are approaching people, and really the question is, are they ready to take ownership of the reality they've created for themselves, and oftentimes as victims, or can we create that willingness to heal? And I believe that's what Solus has done, is with their multidimensional approach with song and dance and movement, art, and also the cultural experiences. From our perspective, I think they've been very effective in the approach that they took. I had my concerns up front and opening up wounds for people that are stuck in their stories, but this process has really demonstrated to me the the, the effectiveness of the approach that they've created. And for me, it's really been a privilege and an honor to be a part of this process where we do understand differences, but until we accept the differences, nothing changes. I thank you all.
My mic was on mute. Hi, Patrick. We will now move to Karen Tang.
Hello, council members. It's nice to see you. My name is Karen Tang, and I've made my home here in Meskwitchi, Waskaikini for the last almost 9 years, working as a public health advocate, community organizer, and I've been intimately involved with the Recover project previously as its project manager. But today, like Jacqueline, who spoke earlier, I'm also a member of the Catalyst group with Recover, and I'm here participating on behalf of the McConnell Foundation. And I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit and share some reflections about the role of infrastructure, specifically social infrastructure in community well-being and safety, and what it has to do with all the beautiful stories people shared today. So a bit about the organization I represent. McConnell is a philanthropic foundation which has worked in the past couple of decades building a culture of social innovation, and our granting focuses on climate, reconciliation, and community resilience. And all of these have very strong infrastructure aspects, but in particular, under the community resilience pillar, the aim is to test and support innovations in social and civic infrastructure in ways that are appropriate for these critical times of monumental change and transition. And this past year, McConnell Foundation actually provided a social research and development grant to the SOLAS prototype that you just heard about. As well, there is strong alignment between the urban well-being framework and the initiative I manage called Participatory Canada, which is all about social infrastructure needed in our communities. And like SOLAS, Participatory Canada is also a social research and development initiative with co-investments from McConnell and the Government of Canada. And R&D, research and development, means kind of what Sarah covered already. That's a lot of testing, learning, and evaluating. And specifically, we were testing a participation-based approach with 3 Canadian cities in Halifax, Montreal, and Toronto to develop the social infrastructure needed for reimagining how we live, work, and interact with each other. And we actually just wrapped up our R&D phase and have published our learnings on our website. And so social infrastructure, which is actually quite central in all of this work, including Recover, in its simplest definition, is the physical places and organizations that shape the way we interact. And it's not just where, but how we engage, how we care and animate with each other. It's often inappropriately seen as soft. Social infrastructure is relational. It's human. It's what brings public spaces to life with tangible and concrete impact And they range anywhere from those garden boxes that Yasushi was talking about, to public libraries, to the relationships being built in Solas and Oracle. And one of the biggest things we learned from this past year and a half of Participatory Canada is that despite challenges like, global pandemic, social infrastructure can be made much more robust if it includes that very strong and intentional participatory dimension, meaning you design it with explicit intent, providing the tools and resources needed to enable and invite the human agency, choice, and creativity of people themselves across differences and in radically inclusive ways. And in this framework, it's not about charity or delivering a service, but rather it's about reciprocity and learning from each other as equals. And all of that is very similar to the co-creative, co-design nature of Recover. And between these two initiatives, I have seen firsthand the importance of supporting solutions that are centered on people, co-designed and co-created with communities. And since I started in this role at McConnell a year and a half ago, we have seen a shift in the national conversation about redefining infrastructure. It's been very clear that good social network development for community resilience, which is so needed in COVID recovery and rebuilding, it doesn't just happen spontaneously, and it cannot be left to free labor, to well-intentioned volunteers, or severely under-resourced nonprofits. The investment in social infrastructure needs to be somewhat matched in scope and ambition as any other kinds of infrastructure. And it's not a nice to have add-on, but rather it's a public good that contributes to social cohesion like you heard today. And that to us is a gateway indicator that can lead to so much more when it comes to equity, anti-racism and inclusion, belonging, well-being, and safety. But this work takes innovating and testing and learning together, and this work cannot go on without dedicated resources, which of course needs to come from different levels of government. But as the level closest to the ground, the municipality is best positioned to bring these ideas to life, working and co-designing with communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Emma Ash. You have 5 minutes, Emma.
Hi, Aaron. I am also just registered to answer questions.
There it is. Yeah, I should read to the end of the line. Charlie Hill. Is Charlie Hill with us still?
Mr. Chair, I don't see him on the meet anymore.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our speakers. Now is the time when, if there are any questions from committee members or councillors in attendance, that we bring those forward. Councillor Knack, you chose this. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm happy to defer to Councillor McKean, who I think's done a lot of work on this. So.
Okay, I'll just ask a quick question of Patrick, if you don't mind, if you're still on the line. You know, you were talking about the stories that people tell about who they are and what their life is, and that really struck me because we know that one of the teachings that I grew up with was that who we are and what we are is story. In fact, it's all we are. And what I heard growing up is that that's how Indigenous cultures survived efforts to eradicate them because their story was strong. And so I'm just wondering about your perception on how we tell the story of Reach, how we tell the story of Edmonton and our communities. And in your opinion, does it matter how we tell those stories? Like, what should be at the root and the base of the stories that we tell if we want to build healthy, connected, and thriving communities?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, I think the theme here is healing. Okay, so when we're talking about healing, there is an association to grief, to hurt, to pain, to trauma, and there's a difference between a healthy story versus a story that's based on trauma that keeps a person stuck. So thanks for the question, because I need to clarify it. It's not, stories are good from the past, okay? That's what we learn from, and those have huge value. What does not have value is the association of trauma as memories connected to the pain and the hurt and the anger and the guilt and the shame, that it creates a heavy energy. So for us as Newiawak, Newiao means a four-part being. That's who we are. So when you talk about identity, we're talking about a lot of people not realizing that even the word Cree is a colonized term. Okay, and we are Newiao. There's no other word other than Newiao. Whereas a four-part being, the core of who we are is spirit, and the mind connects us to spirit through prayer. And in our history, our people were very spiritual, spiritually connected, and the word connectedness was brought up earlier because Mantowi Aswe in his creator's laws that are written in our heart. And one of these laws is Wakotowin, and people would think it's kinship, but it's beyond kinship. It's Wakotowin, that we are connected to the earth, to the land, and even to the past we are connected to, but it's disassociating the pain from the story. And a lot of people get stuck in their stories because really they're stuck in their pain. So there is a healthy story to be told. Absolutely right. Hey, hey.
Hey. And, drawing from my personal life, sometimes we had a lot of pain growing up. And when my siblings and I would gather as we grew older, we would recall some of those incidences that were very troubling. And in the telling, we would find joy and laughter at how strange it was. Not because the incident was funny, but because we were gathered and away from the experience, we were able to recontextualize. We were able to find the joy in the present, and that really changed our perception of who we were and who we could be going forward. And do you think that that's, if I think that's what I'm hearing from you, that you can stick with your story and say that that is the only story that it will ever be. Or you can say, that is my story, but there's far more to it than that. And I am more than that. And our communities are more than that. And I think that's what I'm hearing you say.
Okay, so in speaking the language, our language, even the word danse, a lot of people think it means hello. That's not what it means. It means how are you? So within our language, we have the reference point of how you feel, danse, and also you have that choice to feel bad about your history, or you have that choice to feel good about your history. So people that have this unfinished business of the past carry that heaviness. But a person that has healed, I really believe in healing. I really believe people can reach that point of healing to be able to tell any story they want without that emotional charge. And I think that's the point I'm making, is that life is gauged by how we feel, and it's a choice. We can either feel good or not. So history is good. There's a time and place to tell these stories, but when people are traumatized, they're so stuck in that heaviness of their story. That's where the healing is needed, and everybody needs that healing process. Everybody's been traumatized in their history, whether they're Newio or not. Everybody has a history of trauma.
Yes, thank you for that. I'm out of time, but one thing that you've taught me just in this small space is that healing also equals kindness. Kindness means family, which, if we expand it to everything, brings us right back to Wakotowin.
Wakotowin, absolutely right. That way.
Thank you.
Hey.
Did you call on me?
Oh. I did. If you can come down from orbit, go ahead.
Did I come down? Thank you. Patrick, I have enjoyed getting to meet you previously.
Yes.
Tanse.
There you go. Means just right.
I wanted to ask you, because you told the story of the man with the drug addiction, Bill Wilson, who started Alcoholics Anonymous. He said that at the heart of it, it was one alcoholic talking to another alcoholic. And ultimately, what gets created with 12-step programs is a community of people healing each other and supporting each other and loving each other back to health. And it seems to me, and I wanted to get your perspective on this, that SOLAS program is like that. It's about reconnecting people to the community, but also allowing them the opportunity to talk about their story and maybe where they're stuck, as you put it in that story. But through that comes some connection to supported community. Would you agree?
Depends on what the focus is.
Okay.
Okay, the focus can be on the glorifying the past and all the bad choices a person has made in their life, and bringing that to a commonality, and that does not move anybody forward. It actually brings people backwards in their walk in life. So if the focus is on creating a different reality, then the focus has to be a new reference point. Okay, and that new reference point, because people are creating their reality regardless. Okay, the difference here is the elders say, "Pugagawaskam si taisino." So what that means, that most people believe that the elder is saying that people have to sober up, but that's not what it means. Ewasiak means enlightenment. So a person has to wake up. First step is self-awareness, self-awakeness. You got to wake up to who you are. You got to wake up to what you're feeling. You got to wake up to what you're thinking. You got to wake up to what you're doing and take total ownership of that. Then also, sure, we can create a connectedness in relationship with others, but it's also great to have people at the same wavelength of the healing process. People are at different stages in their healing, but really self-awareness and then self-management. What do we manage? We manage the way we think. We manage the way we feel. We manage what it is we're doing with absolutely no blame, no victimhood. So that's what I'm saying. And also if a process is encouraging that, then by all means, it's a process. It's not a matter of good and bad. The question is it working? So any initiative that's created, the question is, was it good or bad? No, the question is, how well did it work?
Yeah. Well, hi. I could listen to you all day, but I wanted to see if Devyani was still on the call, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Our guest from Mexico. Are you still on the call?
She left. She went to work.
Oh, she went to work. Well, I'm going to try you on this. How does art heal people? How does
art?
Music, dance, painting?
Oh, I thought you were asking about my Uncle Art. I'm kidding.
No, I had one of those too, but I'm asking you about how art helps in the healing process.
Okay, so art, there's a huge difference between being totally academic and in the head, okay, and too many processes create that academic mind where everything is rational and intellectual, versus bringing it to the brain, which is the heart brain, and with that heart brain comes the arts related to song, to dance. So in our ways that we have all this culture that was banned historically, all the ceremonies that were banned because the strategy has been to get rid of the Indian problem. And how do you do that? Through genocide and forced assimilation. So forcing our people to stop dancing, to stop singing. So absolutely, that's a powerful way to heal, is any form of art, whether it's just painting or dancing or singing or just any movement. Waskawi win is what we call it. Waskawi means to move. Stagnant is not good. It's not healthy. And that's the mind. can be stagnant, when it gets overwhelmingly too academic. So I see a lot of people start this healing journey and attain the highest level of education, but it's all academic healing. That means the pain is still in the heart. The pain is still deep down there because they've analyzed it, they've rationalized it, but really have not touched it deep down. And that, for me, that's the healing process. And like I said, it's all contained within the arts. Even our language is gentle when we say, "Danse, how are you?" So, yeah. So I hope I answered fairly for Devanani.
You did it. You might have described part of my life and my problem, but thank you very much. I appreciate it very much.
That's good.
All right, thank you, Councillor McKean. And it appears that is the last of the questions for our panelists. And we really appreciate you coming and sharing your stories and your expertise. And boy, I could talk to all of you all day, but we are at this juncture beholden to time. So we will now move to questions of administration. And for all our speakers, you are welcome to stick around. And I will see if there are any questions for administration. Start with Councillor Knack as you selected this item.
No, again, happy to defer to others. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor McKean, are you on the board for questions?
I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
Oh my God. Is this working? Is this working? My apologies, technophobe here, or just inept. Dr. Schulman, you're still there?
I'm here, yes.
I hope it's as hot in Vancouver as it is here today. Misery loves company. I wanted to ask you about SOLAS, which I was tangentially involved with and thrilled to be. You measured it. Can you talk a little bit about outcomes?
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for the question, Scott, and thank you for your contribution to our sounding board. We are a better prototype because of your engagement. So yes, part of what we do in a prototype is figure out how do we measure what matters, and how is data collection something that actually is useful to the humans that are involved with the process, not just a transactional exercise. So we linked our measurement outcomes right back to the well-being framework. And you might recall when I've presented at this committee in the past that there were three key outcomes that community members identified through our ethnographic work. Respect, a sense of connection, and a sense of purpose were the three things that mattered most to folks. And that's what led us to develop the well-being framework and to recognize that it's not just about the material things in your life, it's about this sense of solidarity and meaning. And so we tracked with both the sharers and the loss tenders whether engagement in this process changed how they saw themselves, changed whether they felt respected by others, whether it changed their sense of connectedness. Did they feel like they got to know somebody who might be different to them in terms of class or race or gender, but actually shared this common human condition? And did they feel like they found a new sense of meaning, a new way to make sense of or understand some of their experiences of pain and grief and loss? And across the board, all of our interviews demonstrated a real shift in all of those indicators. And so we used a combination of interviews as well as some scales for people to rate themselves on. And we plan on incorporating those kinds of techniques and measuring in going forward as we grow SOLAS.
So there's talk of, or a request for, or ambition for, or aspirations for scale up.
That's right.
And you and I talked about this at one point. You know that I sort of biased towards a 12-step model of meetings going on every day all over the city, which makes it accessible and inexpensive. So have you thought any more about how the scale up could be done in a way that, you know, because you and I also talked about the potential of coming out of the pandemic with a lot of loss. There'd be different kinds of loss, using that term in the most broad sense. If you lose your happiness and serenity, your sense of community, that's a loss. So how do you think this could be scaled up in a way that, you know, the one-to-one thing is probably complicated, but I'm not, you tell me I'm wrong, I'm happy to be wrong. So how do we scale it up?
Yeah, great question. And, you know, I think if you dissect the Alcoholics Anonymous model, as you're well familiar with, there are some similar features to how we think So Lost grows. Namely, there's some roles. So, you know, like the role of a sponsor in the AA model, we've got the role of a loss tender. We also have a backbone infrastructure. So you've heard from Haley Irving, who performed the role of the practice lead in our prototype. This idea that we do need some sort of professional support behind the scenes to ensure that we are minimizing harm and really creating the right cultural conditions for this work to take place. So we do see it growing in a cohort model, so a group model where we bring together a cohort of loss tenders, neighborhood by neighborhood, and that cohort can then work with everyday Edmontonians in the midst of grief and loss, and through a combination of one-to-one engagements and group engagements. And we see over time that cohort create more and more folks. So we've got kind of a network effect starting to happen of all of these folks that have been trained up as loss tenders and who can start to do more public facing healing rituals, you know, whether that's helping to lead cultural ceremony, helping folks to gather and recognize grief and loss. So we really see a kind of two-tier approach to scale where there is some one-to-one work happening, but lots of group-based work in a cohort model as well.
Sarah, you left me no time for more questions.
I'm sorry.
Which I do have, Mr. Chair, but I'll wait.
Okay, but I don't see anyone else on the board. So if you had one extra question or so, I mean, really, you get the whole 5 minutes. So
well, I'll try to be brief. If Dr. Schulman promises to be brief. So the sharers could become the loss tenders in this program as well, right? And you could have alumni out of this program then starting to attend groups. Yes. And that's how it could scale up and be, it's not just a one-time thing then where you have people get together for, I don't know how many times the lost tenders met with the sharers, but
4 to 6 times.
Yeah, so to me, this has to be a little bit more, it has to continue on. So final question, maybe, what do you want to hear from, I'm not on this committee, but what do you want from this committee today? And be blunt and honest.
Yeah, I mean, a statement of support that these are the kinds of models that the city wants to see, and you know, as Karen Tang suggested, some investment in the social infrastructure to grow this, and to recognize that these are homegrown prototypes from Edmonton that I think have real potential to scale not just across Edmonton but across Alberta and nationally, and that y'all can be a real leader in recognizing how to put money in community members directly, not just put money in more structures or more government services, but directly it's going to folks like Debiani and Pat that you've met here. That's where ultimately the resources are going. And we think that that is a really important set of things for you to be directly investing in.
Well, it's interesting too, and then that it's possible that we also find a way to support artists in our community, yes, as lost tenders. Mr. Chair, I'm going to stop. If there's a motion, I would love to be able to speak briefly to this. I'm obviously invested, biased, think this is fantastic, but I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. You don't have to, but there will indeed be a subsequent motion to receipt of information. And with that, it seems like we're out of questions. And so I'm wondering if anyone wants to put forward the motion to receive for information.
Happy to, but can the subsequent replace the receipt of information on this one?
Absolutely.
Then you go ahead.
To happen. Do you have the subsequent?
I don't, so I'll let you take the lead on that, Mr. Chair.
Well, I do. Okay. All right, so the subsequent is that administration prepare an unfunded service package for council's consideration as part of the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment for ongoing operating funding of $250,000 per year so that Recover can continue to support the social infrastructure work for urban well-being. And I guess that is no longer the subsequent, but the actual motion. And I don't think I need to introduce it. I think Councillor McKean did that ably with his questions, and everyone else did with their presentation. So I'll just leave it at that. If anyone wants to speak to it, now would be the time.
If I could,
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead.
if I could, what is?
It's your old habits.
Got to turn that on, don't I? Whew, quite a day for me. So I was involved tangentially in the SOLAS project and got to meet folks like Debbie Annie and Patrick Buffalo and saw this real grassroots healing movement. And the reason I'm really intrigued, well, there's a number of reasons I'm really intrigued, from the quality of work that Dr. Schulman and his team have done on Recover already, for what we've learned through the ethnographic research, which is powerful stuff, I would argue, and needs to be studied by administration and all of us to better understand what the needs are on the street. But what I love about this is I think we're going to have a lot of hurt and pain, addiction, and risk of suicide coming out of this pandemic. People were isolated for far too long, and they're hurting. And we heard stats about domestic violence, which were very, very troubling. So it seems to me that there will never be enough psychologists. There will be never enough therapists or psychiatrists to deal with these issues. And my own experience, which I've talked about a number of times through the 12-step program, is a way for a community to heal itself and to support each other and then become a community of support, ongoing community of support. And I think that's so important. And people are, people are isolated. People were isolated before the pandemic. We had a silent epidemic of isolation in our community, which leads to depression and anxiety and drug use and alcohol use. And to me, this is a wonderful opportunity to try to spark a community program that would deal with what we used to call at 12-step the normies, the people that didn't have reasons to go to NA or AA or one of the other groups. An opportunity to spread that kind of community-led healing around Edmonton. And what is the risk here? The risk, $250,000 a year. One could argue that this should be the Alberta Health Service funding this, and maybe we should actually be trying to get some money out of AHS for this as well. But I think relatively speaking, it's not a lot of money. And what I've always loved about Recover is their ability to prototype something, and if it doesn't work, well, there goes $25,000 or something. And the risks are low, and we are so afraid to fail in government. We're so afraid to have programs fail. They hit the media, and we all have to explain what happened. So that's, I'm all over the place on this because I couldn't get my computer and microphone to work, threw me off, and it's 37 degrees or something. I hope the committee can find their way to support this, or at least pump it up to council for review. Obviously, we're not spending that money today, but I really hope that the next council will give this program its due. I think it's a fantastic piece of work that's been done. Susan Coward shepherding it from our side, but not for much longer. And she's got some congratulations coming to her as well. So Mr. Chair, thanks for your motion. I appreciate that this gives an opportunity for Recover and SOLAS to continue on and find a way to grab a hold of this wave of community issues that I think are coming at us, and I really appreciate it. I want to thank all the speakers. Thank Dr. Schulman and her staff and Susan for all the work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Just quickly to speak to this, coming out of COVID, there's going to be a lot of mental health issues to deal with. We already know about all of the many ways that a lot of mental health issue concerns ramped up during times of isolation. And so something like this is much, much needed. In fact, I wish that this could be a citywide project for everyone in the city. And in fact, I think that might be something that provincial governments could tackle, as it truly is in their purview. Additionally, I mean, what an interesting time we live in. And for some people, it's a curse. For other people, it's a wonderful challenge. This past month has been a very difficult one in our dialogue and in our communities, and it's raised a lot of emotion. People are riding high and riding hot, and it's because we are not focusing on supporting one another. We're not focused on mental health. We're not focused on building community. And too many people are focused on division and entrenchment and separating people, which is frankly, obviously the wrong road to travel. We heard earlier this morning some calls to cancel the fireworks, for example. And that is based on mental health concerns. It's based on community health concerns. And I understand that perspective. But other people would be enraged by it because they would feel that it's a repudiation of their love of country. But simple projects like this can teach us that there are a lot of things that can be true at the same time. There are a lot of griefs and pain that we can carry that are disparate, but at the root, it's the same thing. It's the feeling of loss. And with these stories that are coming out, people are feeling lost. They're feeling loss in the communities because of the loss of children, the loss of innocence, the loss of a narrative of Canada that they want to hold dear to. And it gets very complex. And so really what we're talking about is grief. We are a nation grieving, whether we want to admit it or not. There are stages of grief, and our nation is in one of them, and our city is in one of them. And many people are saying this is an opportunity to talk about that grief and to build communities and build a Canada where everyone feels they belong, so that when we celebrate these things, we are all part of the celebration. No one is left out. No one feels that someone else is celebrating their pain. And I understand that I'm talking about big issues, but big issues are addressed through small efforts because there are no small efforts. Everything is impactful. We are our stories, and our children grow in the stories we help weave with them. And so I'm really grateful for the work that has been done. I'm grateful for everyone's efforts. And I'm just really grateful for our communities and for everyone who puts their effort into building something wonderful. hope this gets support. Hey, thank you. And there's no one else, please vote.
And just your vote hasn't seemed to come through, Chair Paquette. Sorry, Mr. Chair, you were muted.
Yeah, it's still submitting, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Please display the vote, and that carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful day for you folks. Stay cool as best as you can, even though you're all just cool people anyway. We will now move on to item 6.6, hosting events and festivals in the city.
Mr. Chair, we have a very short, maybe 5-minute presentation.
Okay.
Will be delivered by Nicole Poirier, but I would like to just mention that we do have a number of staff from across the corporation who are here to answer questions should they come up. Olga Mecenes, Director of Traffic Operations, Brian Simpson, Parks and Roads, Phil Herrett, Transit Operations, Mark Coughlin from Edmonton Police, Jeff Chase, Economic and Environmental Sustainability, and from Legal Services, Margot Hoffner. If there's questions in those areas. Festivals and events, as Council is well aware, are important to Edmonton as they contribute to our local economy, provide the opportunity for citizens to gather, to connect, to celebrate and participate while showcasing local and international talent and drawing people to our city. Edmonton has made a strong commitment to supporting, attracting, and hosting sporting and cultural events that offer economic vitality, social cohesion, and image-building opportunities for our community. With that, pass it over to Nicole to walk through the slides.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a result of the council motion and engagement with local festival and event producers, administration undertook a detailed review of the 2018 Festival and Events Delivery Action Plan. We are here today to highlight administrative changes that are required to better support festival and event delivery in Edmonton. As a result of the survey responses, engagement sessions, and an internal review of cost increases between 2013 and 2021 for civic services. Festival and event producers provided feedback in 3 main areas: a request for civic service modifications as a result of increased civic service costs, such as policing, a request for process and procedure updates to support more effective delivery of festivals and events, and a request for financial support due to the impact of COVID-19 on local festival and event organizations, operations, programs, and services. As a result of this engagement, administration will update the Festival and Event Delivery Action Plan to include 4 new actions and 5 adjustments to existing actions, as outlined in the report. Highlights include working with colleagues in Edmonton Police Services to explore ways to reduce police service costs where appropriate. Administration is proposing that festivals and events hosted on roadways or adjacent to major roadways use a layered approach to traffic management and security. This includes, where feasible, proposing less impactful event or route alternatives to avoid having the festival or event adjacent to or impacting high speed, high volume, or complex roadway operations. A review of current and proposed traffic control operations for each event. For example, taking traffic signals offline and on flash mode where safe and practical to decrease the need for police officers. Using trained traffic control staff rather than police officers, such as flaggers, event marshals, or others as appropriate. And finally, using additional traffic materials to enhance safety infrastructure where required. While these strategies will help reduce costs, Edmonton Police Service costs make up the highest portion of the civic service costs to festival and event producers, at approximately 64% of the total service costs in 2019. EPS also has seen the largest percentage increase in the last 8 years between 2013 and what is proposed for 2021, at approximately 69% increase overall. Therefore, along with the proposed traffic management strategies to reduce the need for police services, administration proposes to increase the civic service subsidy for required police services for our signature and foundational events. We would increase it from 50% to 75% in 2021 using existing budgets. Funding beyond 2021 would be subject to corporate prioritization and future budget deliberations. It's important to note that the need for Edmonton Police Service members at events is determined by an applied safety and security risk assessment, which considers the activity, crowd sizes, past requests for EPS presence by organizers, and/or calls for EPS responses, including major event security lessons and intelligence from previous incidents in our city and around the world. These risk assessments are conducted in consultation with the Festival and Event Safety and Security Task Team and with input from event producers. Administration is also proposing the establishment of a one-time Festival and Event COVID Recovery Grant Program in the amount of $1 million. Edmonton festivals and events drive diversity, culture, recreation, and economic development in our city. The COVID-19 global pandemic has had a significant impact on these activities. Festival and event producers have indicated that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on their operations and their ability to deliver their programs and services. They also indicated that traditional revenue streams have been eliminated or greatly reduced. To assist these organizations in 2021 to produce modified festivals and events that meet current public health restrictions, administration is proposing to provide a festival and event COVID-19 recovery grant to encourage their return and continue to build and inspire our community through vibrant experiences, bringing people and visitors together again. Grant funds will be allocated to current outdoor, signature, foundational, niche, and community festivals and events, indoor and outdoor sport and active recreation and active living events, and a portion of the funds would be administered through the Edmonton Arts Council to local art performance organizations hosting events that are indoors and typically do not require city services. Grant amounts will range from $500 for smaller community events to up to $25,000 for annual signature festivals and events. And the grant amounts will not exceed 25% of the total cost of the event. The program will primarily be administered through administration, along with external representatives from the Edmonton Arts Council and Explore Edmonton. An amount of $1 million has been allocated in the City Manager's 2021 Emergent COVID-19 Recovery Budget to provide one-time funding for festivals and events COVID-19 Recovery Grant. Thank you, and once speakers have spoken, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We have Erin DiLoretto. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Erin DiLoretto, and I chair the Edmonton Festival Consortium and am the executive producer of the Silver Skate Festival. I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of my peers in the Festival Consortium to this item of the festival's event delivery action plan. The Festival Consortium was formed to create open and frank dialogue between our festival peers, discuss best practices, and bring a collective voice to our community. We represent signature festivals like Taste of Edmonton, the Fringe, and Heritage Days, to smaller and emerging festivals like Heart in the City and Skirts of Fire. As a festival consortium, we strive to work cooperatively and professionally, contribute to Edmonton's region in terms of employment, volunteerism, and to engage with other not-for-profits, community groups, and charitable associations. We like to utilize local resources whenever and wherever possible, and we want to make Edmonton a better community to live, work, and play. Festivals are what make Edmonton so unique. Our festivals are as diverse as this northern city that we call home. Our festivals showcase a variety of art forms, celebrate our diversity, and our culinary scene too. We have been creating amazing experiences and memories for decades. The Festival Consortium is happy with the work that has been done in this plan and how this department within the city continues to have these conversations with us. We as a collective have spent a fair amount of time working with civic services to help to help develop part of the content in this plan. As a Festival Consortium, we take pride in the work that we do to make Edmonton an incredible place to live, work, and play. We are a community of makers and presenters and an important piece of our social fabric. I hope that the Community and Public Service Committee approve these recommendations, and as we move forward, that the City Department and other city at arm's length organizations to continue to engage and strive to include the Festival Consortium in the big picture through transparent decision-making processes. This proposal is just one of the many important conversations and consultancies that the Festival Consortium membership have been having with the city. Along with civic services, we are invested and continue to engage with the EAC and their connections and exchanges plan. As we move forward, the consortium appreciates the work done on the event strategy document. We would like this special committee to also recognize that we will continue to need to do more work. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. Richard Skirmer, you have 5 minutes.
My mic is still off. I pulled a Scott McKean. I'm sorry. I'm used to that. I'll leave Scott out of it for a minute. Hi, I'm Richard Skirmer. I'm with the Edmonton Air Show. For those of you who don't remember who I am, for those who do, I'm very sorry. Thanks very much for allowing me to speak one more time. I'm mainly going to speak to you a bit about including us in your conversation. Although we do have to base ourselves out of Sturgeon County at the Villeneuve Airport, we do a lot in and with Edmonton. I know we've had some reluctance to have some folks to invest outside the civic boundaries. I know that under the proposal right now, it specifically says it has to be an individual that undertakes work primarily in Edmonton or has a history of significant activity in Edmonton. Well, that would divide me to a T. I was born and raised in Edmonton, and I've come back to put this event on mainly as an investment attraction piece. And I can assure you, even if the City Center Airport was still alive, we couldn't host it there because to do it, we'd have to evacuate downtown, and that's not exactly smart. If I could get to the next page, please. Really, we do have the second largest attendance in any aviation event in Canada, which is not surprising considering that aviation is a cornerstone of who we are and where we are as a people. We actually made this as a premise of an event that's about gathering, which is simply what Edmonton's always been about, even if you go well past any history of humans here. Animals and natural confluences of rivers always gathered around here. So it's no accident that we're here. We've always been a natural trading post and gathering place. You want to take a look at what we've done as an actual attraction. We've been able to get in front of and be partners with 3 of the largest aviation events on the globe. One is the Reno Air Races, the second is AirVenture in Oshkosh, and the third being Farnborough in the United Kingdom. Next slide, please. Basically, these are some foundational pieces. I know you folks have seen this a few times, so I'll leave that be. But really, it's really focused around using aviation and aerospace and technology as a way to bring more investors here when it comes to artificial intelligence, drone technology, transportation, logistics, manufacturing, because all aviation is just one piece of a large distribution chain. And what it does is gets all those planes that fly over us to actually land here and actually start filling those bellies with the cargo and the people you've got. We've just dropped as a region $15 million to help EIA track flights. This event helps put the things inside the airplane to justify that investment. Next slide, if I could, please. I want to address one major thing here. We are local. I'm a born and raised Edmontonian. I was born on Alberta's birthday when the Misericordia Hospital was nothing but a brand new hospital. I spend all my money here. I've got land just outside here in Genesee. I am basically, my disposable income gets spent here. My wife's law firm is in town. We are here. We source local. Our supplier hierarchy is there. We spend a significant amount. 78% of our budget is spent within the city limits of Edmonton. We don't interfere with municipal corporate efforts at all, but we've taken that risk as it's been painted on the side of a building to do the most Edmonton thing we can do and actually try and attract people here, which folks in economic development attraction knows that has been extremely hard considering we're off Highway 1. But it is, once they finally get here, they're easy to stay because To let a bit of a cat out of the bag, Leonardo Aerospace out of Italy is one of the leading contenders to replace the snowbirds, and they want to come to Edmonton to actually show off their wares this year, if we're able to have this show this year, and potentially the IRB for that manufacturing, because if they get the jet, they have to build something, would be here at the Edmonton Airport's own Villeneuve Airport. Next slide, if I could. These benefit targets are not made up. These are based on studies that have been conducted by the University of Nevada, Reno, and also the University of Wisconsin-Madison on these specific things, specifically AirVenture and the Reno Air Races. Those numbers are not fabricated, and they form the basis of what our return on investment parcel is. 94 million US year over year for Reno. Reno's 250,000 people. Basically, the old joke is where you go to shoot someone and watch them die if you like Johnny Cash. But at the end of the day, they're very much like Edmonton was 10, 15 years ago. They're trying to redefine themselves from a manufacturing logistics place into something bigger. AirVenture in Oshkosh is the size of St. Albert. And what they do with an aviation spectacle is get $124 million of economic year over year. That's just the tourism pieces. That doesn't count into the business deals that are signed. Farnborough, which is the third partner we talked to, is $190 billion in sales on top of what the air show brings. These are our targets. These are audiences. These, of course, are longer term. But again, I have to stress, we couldn't have done this at the municipal airport. So if Edmonton wants this aviation industry and the requisite transportation logistics that comes with it, it has to be at Villeneuve. We can't do it at the International either. Next slide, please. Just to show you facts from Fantasy, here's the actual budget for the reduced air show we're planning to do this year. And you can easily see 78% of our spend is projected to be in Edmonton. It's usually around 80% of our spend. You can watch that at your, this is available for you folks right there. I'm not kidding. We actually are an Edmonton company. We just can't do this event in Edmonton. Next page. So we do have Mayor Netu has been an extremely hard supporter of this event. She's going back to Sturgeon County, which is significantly smaller than Edmonton, to ask the committee of the whole for another $100,000 to get this off the ground this year, which for that county is a significant investment. We're looking at $200,000 from the government of Alberta. That's where MLA gets it, is going forward to Invest Alberta, also to Travel Alberta, and what I call JEDI, which is Jobs, Economy, and Innovation under Minister Schweitzer. There are some other municipalities that have talked about stepping up, such as Spruce Grove, Parkland County, Leduc, and others. Corporate partners are hard to come by because they keep looking at the major governments and saying, are they part of this or not? And not being part of it really makes them shy. But if we do get major governments to become part of this, we have folks like Papa John's and Pepsi and Steel, large multinational corporations that are willing to come up and take a chance on us, but they want to make sure they get their return on investment just as much as you folks want to make sure you get yours. Our minimum amount we're trying to raise to go for this year, which is quite tight, is $500,000 of the $767 that we actually do need, but we'll get the rest of it from ticket sales. But I would like to actually, hopefully through this fund that's coming out right now, be included in some of that conversation to be able to make an actual ask. I know I meet with Maggie Davidson on the 5th of July to repeat this ask, but I do think that a long-term strategic partnership with Edmonton behooves it, because I know folks in Calgary are also interested, and I wouldn't like to just see Calgary banners there. I'd like to see some Edmonton banners there, because it would kind of look silly if you used to have a Flames banner as you walk in. Next page, if I could, please. This is kind of a relaunch strategy. We do have the support from the province to actually do all these things. We are going to have an investment form similar to Stampede, the Stampede investment form in 2022, which will be premier-led. We'll be doing the air racing, large-scale flying. These are where we get the actual numbers from, and where the ability to host the investors forum actually comes out of. I really do want to kind of end up with saying that I really hope that we can start being included. I know I'm from Genesee. And right in my, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, giving you a little bit extra more time than.
Okay, I will bow out and just say thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. Okay, so we'll now move on to Jim Gibbon.
Hi, can you hear me okay? We're in a new building with really bad internet. So the one question I'll ask is, if I slow down or something, or I disappear, don't be afraid to interrupt me and ask me to repeat. Okay, we haven't got our new high-speed internet in yet. So if you just let me know when to start, I will start.
All right, you're telling a story of rural woe. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say thank you, by the way. This This is greatly appreciated. I really appreciate the hard work by the civic events team. I want to thank everyone on council who's helped us to push this forward. I want to particularly thank the Edmonton Arts Council is here as well. They've been amazing through all of this, helping organizations like ours to stay afloat. I just wanted to tell you, I only have a couple quick slides just to introduce it. As you know, our job right now is, or our job since the beginning has been to promote public awareness, understanding, and appreciation for cultural diversity through an annual summer festival. Hard to pick a time where it's more important than it has been recently. A little bit about our impact. We have 100+ international awards and recognition by UNESCO as an intangible cultural asset. Next slide, please. I'll do these really quick. On average, previous to COVID, we had 350,000 visitors attend annually. And according to the City of Edmonton's numbers last time, we had 14% from outside the Edmonton capital region, so roughly 50,000 visitors. Next slide, please. With what we're moving forward with, we hope to increase that in the future. And with our new UNESCO partnership, we have been viewed in 2019 at over 110 countries, and we're looking to expand that every year. And I just want to talk 10 seconds about our history and why we're just so supportive of everything that the Civic Events team has put together to try to help us out. If we could go to the next slide, please. I just want to show you the changes in the City of Edmonton bill from 2004 to 2019. Roughly almost $3,000 in 2004, $207,000 in 2019, give or take a few dollars. Hopefully, Nicole, you can correct me if I made a mistake on some of those. If we could go to the next slide, please. What we're trying to show here is, I will say, an enormous, in 2015, you can see the blue line there. The blue line is our net funding from the city. And in 2015, when we started adding the police bill, until that time, the city had been covering the police bill. And in 2015, we lost roughly $40,000 just on net funding from the city. So what we call sort of the dollars in from the city to help us out. And in 2019, as a result of those numbers, we're now looking at losing $184 on our city investment. If we could go to the next screen really quickly, I want to show you why that's important. So in the last few years, we've stopped cleaning tents. We've had to sell our vehicles to pay our bills. As you can see from our new office here, we had to move out of our paid office. We've moved into a very kindly donated space to help us pay the bills. We've had to increase the fees and costs to our cultural pavilions. We've stopped entering award competition worldwide. And one of the most important things is we've had to cancel our train that we used to use to move kids and differently abled people around the site. So if we could just go to the next slide and my last slide, because I promised to be quick. If you look at this assistant package that we're so grateful for, if it goes through, would get us, would put us in a net, based on estimates for 2019 numbers with the changes in the way the building would come out, we would actually put $37,000 from the city towards our event. And that's wonderful. You know, if you look at those blue lines over the last 20 years, there's been a really, really substantial decrease. And, you know, this would get us back to 2004 numbers from actual investment from the city to help us put on what I think is a very important festival. So if I could urge everyone to move this forward and approve it and send it forward to council for approval, I just really ask everyone to approve this. And I just want to say thanks so much. And especially I'm glad Nicole's there. I know she put in a ton of work on this. And thanks everyone. This is a world of difference for events like ours. I'm done, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you didn't break up even once. So we will now move to Samantha Alexander. Oh, to answer questions only. Okay, great. So that is all of our speakers. And I will see if there are any questions. Councillor Knack, you selected this item and I see you have questions. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. A few questions. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Di Loretto as sort of the chair of the consortium. So I want to make sure you've said that the action plan is obviously a really positive step forward. Hopefully this is likely the answer. I just want to ask it because I think there has been some times where it hasn't always been certain, but do you view this action plan as a way that for those festivals that want to grow, because not every festival wants to grow into even bigger and bigger and bigger, some want to keep in their form there. Do you believe this lets that happen now? Do you believe that what is said in this action plan along with the ongoing work can actually move us forward on those different events and festivals?
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I firmly believe that this is a big piece of the pie. I think that we're poised to greatness, as you are fully aware that there are tons have different reports going on and different action plans for the Edmonton Arts Council, through tourism. I think this is a great step forward. The membership is delighted that we continue to have these conversations, and we're very excited with what Civic Services has done and the hard work that Community Services has put into this plan. But it is just a piece of the plan and part of the bigger picture. But I think that if we do go about this appropriately and the membership, we all agree that we are poised for greatness and that this is going to elevate us if everything works well together. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope I answered your question.
No, you did. I'll follow up with are there any big items, or just even if they're not big, but is there anything specific you would flag of that? What's needed? Oh, are you still? Looked like you were still answering, but muted.
I was listening to you, sir.
Oh, sorry. It's just a delay on my screen now, so now I'm confusing myself. Okay, good. Sorry, I don't know what's happening anymore. So I was curious what might be missing still, or what we should have on our radar to be aware of to help make sure that we're doing everything possible to supporting festivals and events in our city.
That's a great question. That's like you're asking me to pound a square peg into a round hole. It's like hurting smoke. I think that we've made some great strides here, Councillor Knack, and I believe that we keep on having these conversations and we continue to have the conversations, and we have a council that is receptive to listening and hearing us. I don't have a list, so that there's nothing that comes glaringly obvious to me. We're excited and happy that we have the opportunities to grow if we want, and if we choose not to, we won't. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbon, I've got a few questions just to be sure. I want to explore. You mentioned 2015 is where the city stopped covering the cost of policing. There had been another large jump on your chart, I think starting back in sort of 2011/2012, and I just want to understand what that was too.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information here. I'm not sure what that was at that time. I apologize.
No, that's
I don't
okay.
know.
That's okay. I guess my one question when I think about this is that I am still worried about the growing costs of these. It's one thing to be doing this one-time grant, which is great, and I'll happily put the motion forward and send it up to council if everyone will support that. I do still worry about us paying ourselves instead of us fixing the costs that are driving the festivals and events. And I just wouldn't mind getting your sense, since you obviously have some very large costs. I mean, all festivals and events have very large costs, but I know yours has a particularly large one. Ways to help with that. Have you thought about that? Have you seen anything in other jurisdictions? Because if policing is going to be 2/3 of our costs, have you seen anything in other spots that are doing events and festivals in other cities that we can look to?
To be honest, no, we haven't really looked outside to other jurisdictions. We've reached out for some other issues and assistance. But the one question I do ask is, and it's the one that always sits in the back of my head for policing, is we are aware of when these festivals are for 10 years. If you ask me when Heritage Fest is going to be 10 years from now, I will tell you when. Maybe what we need to do is book that as part of just a standard day in the police service, rather than treating it as outside of standard work and then tripling the cost. Because when we bring people in on special services, it does do that. But I don't know what the background to that is, so I don't want to say that's a potential solution. It's just one that I've always wondered about.
That's a very helpful idea. Thank you. I'm out of time. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board. Councillor Knack, did you want to?
I tried to click on, so it's just
Okay,
not showing
yeah,
up.
absolutely. Go ahead. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just to really quickly, and I'll ask this question of administration, but there's two pieces to this puzzle as I see in this report. One is the emergency money that I think will be a one-time, and the other one is something that probably is going to have to be debated by the next council that gives us a whole bunch of these other pieces. So I just wondering if I wanted to give you guys a chance to talk to the import of both of those pieces, because I think it's probably two different things. Mr. Loretta, do you want to take a crack at that? Sorry, I'm not hearing. Mr. Gibbon, do you want to take a crack at that?
Sure, I just don't want to steal Aaron's
Yeah,
time.
I know. I've never heard Aaron speechless before.
I'm going to get in trouble for that.
I thought it was
you know-
administration.
Sorry,
No,
go ahead,
I'll
Aaron.
ask them in a minute. Sorry, Aaron.
I apologize. I let Jim answer.
I was just going to say, you know, that's such a huge issue, right? It's the whole future of all the festivals in the city. You know, do we ever bring back Festival City? Do we kind of reintroduce all those things that made Edmonton great for, you know, the 40, 50 years? And maybe it's just a mindset that we kind of bring back Festival City and start to consider ourselves that, because so much of what we represent as a group is how we define ourselves. And I listened the entire day and I heard so many other similar things said, is how we define ourselves is the outcomes we get. So, you know, I don't have an answer to that. I think that that's part of an enormously large question for the future of the entire city. I just think that for today, this is such a wonderful offer and such an important stopgap for groups like us that I just want to really reinforce my support of today's initiative. And when you want to start talking larger picture, boy,
Well,
you know, that's a big question.
Yeah, no, I really just wanted to flag that in my reading of this report, and I'll ask Ms. Poirier this, but there's two offers here, one of which we can't approve today, but we can certainly send it on and the next council will be able to debate it, which is about the longer term picture. And the other one, which is, I think, already taken care of, but I think is within the city manager's purview to do, which is the immediate money. So just checking, you know, I think it's two different things, and I'm guessing they're equally important, because one of them's about long-term and is dealing with some systemic issues that we've been struggling with for a long time, and the other one is about the immediate need here. And I think we need to just be aware they're two different things, but they're of equal import to you guys, I'm guessing, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Banga, you have a question?
Yes, I do, sir. Mr. Gibbons, you and I have talked a few times. I know in your festival, police cost is the biggest cost in the whole, I guess, scheme of things there. And when you said rather than paying police the triple time and divert the police on that day to work there, could you be able to tell me who would do their normal function on those days in the city?
May I answer? Is okay. No, I don't have an answer for that. I was just asked if there was any ideas that had ever been bouncing around in my head in the past, and that was the one that I just thought, you know, if we know this thing is coming years and years and years in advance, you know, and the net cost to the city, because they're paying 3/4 of this, and the net cost to us, which is 1/4 of it, could be decreased by, you know, just changing the duty roster for those police officers just for that day or that weekend. And again, I don't even know if that's doable, and I don't know what the union has to say about it. And I don't mean to, you know, it's just the question came up. Have you ever thought of something maybe to handle it in a different direction? And that was just sort of the one I'd always wondered about.
Okay, so other than the city grants and grants from other levels of government, maybe, what are your main sources of income for that? I'm sorry, I don't know that for revenue.
In 2018 and 2019, it was roughly a three-way split between government sponsorship or government grants, and then money made on site from ticket revenue, and then sponsorship dollars. So for-profit business sponsorship. So it's roughly a three-way split.
So basically, if a country decides to put their pavilion there, then all the tickets they sell 1/3 is yours, or
We take 15%. We are the
Okay.
lowest festival by a long shot.
15%?
Because again, our festival's job is to support multiculturalism, right? Not to sort of
Okay.
make profits. So we do it at a very, very low rate.
Okay, have we ever considered that 15% amount to be a different, maybe higher?
Well, when I took over 5 years ago, it was 10%, and we did move it up to 15 because we were already feeling such a hit. And I think the difference between us and a lot of other festivals is we try not to bring in, say, restaurants or professional groups. And this year it's a little different. We'll have a few helpers, but normally we have 60 to 80 cultural groups who come in and take part. And in order for them to just break even on the cost so they can share their culture, they find even 15% quite high. And I certainly agree with them. They're bringing in dancers, they're supplying all the arts and cultural goods. And so I think we're at the point now where it would be very difficult for us to raise those prices to them.
Okay, and my last question is going to be basically the capacity of the festival. I mean, for the last, I would say 40 years or so, ever since I am an Edmontonian, the number of people there seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Could you tell me at what point in time we would say that we have grown enough for that venue?
We are at capacity of that venue now, and we're extending out earlier. We're introducing musical shows the week in advance. Our outreach via our electronic festival was over 1 million views last year, when that number was unheard of with other festivals like ours. So we have reached out with a number of ways to try to grow, and we'll continue to find ways. We'll find ways, but basically, I don't think we can't get many more cars and people through that single road for very much longer. It's pretty full.
No, definitely. So moving on to another question that I think you and I discussed before. For the newer countries or cultures to enter in there, and there are some that they are waiting for years and years, and is there any kind of capacity to have them involved? Maybe our revenue would increase.
Well, in the last 3 years, I'll be very quick in the answer. In the last 3 years, 5 or 6 years ago, we had 63 pavilions, and that was it. What we do now is we've made 20-foot pavilions available, so smaller cultural groups can get in for way less. And then the Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers sponsors a tent every year. And what that does is allows the really, really small cultural groups to move into that as part of another group. And it's like a training session, so it allows people to come in. So we've actually made it possible for cultural groups from all sorts of different sizes to take part now where they were unable in the past.
Okay.
All
Thank you.
perfect.
And,
Excellent questions. Okay, so thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board. So we will now go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, wait a minute. We're just done speakers. All right. So we will now move to questions of administration. Thank you, speakers. You'll forgive me. It's been a bit of a long day. And we'll now move to administration for questions. And Councillor Knack, you selected this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, again, my thanks for this excellent work. I see it really helping with a lot of our festivals and events and saving them on time of being able to do multi-year agreements, getting a lot of the things that were adding up and making it a little harder to do events. So I really just want to say I appreciate, first of all, how much work went into this, and it's a really positive step. So with that, I'm going to focus on the other piece, which is that I do still hate paying ourselves. It frustrates me all the time that we're essentially increasing grants to pay for our own costs. Being that policing has been, in the presentation it was stated 64% of the cost since 2013, I think I heard. Part of what we had asked for, and you tried, is that you went to the provincial government to check with them, and they were not interested in entertaining anything. Did they explain why? They don't like red tape from what I understand, and it feels like they're putting a lot of red tape that's holding up festivals and events from doing more.
And Nicole, do you have some details around Councilor Knack's question?
I think I'll let Ms. Macinis respond to that one. Olga?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Apologies, I'm battling a fan behind me. So in terms of red tape, we have engaged with the province previously, specifically with changes around the Traffic Safety Act. The answer I'm going to give you is a bit twofold. While the province has not necessarily entertained a lot of our changes, and keeping in mind when we did approach the province, it was part of a joint project across a few municipalities where we were looking for some specific language and updates to the Traffic Safety Act. Now, when we're looking at specifically those costs around policing and where the Traffic Safety Act requires a police officer to circumvent the operations of a traffic signal, often what's occurring is that that requirement is based on the fact that the roadway has either complex operations and serves a need to diminish risk to the public. While we try our best to ensure that we don't require the use of that police officer, sometimes the location of an event, the complexity of the operations and the impact doesn't leave us with a lot of choice.
So I guess, part of what drove this motion is wanting to understand. So I just want to make sure I'm clear, is that my understanding is that a lot of this cost is because of the way the Traffic Safety Act is written, we are required to do that. So it is, I guess what I want to make sure is it actually the province that's causing this cost, this sort of policing cost, or is it us? Just to make sure I'm.
I'm wondering if there's a member from Edmonton Police that can speak on with respect to the Policing Act on this, but I would say that it's a combination of the two. If we have an event that is complex in nature, that interacts with a complex roadway network, then we often require police to help navigate the multiple travel movements that we're required to navigate. What we were exploring with the province relative to the changes of the Traffic Safety Act was to remove the need for a police officer and replace that with a flag person, which is at much less cost. But a flag person cannot circumvent traffic movements similar to a police officer due to the act. So it's a bit of a combination of the two.
So, okay, so now I understand. So when we talked in the presentation about looking at things like having flag persons, we're still not really permitted to do that.
No.
Okay, so that is still a barrier. Okay, that's helpful because I'm just trying to figure out if there's still some work needed and if we need to examine that further. And I'm going to be out of time, so I'm going to have more questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm interested in the kind of longer term piece of this puzzle and making sure I understand what has to happen next. Because I'm seeing some things in here that I know have been long-standing challenges, and there's some commitments to looking at how we deal with transit, which arguably is, I appreciate they're here because some of these things I think are as much in our interest as they may be in the festival's interest. And the other one was, one of the things I know has been an issue in the past is this question, where the police are insisting on a level of security that goes beyond the needs of what the festival precedes. So the suggestion here, if I'm seeing this correctly, is there will be a package coming forward that will consider us picking up the stuff that are the pieces that we're insisting on and that probably are in the interest of the city, the larger city. Am I reading that correctly?
Councillor Henderson, if I can just maybe provide a little bit more clarity. For this year, we are looking for an increase from 50% to 75% of the civic service subsidy.
Yeah, no, and that's not really the piece I was talking about. I was interested in, there's some references in here to security, there's some references in here to transit, you know, that feel like they'll be a little bit different from what they have been in the past. If the funding is available, right? So.
Yeah, so the plan continues to be the same in terms of transit. For any event that's over 15,000 participants, we will continue to provide transit at no cost to the Signature Festival or event. To be clear, the civic services fees are charged to festivals and events based on incremental costs, and it's an incremental cost recovery. So if the event was not there, those costs would not be incurred by administration. The things that are incremental are things like labor, materials, permits, and usage fees. And to be honest, labor tends to be the majority of those fees. Police extra duty, transit operators, traffic operations staff, and park servicing staff. So we really look to keep those costs down, specifically with police. Our festival and event security and safety task team is working really closely with our EPS colleagues to really determine if there are places and ways for us to decrease those costs. Some of those are location related, and so for events like the Heritage Festival, it will be very difficult because the location is William Horlock Park, and therefore the road impacts, the number of pedestrians, those are very, very difficult for us to get around from a policing or a safety or security perspective. But we do look at all of those requests every year, and we modify the program every year based on the current risks that are in the community as well as out there in the world.
Right.
Does that help?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe I'm being a little bit careful asking these questions because I know some of it is specific. So then maybe I need to ask the question a slightly different way, because I'm seeing that, understanding the city manager has the ability to deal with it this year with the COVID money. So what is it we would be looking for in future budgets to cover? What would, because I presume part of this suggests that there'll be a package coming back, funded or unfunded, to deal with the ongoing piece. And what does that look like?
So at this point, the only future request that we would be coming back to council with is a request to increase the civic services for policing from 50% to 75%. Right. This is a one-time COVID recovery program from an operational perspective that we're proposing. At this time, Edmonton Arts Council will remain as the primary funder for those operating dollars for festivals and events in Edmonton.
Well, maybe I misread this in the report, but I thought there was a reference to the fact that this takes care of 2021, but that ongoing there was going to have to be a budget ask.
There will be for that increase in policing.
Just for the policing piece. Okay, all right, because I thought I sensed that there were some other things that were shifting and changing as well, but I may have missed that they've already shifted and changed. Okay, And that deals as well with the issue that, because I know, we have some festivals where the issue is not about crowd control, it's about fear of other things, and that would deal with that piece of the puzzle as well. I'm being a little bit cryptic intentionally here.
Yeah, so we will always do a safety and security audit of each of the festivals and events, and we will look at traffic mitigation pieces in order to ensure the safety of the public at those events.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We can probably, I can do a double check with you offline about this at some point, but it sounds like it's all good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you again. And sorry, I just, to keep going on this, but I just want to figure out what we need to do to attempt to see if we can try to help support administration and get whatever changes we need from the province. So I know, so this previously had been engaged by admin to admin from the provincial side. I'm wondering, I can't recall the last time or if there's ever been like a political ask just to maybe poke them a little bit to help them understand that that's a big driving cost in a lot of these events? Is anyone aware of that having happened?
I don't believe, Councillor, that elected officials have gotten in that process.
Okay.
But maybe what we can do is we can, between our different departments, we can circle back. It hasn't been that long since we've had those discussions, but we can, you know, give it another discussion to see if there's any different response, and then maybe report back to council on that work.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to help address the single biggest cost, and so being that this has to go to council anyway for approval, I might even think about a subsequent motion just to push a little bit, because again, and I don't want to take away, like, all of the other work is excellent, but if there's this sort of major cost, 2/3 that is hanging over the heads of virtually every festival, and it's why we couldn't do an open streets as an example outside of COVID. It's why we haven't been able to, I think, do as much as we would have liked. I'd like to see if we can drive that down and figure out a way to allow these festivals to, like, traffic shouldn't be the reason we can't do a festival or we can't let a festival grow. That's an incredibly frustrating thing, and none of your fault. And then just to be clear, it's nobody's fault. It's just the traffic safety rules around it. So then two more questions. One, this probably goes without saying, but I want to ask it out loud. The intent of the action plan, again, is that if we have festivals and events that want to grow, not everyone wants to grow, you heard me ask this earlier, we want them to grow. We want them to be able to succeed and expand and attract more tourists from the region and other parts of Western Canada and the world. Is that correct?
So absolutely, Councillor Knack, that is our commitment to the festivals. Those that want to grow have the opportunity to grow. We just need to work very closely with them so we understand what that growth is and if there's any safety or security implications as a result of that growth. No,
that's fair. Of course. That's good. I appreciate that answer. I do want to ask about Mr. Skirmer's presentation. When I read the attachment, it didn't say necessarily that I think the event per se has to be in Edmonton, but that the organization has to be active in the city. And so I just wanted to understand, are they in fact eligible to apply for the grant at all?
So our intent was for festivals and events that are happening within Edmonton. However, we have done some behind the scenes discussions with our local economy group, and this may be an event, because they're housed in Edmonton, that would potentially be eligible for the Economic Recovery Plan grant that is going out for businesses.
Okay.
We're a bit concerned that if we did open it up to events that are not within Edmonton, it could open up to racetrack events out at Castro, a number of other regional events.
That's okay. So what I have heard is, while this grant they wouldn't be eligible for, you are working with Edmonton Tourism and others to see if there's another funding source that would allow them to go forward. I do appreciate Mr. Skirmer's point. I think there's value in it, but yeah, so there's a potential mechanism for them to receive funding, just not this grant.
And we'll commit, Councillor, to circle back with Mr. Skirmer, just to to have those discussions with. He indicated that he's meeting with Explore Edmonton.
Yeah.
We can maybe be part of that. But then also, as Nicole says, with our colleagues over in economic and environmental sustainability.
That's great. I appreciate that. That's great to hear. I think those are my questions. So I will move the recommendation in the report.
Okay, the recommendation has been moved. I see that we've got Councillor Bang on the board, and we are at 5:28. The meeting ends at 5:30. We also have one more item to deal with. It's going to take about 15 minutes, depending on councillor questions. I wasn't anticipating almost an hour of questions on this item that we're in currently. So we've got a couple options. We can finish this item and then I guess postpone 6:10, or we can extend orders, understanding that we might have a councillor or two who cannot stay. We might have to conscript someone just to finish what we've got today, so we're not throwing everything into the future. So any thoughts?
Mr. Chairperson, I only had one question, and that has been answered already, so I don't have no further questions.
Okay.
And I cannot stay past 5:30. I mean, I can stay till 5:35, but I can't push it any further.
Neither can I, Mr. Chairman. I cannot stay past 5:30.
Yeah, that was my assumption.
I'm happy to stay if you need me.
Okay, great. Councillor Knack, would that be agreeable with you? We can finish 6:10 as well.
Sure, I'm happy to stay.
Okay, so do we need a motion to bring Councillor Henderson on board?
No, no motion will be required.
Okay.
So I'm not, just, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not dropping off at the exact moment. I'll be here for this vote if it happens right now.
Well, this vote, but then there's the next item as well.
Okay.
Okay, so, but we do need a motion to extend orders.
So moved.
Okay, please vote.
No.
My vote bot went off and I'm a no as well.
So we've got just understanding that you don't have to stay if we extend orders, but we can't even finish this item if we don't.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, other councillors have come to this committee, eaten up a lot of our time, and my responsibility is to be on this committee with the time allotted.
Absolutely. What I'm saying
So
is,
I'm voting no to extension, period.
and that's fine, but we do have councillors who are willing to step in. That's whatever. Okay, display the vote, please. And that is defeated.
Can I do a motion just to finish this item at least, since we're at the vote and there's no other questions? Oh no, we can't.
I'm okay with that. Please vote.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
And please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay. So go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Already moved the recommendation.
Yeah.
I don't need to.
You have no closing.
No, thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
And please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, well, that brings us to an end.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair, what happens if we adjourn without referring this or sending or postponing it?
That's a good question.
We will have to continue on the next business day, which would be Friday.
So unless we do a motion to refer this, we would have to come back on Friday.
We would all have to come back on Friday.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand. So I'm open to any. I just wanted to ask because if somebody calls the word, then we're done. But we need to come back Friday morning. So I don't know what everyone else wants to do. So.
Well, I'm available to come Friday morning. Just check in with our other two councillors here.
Question to the administration, why is it mandatory?
It's within the procedures bylaw that if the agenda is not completed and there's no time set for continuation, it will automatically continue on the next day. And then seeing as the first is a holiday, that would then push us to the second.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna be here Friday either, so.
Well, another option is to
then if the item is not urgent, Mr. Chairman, then it can move to the next community. Community public service meeting.
Is the item urgent? To administration, how urgent is this item?
Gord, are you on the call? Can you weigh in on that one?
Counselor,
Or-
we are just responding back to the direction that was given in the motion by council. So if the direction is to come back in the next committee meeting, we can work with that. Again, it was just responding to the direction provided by the motion.
Mr. Seabrook, just the plain answer, yes or no, is it urgent?
No, Counselor, it is not.
Thank you.
Okay.
And let's move it to the next meeting.
Okay. Do we need a motion?
So moved.
Yes, it would be a
Please vote.
motion to postpone to August 11th, please.
A motion to postpone to, and what if that motion fails?
Then we would have to continue on the next scheduled day. So Friday.
The reason I raise this is because this is about the loitering fines. We've got incredibly hot weather. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to be belligerent about this. I'm going to just go to referral.
Sorry, may I just confirm, Councillor Zadek, did you move that motion?
I moved referral to the next committee meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I was thinking more along the lines of refer to council, because this has to be recommended to council, and that way we can deal with it in a timely manner. Rather than
Okay, I
stretching
withdraw.
it out.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that makes
Councillor
sense to
Zedek.
me. So I withdraw.
Appreciate it.
I will just note that there was a registered speaker on this item, Mr. Chair, and if it goes to council, that will have a bit of a complication there.
Well, there are two options here to deal with this in a timely fashion, or to hear from the speaker and deal with it at the next committee meeting. Is the speaker online? I didn't see his name.
Hi, I'm the speaker, Chris Weeb here.
Yeah, do you have a preference, Mr. Weep?
I'd prefer to deal with it in a timely manner, and I can just refrain from speaking.
I appreciate your reasonableness. Thank you.
In which case I'll requisition to council.
Yeah, let's requisition. Oh, we could have done the item by now. Okay, well, it's requisition now. So there's really nothing else for us to vote on. So I will just ask if there are any notice of motion or motion without customary notice. Not hearing any. So we are adjourned. Good day, everyone. Thank you.